I was having that dream once again. That dream. Same thing every night. But it's all forgotten in the morning, as usual. Maybe it's for the best. Only a glimpse of memory will remain, of gates, half opened, as if inviting me somewhere, with two frozen stone pioneers standing close by. And also that strange girl who keeps asking me. Will you come with me? Come? But where? And why? And where am I, anyway? Of course, if it all happened in real life, I would certainly have been scared. Well, what else would one expect to feel? But this is just a dream, the same one I see every night. There must be a reason. You don't have to know where or why to realize something is really happening. Something desperately seeking my attention. Since everything that surrounds me here is real. As real as things in my own flat. I could open the gates, hear the hinges creak, brush the crumbling rust away with my hand, inhale the fresh cool air, and shiver from the cold. I could, but to do that, I would need to pick myself up, take a step, move my hand. But this is a dream. I understand that. But what of it? What does my understanding change? Because here it's just like on the other side of the cracked screen of an old TV, which struggles to fight against static noise and strives to show its audience everything without missing a single detail. But the picture is getting blurry. I must be waking up soon. Maybe I should ask her something. The girl. What's her name? About the stars, for instance. Why the stars, though? I'd rather ask about the gates. Yes, the gates. She would be so surprised. Or better, why the dot over an I was called a tittle, but the dot over a J was called a superscript dot. Nice letters. As if they don't exist anymore. Still, what do letters, gates, and stars have to do with this place? Because even if I'm having this dream every night, which will be forgotten soon anyway, I've got to look for answers here and now. And there, if you look carefully, you can see the Magellanic Clouds. As if I ended up in the southern hemisphere. In a dream, there are the small things that catch your attention. An unnatural color of the grass, impossible curves of straight lines, or your own distorted reflection, while the real danger, which could put an end to everything right here and now, seems trivial. It's natural, since here you cannot die. I know it for sure. I've done it hundreds of times. But if you cannot die, is there a point in living? I should ask the girl. She's a local, she should know. Yes, exactly. I should ask her about the owl, for example. One strange bird it is. Though it doesn't matter. Will you come with me? And every time I have to answer. It's the only way, otherwise the dream will never end and I will never wake up. No, I'll stay here. Every time it's so hard to decide on the answer. Where am I? What am I doing here? Who is she? And why does so much in my life depends on this answer? Or maybe it doesn't. It's just dream after all. Just a dream. The computer screen stared at me as if it was alive. Sometimes it really did seem to me that it was conscious of itself, had its own thoughts and wishes, ambitions, that it had feelings, could laugh and suffer. As if in our relationship the screen wasn't an instrument. It was me who was a lifeless piece of plastic and textolite. There is some truth in that, probably because the computer provides 90% of my communication with the outside world. Anonymous image boards, some chats from time to time, rarely ICQ or Jabber, and forums even more rarely. People on the other end of the internet cable simply do not exist. All of them are simply creations of its sick imagination, an error in the source code or a kernel bug, which started living a life on its own. If one looked at my existence from the outside, such thoughts would seem crazy, and a psychologist would surely give me a bunch of sophisticated diagnoses and maybe write me a doctor's referral to the loony bin. A small apartment with no signs of repair or any semblance of order in it, and always the same view out the window on the grey megalopolis running somewhere day and night. Such are the conditions of my life. Well, of course, it didn't start like this. I was born, went to school, and finished it, liked all the others. I was accepted at the university, where I spent a year and a half trailing behind and struggling. I drifted through several jobs. Sometimes it was working out quite well, sometimes I was even getting a decent money for it. But it all felt like it was not mine, as if taken from another man's biography. I wasn't living life to its fullest. It was looping over and over in monotonous circles. Like in the movie Groundhog Day. It's just that I had no choice in how to spend my day, and every day repeated itself, the same vicious spiral. A spiral of emptiness, misery, and despair. For the last few years, I just sat in front of the screen all day. Sometimes there were menial jobs. Sometimes my parents helped me. All in all, I was able to provide for myself. No wonder really, since my needs are quite minor. I hardly ever leave my home, and my communication with other people almost exclusively consists of online correspondence with the anonymous, who have no real name, no gender, no age. So, in brief, a quite typical life of a quite typical antisocial person of his time. Kind of Donnie Darko on a minor scale, without doomsday related visions. Maybe some highly respected author will write a novel about me, and it will become a contemporary classic of modern literature. Or I will write one myself. However, what's the point of fooling myself? I tried many times, but couldn't even come up with a simple short story. I tried to learn many other things as well. Not gifted enough to draw. Programming got bored. Foreign languages takes too much time. The only thing I loved doing was reading, but still I never would have called myself a scholar. Perhaps I was an ace at watching anime and grandmaster of lame internet jokes. If I were to get paid for it, I would probably be a happier person, and a richer person too, but I doubt it would fill the hole inside me. Today was another typical day of a typical failure's typical life. And today is the day when I have to go to my university reunion. Frankly speaking, I really didn't want to. What is the point? The time I spent with them was so short. However, I was persuaded by a friend, my former university mate, and one of the few with whom I kept in touch other than through the internet. A frosty evening, bus stop, waiting. I never liked winter, though hot summer is not my season either. It's just that I see no reason to point out any particular time of the year. It doesn't matter much what the weather is outside when you stay at home 24/7. The bus today was running so late that I was about to curse it all and spend my last few hundred rubles for a taxi. The idea of just returning home didn't cross my mind for some reason. As usual, millions of thoughts flew through my mind, but there was not a single useful one to seize on. Such a thought that you could bring into existence, give a shape, turn into an idea, and put into practice. Maybe I could start my own business. But where would I get the money from? Or maybe I could go back to working in an office. No, no way. Maybe I should try freelancing. But what skills do I have? And who would want me after all? I suddenly remembered my childhood. Or rather, my teen years. The time when I was 15 or 17 years old. Why exactly those years? No idea. I guess it's because back then everything was much more simpler. It was easier to make decisions, so complicated now and so simple then. Waking up in the morning, I knew exactly how my day was going to pass, and I was eagerly looked forward to the weekend. Then I could get some rest and have time for things I liked: computer, football, going out with friends. And then, at the beginning of the next week, I'd take up my studies again. Back then, there were no such worrying questions like why, who needs it, what will change if I do it, or what will not change. A simple lifestyle so casual for any normal person and so odd to myself today. that careless childhood age. It was also then that I met my first love. Her appearance and personality have vanished from my memory. Only her name remains, like a brief line from a social network profile, along with the feelings which overwhelmed me when I was with her. Affection, tenderness, the desire to care for her and to protect her. Sadly, it didn't last long. Today, I can hardly imagine something like that happening. I would probably like to meet a girl, but I don't know how to start a conversation, what on earth to discuss, and how to attract her. Well, I haven't met any suitable girls for a long time. But where could I meet one anyway? The sound of an engine brought me back to reality. A bus pulled over. There was something abnormal about it, I thought. Then again, it doesn't matter. Only the 410 runs this route. Street lights pass me by. It's as if their cold light sparks inside of me, trying to ignite feelings long dead. Or maybe not ignite, just awaken them. Because those feelings, they have been living in me for a long time, slumbering and waking up again. The driver's radio was playing some very familiar tune, but I wasn't listening to it. I was watching the cars passing by through a fogged up window. Because people are always rushing somewhere, chasing something they need, stuck in their own little worlds, why would they care about mine? They probably have their own serious problems, or maybe they have much easier lives. You can't know for sure, since all people are different. Or are they? Sometimes someone's actions can easily be predicted, but if you try to look inside his soul, you will only see impenetrable darkness. The bus was approaching downtown, and my thoughts were interrupted by the bright city lights. Hundreds of billboards, thousands of cars, millions of people. I watched this slideshow and somehow I got terribly sleepy. My eyes closed just for a moment, and then day one. Bright daylight struck my eyes. At first, I didn't pay attention as I wasn't fully awake yet. On their own, my legs carried me towards the door. Damn, looks like I fell asleep and missed my stop. But there was no door. I looked around the bus and realized that it wasn't a good old worn-out Lias. Instead, the bus was an Icarus model, a new one. I froze in shock. How? What? Am I dead? Have I been kidnapped? No, I must be dead. I patted myself down feverishly, slapped myself painfully in the face a few times, banged my forehead on the back of one of the bus seats. It's clear. Either I'm still alive, or you can still feel pain when you are dead. But how could this happen? Maybe I slept for too long and ended up at the bus depot. And then what? Did they just put me onto another bus? I rushed out and took a look around. Greenery wherever I looked. Tall grass on the roadside, trees, flowers. Summer! But how? It was winter just a moment ago. My head was aching unbearably, as if it was going to explode. Slowly, I began to remember. A lone road running off into the distance. Forests, plains, fields, lakes, and forests again. I think I was sleeping, but then how can I remember all of it? And then, a gap. Some girl leaning over me. She softly whispered something into my ear. Then, a gap again. And then I woke up here. Who was that strange girl? Or was she just a dream? For some reason, thinking about her made me feel better and calmed me down a little. I felt warmth all over, coming from the inside. Could it be her who brought me here? Then I need to find her. And the best place to look for her is away from here. I rushed to the left, then to the right, then stopped, hesitating over where to go. Finally, I ran into the direction from which the bus had probably came. Physical exercise does refresh one's mind. Thoughts became clearer, and it gets a little easier to evaluate the surrounding reality. Not in my case, however. I was sitting on the roadside, wheezing and trying to ease my sore throat by gulping breaths of hot air. In any case, the run did its job. The fear withdrew for a while. Maybe I really am just dreaming. Though, recalling my self-harm on the bus, I immediately rejected the idea. I am neither dreaming nor dead. A narrow road ran through the field and far into the distance. That exact same road from my dream. I must be very far away from home. And it's not just that it was winter yesterday and it's summer now. It's a whole new environment. Of course, summer is usually like this, green and hot. But here, everything is not entirely lifelike. Everything looks like it was taken from the painting of a Russian landscape artist of the 19th century. The grass is just too lush. The bushes are not like what bushes should be. They are so thick that you can't see anything through them, like treetops, honestly. And the trees themselves. The forest was quite far away, but the trees looks like if they had closed their ranks and were now just waiting for the order to advance onto the fields and plains. I caught my breath and looked at the bus, which was now barely visible. That was a good run. Fear overtook me once again. Those power lines. There must be people here. But what does it mean? In fact, that means nothing at all. Couldn't they have power lines even in hell? Roasting sinners over hot coals? That's so last century. I must have reached the point of no return, after which you should either lose your mind completely or finally try to understand what is going on. And while I still have a choice, I should pick the second option. I slowly headed back to the bus. Of course it was scary. But I am not likely to find an answer in the fields or the woods, and this wretched bucket of bolts is the only kind of link that I have with the real world. I should carefully scout the area. A brick wall and its gates crowned with a Soyonok sign, statues of pioneers standing on either side, and a road sign nearby showing the bus route number. 410. The trip's taken a bit too long today. I smirked. A person may start acting inappropriately in extreme situations. Something like that is probably happening to me now. This place didn't look abandoned at all. No rust on the gates, no damage to the walls. Sovionok. What could have a name like that? Judging by the pioneer statues, it could be a kid summer camp. Moreover, it appears to be open. Of course, the simplest explanation, logically speaking, explains nothing at all. The strange girl, the altered bus, summer, the pioneer camp. Thousands of theories went through my mind instantly, from alien abduction to lethargic sleep, from a hallucination to a time and space shift. None was worse than the other, but there was really no way to pick a single one. Then it occurred to me, I can try to make a phone call. I took out my cell phone and dialed the first number on my contact list. But instead of signal strength bar, the screen was showing a thick cross. All right, there may be no signal in such a remote place. Though I cannot be the only one who came here. Buses don't drive themselves. I examined the bus from all sides to make sure that it wasn't a hallucination. Beads of dirt on the bottom, some rusts here and there, faded paint and worn-out tires. No, this is definitely a very ordinary Icarus. Yeah, exactly the kind of bus which takes you to place beyond your understanding if you carelessly fall asleep. I gave a nervous chuckle. It came out by itself, sporadically, because this wasn't the right place or right time to laugh. But where on earth is the driver? I cautiously sat down on the curb beside the bus and started to wait. My patience didn't last long. My anxiety seems to have reached its peak, and I started to go slightly mad. In such a situation, anyone would have probably felt something similar. Aliens and parallel universes were gone from my imagination, leaving only void and darkness. Is this how everything will end? How my life will end? But I wanted to do so much. There were so many things that I have no time for yet. I was overwhelmed by the idea this was definitely the end. But why? It's not fair. Surely I'm no worse than anyone else. God, why? Tears were burning my eyes unbearably. I curled up and started rolling in the grass. Why? What did I do? Why me? But my cries were only heard by the speechless statues of the pioneers and a bird on a tree which immediately flapped its wings and took off, crying out something in its own bird language, as if laughing at the idiot who dared to interrupt its after-dinner nap. I was left breathless from weeping and just lay quietly, sobbing occasionally. After a while, I managed to pull myself together. My mind cleared up a bit, as if terror and the fear of death gave me a little break. All in all, if someone wanted to kill me, what is all this for? It doesn't look like an experiment either. If this is just some crazy coincidence, then there's probably no threat. Anyway, for now it seems there's no danger. The panic was soon gone. Of course, the blood was still pounding in my temples, and my hands were still shaking, but at least I could think clearly now. Right now, there is nothing I can really change anyway. So, no matter how much I think or how mad I get, it would only make things worse. Until some actual facts appear, there is really no point in making guesses. In any case, I won't learn anything by lounging about here. This camp, if of course it's really a camp, looked like the only place where people could be, so I decided to go there, and hardly had I reached the gates when a girl came out from behind them, wearing a pioneer uniform. My logic didn't let me down this time. Then again, a pioneer uniform in the 21st century. And then again, a girl, here. I froze, unable to take a step. I felt very much like running away. Running as far away as I could from this place, far from this bus, gates, statues, and far from these bloody birds with its siesta. Just running, free like the wind, faster and faster, waving to the planets passing by, winking at the galaxies. Running, becoming a pulsar ray, and turning into vestigial radiation, running to face the unknown. Run, no matter where, as long as it's far away from this place. Meanwhile, the girl came closer and smiled. I could not help but notice her beauty, even though I was trembling with fear. Human instincts work independent of consciousness, and while only 5% of the brain is responsible for cognitive processes, the remaining 95% are always busy sustaining life, and in particular, ensuring stable functioning of the hormonal system. I desperately wanted to get less complicated and stop thinking in formal quotes from an encyclopedia, though my thoughts appear one by one, being stupid, out of place, as if taken from an internal monologue of the hero of some junky softcover crime fiction book. A pretty Slavic face, long braids that looked like 2 armfuls of fresh hay, and blue eyes you could drown in. "Hi, you must have just arrived." I was frozen in astonishment. The girl looked perfectly normal, just like an ordinary human, but I still could not utter a single word. It's too late to run. "Did I say something wrong?" It took a monumental effort to answer. Yeah." "What?" "Oh, nothing. I mean, I've just arrived." I replied quickly, beginning to worry that I might have blurted out something wrong. "All right then, welcome." She smiled broadly. Strange, it looked as if I had just a normal girl in front of me. Bah, I shouldn't have returned here. The woods and fields seemed better. But what shall I do next? Try to speak with her as if she was a human, or run away? Or what? The blood was pumping unbearably in my head, tearing it apart from the inside. A little bit more, and the poor pioneer girl would be splattered with the gruesome contents of my skull. "What's so funny about that?" The girl looked me over. It sent shivers down my spine, and my knees started to tremble. Nothing." "Great then." "Great? What's so great about that?" Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. To hell with all! Forget about the bus behind me, the fact that it was winter yesterday and summer today. I wanted to rip off my itchy sweater and just accept that all this is actually happening. Everything is as it should be, and this is for the best. "Would you happen to know?" "You should go to our camp leader. She'll tell you everything." "Look, you go straight ahead to the square, then turn left. You'll see several small cabins." She pointed at the gates as if I knew what was behind them. "Well, you can ask someone where Olga Dmitrievna's cabin is." Got it?" Of course I didn't. "Well, I've got to go now." The girl waved her hand at me and disappeared through the gates. It seems as if to her I was something ordinary. And all this show with the bus and the travels while awake or asleep were troubling only to me, while everything here is just the way it's supposed to be. Camp leader, pioneer uniforms. What are they doing? Historical reenactment here? I hope I won't find Lenin standing atop an armored car in this square. But even that would not surprise me right now. After standing alone for a while, I headed into the camp. A mere 50 meters ahead, a small one-story house popped up on the left side. The sign near the door said "Clubs." I was about to come closer when the door suddenly opened and a short girl wearing a pioneer uniform came out. Her pretty face gave me the impression of one suffering for the fate of the whole of mankind with a truly universal sorrow. As soon as she saw me, the girl froze, as if frightened. I froze too, considering what was the best to do, to approach first, or wait until she showed some initiative. Or maybe run away after all. Although this last option was constantly being suggested only by my self-preservation instinct. At least that's what I'd like to believe. Not the worst human instinct, but far from the most logical. If this instinct played poker against deductive abilities, the outcome would be predetermined. And those deductive abilities, or at least their semblance, were hinting to me that there was no need to be afraid of this girl. Suddenly somebody jumped out of nearby bushes. A girl wearing a bright red t-shirt with USSR written on it. Such a perfect reproduction of the age. She looked quite short from the distance and was probably younger than both pioneer girls, the one at the gates and this girl at the door of the clubs. At last I decided to come closer, but the USSR, as I called her in my mind, jumped towards the first girl and started telling her something while wildly waving her arms. The other girl in turn seemed confused and lowered her gaze, remaining silent. I would have probably continued to observe their amusing dialogue, but the USSR suddenly pulled something out of her pocket and started waving it in front of the first girl's face. This something turned out to be a grasshopper. Eee! The first girl squealed. She must not be too keen on insects, as she instantly rushed off towards the place where Lenin presumably made his speech about the workers' and peasants' revolution. That is to say, towards the square. The USSR glanced at me, grinned playfully, and dashed after her. Not a bad start to the day. I have absolutely no clue where I am, besides that There are some kids here role-playing as pioneers. And, as far as I can tell, this place is located thousands of kilometers away from my home. It might even be a different reality. And this was indeed a reality. I mean, everything around me seemed so real, if a little embellished, that I was starting to think that in fact my previous life could have been just a dream. And what am I supposed to do now? I was picking at the cracked paving stones with my shoe and staring aimlessly at the club's building. Just few more seconds before I have to come up with some decision. That's when I recall myself rolling on the grass, weeping. I cringed in disgust. Perhaps it's another instinct. When all energy for whimpering and self-pitying is used up, the body either goes into hibernation or mobilizes its reserves. Mine seemed to have chosen the second option, because out of the blue, I found the determination to figure out what was going on. And in order to do that, I had to act like a man, like a human, to maintain the dignity of representative of my own world. I followed the path to the left, on the right side of which stood small cabins, apparently the homes of the local pioneers. Actually, they looked quite cozy from the outside. Even though I was born in the Soviet Union, I had never been part of its children organization, neither the pioneers, not even the younger October children. I imagine the daily life of a typical pioneer camp a bit differently. A huge barracks with long rows of metal bunks, wake-up call at 6 o'clock played by a siren, 1 minute to make your bed, then joining the formation at the drill square. Or wait, could I be confusing it with something else? Suddenly something struck me on the back. I staggered but remained on my feet, turned around and prepared to fight heroically for my life. But all I found was another girl standing before me. My mouth hung open in surprise. "Pick your jaw off the ground." I closed my mouth. The same pioneer uniform, but the way she was wearing it looked, let's say, provocative. Like all the girls I had met here before, this one was rather cute, but her overly arrogant expression killed any desire to get to know her better. "New here, are you?" "Fine. See ya." She threw a threatening glance at me and walked past. I waited for the pioneer girl to turn at the corner. Who knows what else she might have been up to? The most interesting thing was that even this hostile girl seemed completely normal to me. She did not give off the feeling of some deadly danger. Except maybe the danger of getting punched in the nose. At last, I managed to make it to the square. There was no Lenin on an armored car, although one could easily expect something like that after all this had happened. Instead, however, a monument to a certain comrade towered in the middle of the square. The letters on the pedestal read Genda. Must be some big figure in the party. There were some small benches at the sides. It's quite pleasant here. Where did the girl tell me to go? To the left or to the right? To the left, to the right, to the left, to the right. And why am I going there anyway? All right, I've decided to pretend to be normal. So, to the right. Through a small grove, I came out at the pier. I must have taken a wrong turn. Hey, wrong way! I turned towards the voice. That first girl stood before me. Now, what did I tell you? Take a left at the square, wasn't it? She had changed from her pioneer uniform into a bikini. Oh, I still haven't introduced myself. My name is Slavia. Actually, my full name is Slaviana, but everyone calls me Slavia, so you can too. Yeah. I still felt a bit confused, so I could not come up with more meaningful answers. And what's your name? It felt like she could see right through me. Semyon. Nice to meet you, Semyon. Alright, I'm almost done here. Could you wait here for a minute? I'm going to change and we'll go to Olga Dmitrievna together. Agreed? Agreed. After this exchange, she ran off. I sat on the pier and let my feet hang into the water. I was wearing heavy winter boots, but in such a weather there was nothing wrong in getting my feet wet. Furthermore, it let me cool myself a little. Looking at the river, I was brainstorming and processing everything that has happened. If this is some kind of conspiracy, it's a weird one, even too friendly at times. No, it really looks more like a random event. Some entirely incomprehensible random event. Shall we go? Slavia was standing beside me, dressed in the pioneer uniform again. Let's go. I've been here for a very short time, but all the people I've met, she looked the least suspicious. However, this fact is already suspicious itself. We walk to the square. The USSR girl and the girl who hit me on the back were there chasing each other. Is that some kind of game they are playing? Uliana, enough running! I'll tell everything to Olga Dmitrievna. Aye, aye, Captain! I decided not to question Slavia for a while about what was going on or the local residents. Better meet with this mysterious Olga Dmitrievna first. Sounds like she's the boss here. We walked past the rows of almost identical cabins, some of which looked like fat beer barrels, while others looked more like household sheds. Finally, Slavia stopped in front of a smallish one-story cabin. It looked like an artist painting. The faded paint, chipping here and there with age, was sparkling in the sun. The window's shutters, slightly ajar, were swaying almost unnoticeably in the wind, and huge lilac bushes were growing at the sides. It seemed as if this ramshackle hut was drowning in a storm of purple silk, and the lilacs, like some elemental force, were inexorably destroying the troop leader's house. What are you standing around for? Let's go! Slavia snapped me out of my daydreaming. And stop teasing Lena already! Rena? Sounds like there's someone inside. Indeed, a moment later the door swung open and Uliana ran out and dashed past with the same mischievous grin. The pigtailed girl came out next. Don't let it bother you, Lena. So her name is Lena. Gotta be thankful it's not Rena, at least. But I don't... Instead of finishing her sentence, she blushed and quickly headed towards the square. For some reason, I felt like turning and following her with my eyes, but Slavia said, Come! We entered the cabin. Inside, it looked something similar to what I'd imagined. 2 beds, a table, a couple of chairs, a simple carpet on the floor, a wardrobe. Nothing special, but at the same time it felt homelike and cozy, although this room was almost in the same state of disorder as my own flat. The girl standing near the window appeared to be about 25 years old. Nature had obviously gifted her with a pretty face and a good body. At least one thing can keep you happy in this pandemonium: the locals are beautiful. You're finally here! Excellent! My name is Olga Dmitrievna. I'm the camp leader. Nice to meet you. I'm Semyon. I decided to talk as if I wasn't surprised by anything that was going on. She came closer. We've been expecting you since early morning. You've been expecting me? Yes, of course. And when does the next bus come? 'Cause And why do you need it? Yeah, right. Why do I need it? Guess I shouldn't ask direct questions. The people here might react to them quite unlike how I prefer. And I doubt I get any answers. No reason, just curious. By the way, where are we exactly? Our mailing address, I mean. I wanted to send a letter to my parents to tell them I got here fine. For some reason, I had the desperate idea that if I played along, I would find something out. Oh, but your parents called just half an hour ago. Send their regards to you. Now, that's a surprise. So, can I call them? 'Cause I forgot to tell them something before I left. No. She gave me a sweet, spontaneous smile. Why not? We don't have a phone here. Then how could my parents make a call to here? I've just come back from the district's central town. I talked with them there. Ah, so that's how it is. And can I somehow get to the town? No. She kept the same smile. Why not? Because the next bus only comes in a week. I decided not to inquire how the troop leader managed to get here and back. I would get no answers anyway. All this time, Slavia was standing next to me and seems to find nothing odd in our conversation. Oh, we need to find a uniform for you. I've got absolutely no desire to put on pioneer shorts or to wear the ridiculous red neckerchief. However, wearing winter clothes in summer isn't a great idea either. Right, thank you. I wonder if I'm the only one here who finds it strange that someone's wearing a coat and winter boots in such heat. Rightio, I'll be off then, and you can get yourself acquainted with the camp. Don't forget to come to dinner in the evening. Having said that, she walked out of the cabin. No, walked is not the right word. She rushed out. I ended up alone with Slavia. I must go too. Got things to do. Take a walk, look around the camp a bit. See you in the evening. If there is no threat or catch to this, then this reality, as embodied by Slavia, becomes more and more appealing. For the first time today, I realized that it was awfully hot here. Although, obviously my winter clothes were to blame for that. I took off my coat and dropped it onto the bed. My pullover followed it. I was now wearing only the shirt. That's much better. All I could do now was follow their advice and go look around the camp. I'll try to find something out in the meantime. Passing the local residential district, I saw a pioneer guy coming my way. And it was really a pioneer guy, not a pioneer girl. Apparently, there were men even in this kingdom of Amazons. Hello! You're new here. You must be Semyon, right? And how do you... Everyone knows already. I'm electronic, by the way. The real one. You can call me that. Electronic. The real one. Things were going from crazy to completely insane. All right. Uliana also calls me Cheesy. Cheesy? On toast with mushrooms? Because my last name is Chizikov. I see. Let me show you around. I accepted his offer, as it would have taken much longer to get to know this place alone. Fine, let's go. We ended up at the square again. As if this place was all there is to Discan. Lena was sitting on one of the benches, reading some book. Electronic confidently approached her. Hello, Lena. Meet the new guy, Semyon. He started briskly. Hello. Well, you could say we've already met, in a way. Yes. She looked away from the book for a moment, glanced at me, blushed, and went back to reading, as if not noticing that we were still here. All right, let's go on. I was at first surprised that meeting this girl was reduced to a couple of words, but then I thought that it was better this way. Electronic's vigorous activity did not fit well with Lena's shyness. Let's go. Next, we came to a building which I instantly identified as a canteen. And this here, I know, this is where you consume organic food. Yeah, something like that. On the canteen's porch stood the unfriendly girl who hit me on the back earlier. At the sight of her, my joking mood vanished in a blink of an eye. Really, now is not the best time to be pulling this guy's leg, even though he's quite hilarious. First I need to figure out what's what here, or at least where I am. Her, over there, that's Alisa Dvachevskaya. Be careful around her. He spoke in a whisper. Don't ever risk calling her Dvache. She doesn't like that. What did you say? What did you call me? She must have heard him. In the blink of an eye, Alisa jumped down from the porch and dashed towards us. All right, you'll manage from here onwards. Electronic took to his heels. I decided that I had no wish to come across this aggressive Alisa girl again and darted after Electronic. Running to the square, I lost sight of him. But Dvachevskaya wasn't chasing me either. However, I really should not risk calling her that, even in my mind. After catching my breath, I wondered why I had reacted like that. All right, she's a girl, an aggressive one, but why run away? Failing to find a good answer, I sat down on a bench and stared at the monument to Genda. Looks like I'll have to kill some time alone, waiting for dinner. I decided to go east. At least in the direction where east would be in my world. Soon after, I found myself near a football pitch. A game was in full swing there. I guess watching it for a bit wouldn't do any harm. In my childhood and teen years I was not a bad player myself and even thought of going professional, but a few injuries in a row killed my desire to risk my health for the sake of uncertain chance in the game. Kids of different ages were running around the pitch. I could see a boy of about 10 and a girl of about 14 years old. A girl. Hey, that's Juliana. Alright, so she plays football. What's so surprising? She seems a restless one, after all. I was standing quite far from the pitch, but she still noticed me. Hey, you! Uliana shouted. Wanna play? I didn't know how to answer. On the one hand, running around for 10 minutes is no big deal. On the other hand, Any wrong move in my situation would be my final one. But in any case, my attire wasn't suitable for this weather. If I played in winter boots and warm jeans, I would sweat like a pig. And playing barefoot and without jeans would be simply unethical. Maybe another time, alright? I shouted in response, turned around and walked back. I was followed by Uliana's screams about my pants or about me being pansy or something like that. Evening was falling, making me feel tired and empty after a day wasted with no real purpose. I came back to the square, sat down on a bench and gave an exhausted sigh. I better sit here and wait for dinner. After all, it's easier to search for answers when you are not hungry. They do give food to people here, right? You know, it's curious how the simplest human needs can break the will to ponder on things, to strive for something. For example, I feel hungry now, so I care much less about where am I or what is happening to me. Could great people also be affected by this? And in that case, how did Spartacus start the slave uprising in ancient times? I can only conclude that I am not a great person, and it does not really matter which mechanism I serve as a gear in society, matrix, or a weird pioneer camp. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of bell chiming from the loudspeaker on a light pole. It must be the dinner call. I headed towards the canteen. It was a good thing that now I knew where it was. Olga Dmitrievna was there, standing on the porch. I stopped and looked closely at her, as if I were expecting something. She looked back at me for a while, but at last came closer. "Semyon, what are you waiting for? Come in already." Guess nothing bad can happen if I go with her. My stomach backed me up here. The two of us went inside. The canteen looked like a canteen. I had a chance to visit a factory canteen at some point of my life. This one was exactly the same, just maybe a bit cleaner and more modern. Metal chairs and tables, glazed tiles on the walls and on the floor, unsophisticated tableware with the occasional crack. Guess that's what a canteen in a pioneer camp's supposed to look like. "Semyon, wait a moment. We'll find you a place to sit." She looked around the place. "Dvachevskaya, hold it right there!" Olga Dmitrievna shouted at Alisa, who was passing by. "What? What's up with your clothes? Anything wrong with them?" Indeed, her attire looked somewhat provocative. "Get your uniform nice and neat right now." All right. Alisa got her shirt right and walked past, shooting an unpleasant glare at me. "So, where can we find you a place to sit?" There weren't a lot of free seats. "Go over there, next to Uliana." Maybe Yeah, it's fine. The food's already on the table, too." I had no other choice but to accept. Of course, there was the probability that the cutlets were poisoned with curare, the mashed potatoes generously seasoned with arsenic, and the glass filled with excellent antifreeze instead of compote. But it all looked so tasty that I had no chance to resist. "Hey! What do you want?" I replied rather rudely to Uliana, who was sitting next to me. "Why didn't you play football with us?" "Because of my clothes," said I, pointed at the source of the problem. "Oh, all right then, eat." However, there wasn't much left to eat. My cutlet was missing from the plate. Only she could have done it. No, more precisely, none but Uliana could have done it. Give me back my cutlet. In a big family, you snooze, you lose. It can cost you a cutlet if you are careless. Give it back, I'm telling you. See, I don't have it. And indeed, Uliana's plate was empty. It seemed that this little girl eats as fast as she steals someone's cutlets. Take it easy. We'll work something out now. She grabbed my plate and ran off. There was no point in following her. If they wanted to poison me here, they could have done it in much easier way. About a minute later, Uliana returned and handed me the plate with a steaming hot cutlet on it. Here's one for the starving. Thanks. It was all I could say. I was so hungry that my suspicions were gone in a flash. I picked up the cutlet with my fork and... What a... Some bug! No, not a bug! An insect! It got legs and it's wiggling! The plate fell to the floor and broke into pieces. The chair hit me hard on my leg while falling. I've disliked insects since I was a child, but when these creepy crawlies appear in my plate, that's just way too much. You little... Uliana seemed ready for such a twist and was already at the door, laughing as if she just heard a fresh stand-up comedy joke. I dashed after her. We ran out of the canteen. We were just a few dozen meters apart, and I felt I would catch this little girl easily. We ran through the square, past the club's house, and ran onto the forest path. I started to gasp for breath. I should have quit smoking, I guess. Uliana passed out of sight on the next turn. It can't be true that she managed to get away from me. It simply can't. I stopped and tried to catch my breath again. Night was falling. Looks like I'm lost. It's a bad idea to stay in the woods at night. Better get back to the camp. However, I had absolutely no clue which way to go. Well, gotta choose at random. I wandered for quite some time in the forest and even thought of crying for help, but finally I saw the camp's fence beyond the trees. Everything fell back into place. The bus is gone, I mumbled quietly. On the one hand, there was nothing strange about that. The bus couldn't just stay there forever. On the other hand, it meant there was someone driving, because buses do not drive themselves. Or do they? This world seemed too normal, but every event here had at least two explanations for it. An ordinary, real, everyday explanation, and a surreal one. Certainly, the driver could have just been off for a snack, and I left too soon, and that's why. In any case, this is not the place for me. Whether that bus drives itself or not was probably an important question, but it was much more important to know how I had got here at all. And where this here was. The fields and the woods stretching towards the horizon had no answers. There was nothing familiar about them. A strange, odd, and alien world. However, at the same time, it was absolutely not frightening. Either my self-preservation instinct decided to resign from its job, or all this running around the camp and the local pioneers had lulled me so much with their carefree normality that I was simply forgetting what had happened to me just a couple of hours ago. Although I probably just had no strength left to worry. All I wanted was some peace, calmness. I wanted to just have a break from it all, and only after that would I continue looking for answers, ready and reloaded. However, that would be some time later. And what about now? Can I allow myself to relax? It got completely dark, and in any case, it was better to spend the night in the camp. I was about to head back when someone came up silently from behind. "Hello! What are you doing here so late?" It was Slavia standing before me. I was so surprised that I jumped. "So you didn't catch Juliana, did you?" She smiled. I nodded disappointedly and sighed. "No wonder. No one ever has." Yeah, she's a real rocket girl. She could have found a better use for her energy than looking for adventures. "You must be hungry. You didn't manage to have dinner after all." Indeed, I had completely forgot about my hunger, but after these words of hers, my stomach drew attention to itself by giving a traitorous rumble. Slavia smiled. "Let's go then." "What, is the canteen still open?" "It's all right. I have the keys." "The keys?" "Yes, I have keys to all the facilities in this camp." "How come?" "Well, I'm something like the camp leader's aide here." "I see. Well, let's go." It was an offer you can't refuse. When we reached the square, Slavia stopped in her tracks. "Excuse me, I should warn my roommate that I'll be late. She's so punctual herself that she'll be worried otherwise. You go on to the canteen, and I'll come in a minute, all right?" "All right." I really did not expect to find somebody aside from myself here at such a late hour, and that somebody was apparently trying hopelessly to open the door. Without any secret thoughts, I walked up onto the porch. The lockpicker turned out to be Alisa. I should have probably kept off and waited. She looked at me intently for a while, then said, "Don't just stand there. Give me a hand or something." "Meaning?" "Help me open the door." "Why?" "'Cause I want some buns and kefir. Dinner wasn't big enough." Is that really a good idea?" "Aren't you hungry yourself, huh? Uliana didn't let you have a normal dinner, did she?" She smiled sarcastically. "It's true, she didn't." It's fine. Slavia will come now and..." "What?" Guess I shouldn't have said that. "I'm off then, and you'll pay for this. You owe me 2 already." Having said that, Alisa disappeared into the night. And what was the first one? Slavia didn't keep me waiting for too long. "Is everything all right?" "Yeah, why are you asking?" "No reason. It's nothing." It would be better if I didn't tell her about Alisa. "Everything's fine." I said that and immediately heard a note of dishonesty in my voice. "Well, shall we go?" As for Slavia, she seemed not to have noticed anything. Or at least she was pretending she hadn't. We entered the canteen. "Wait a bit, I'll go get something." I sat down on the chair and obediently waited for my savior. My dinner was simple, a few buns and a glass of kefir. No wonder, I bet hungry pioneers finish everything off. However, even that was far better than most of my usual diet. Slavia sat across the table and looked at me while I was eating. "Is there something on my face?" "No, just..." She smiled. "So, how did you like your first day in the camp?" Well, I don't really know. It's silly to ask someone who suddenly found himself in a different reality whether he liked the food in the canteen, the camp leader, or his assigned hut. It's alright, you'll soon get used to it. Slavia stared out the window dreamily. Frankly speaking, I have no desire to get used to such things. But as for her, she doesn't know. Or at least, she wants me to think that she doesn't. Well, all in all, it's nice here. I had to somehow break the awkward silence. Do you think so? She asked without any interest. Yeah, this place is so... I wanted to say retro, but I managed to hold that back. After all, it was retro for me, but what about them? It might be the only kind of life they knew. If the term life was applicable here at all. So how? She watched me closely, as if something important depended on my answer. Well, I don't know. Lovely. Yeah, it's lovely here. I guess you're right. She smiled again. It's very good that you think so. Why? Well, not everybody likes it here. And what about you? Me? Yes. I love it here. It's great. Then you don't need to worry about what other people think. Well, I don't really worry. Slavia laughed. This conversation seemed to be leading me as far astray from where I wanted to get to. And you're worried yourself. Really? Why do you say so? Well, when someone is chewing so intensely... I'm sorry. It's okay. I couldn't bring myself to be more cautious around this girl. But why her in particular? Why not any other local inhabitant? Every one of them looked completely normal to me. Precisely normal. So normal it sends chills down my spine and into my marrow. Normal, not like a neighbor with a power drill in one hand and a subwoofer in the other. Not like a passenger you can often meet in a subway or public transport. Not like a coworker at the next table in an open plan office. And not even like a friend who only differs from other humans in his constant insistence. All of them looked normal, as I would expect them to be, with their own downsides but without any superpowers. And Slavia was also cute? I glanced at her stealthily, not knowing what to say. I'm sorry, I wanted to show you the camp, but I was ran off my feet. I didn't miss anything while on my own, I guess. Are you sure you haven't missed anything at all? She smiled so brightly that I had to drop my eyes in confusion. Well, how would I know? It's my first day here. Okay, and what have you seen so far? I've seen the square, this canteen, the football field. And what about the beach? Just from afar. You really should go there, or let's do it together. Yeah, okay, we will. Her naturalness started to scare me, but then I thought, what if everything that happens here is how it's supposed to be, and this world looks strange only to me, while for them it is normal? Maybe I was thrown into the past. Yes, that would explain a lot. Can I ask a stupid question? No. Slavia smiled and stood up from the table. It's late. Can you find the way to Olga Dmitrievna's by yourself? Of course I can, but why should I go there? She'll settle you with someone. What for? Probably this question seemed stupid, because Slavia burst into good-natured laughter. You need to sleep somewhere, right? That makes sense. Fine, I'll be off then. Good night. Night. It's strange that she left in such a hurry. A bundle of keys left in the door lock caught my attention. I was going to catch up to Slavia, but where does she live? And knocking on every door during the middle of the night didn't sound like a bright idea. I'd better take them. I'll give them back tomorrow because who knows what happens here at night. Such thoughts gave me chills. It's me who needs to be careful here in the first place. The night, though dark, wasn't silent at all. One could hear chirping crickets, the songs of the night birds, and rustling trees from everywhere. A sudden desire to follow Slavia's advice and go to camp leader's cabin appeared. I don't know why, but the sight of the unknown bronze builder of communism put me in a constructive mood. I sat on the bench and started to recall everything that happened today. That was all my constructive mood could offer. Here was much brighter than near the canteen, and tardy pioneers were running by, so this place didn't seem scary at all. Bus, summer camp, girls. I was so tired from everything new and strange that I could not come up with a single explanation for what was going on. I heard a barely noticeable rustle nearby. I shivered and looked in that direction. A girl, reading a book. Lena. I decided to move closer and talk. She was the only new person I had met here without exchanging even a few words. Hi, what are you reading? Lena was so surprised that she even jumped. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. Never mind. She blushed and stared at the book again. So, what are you reading? On the cover was written, Gone with the Wind. Honestly speaking, I haven't read it, but I think that such literature suits her very well. Lena didn't seem to be interested in continuing the conversation. Well, if I'm bothering you... No, she answered while still looking at the book. Can I sit beside you for a while? Why? And really, why? Maybe just because I was very tired and having company is better than being alone. And maybe I wanted to try to find something out from her. I carefully examined Lena. But no, I doubt that. Well, I don't know. I'm not allowed to? Feel free. But if I'm bothering you... No, you're not. I can leave. Just say. Everything's alright. Okay then. I sat on the end of the bench carefully. After such an intense talk, staying here was the last thing I wanted, but it wouldn't be nice to just stand up and leave. That didn't really go well, huh? Lena hasn't answered anything. It seemed I made a fool of myself. I bet if Uliana was here, she'd be having a good laugh at me. Do you enjoy being here? I recalled the Slavia's question and thought it would be a good start for a conversation. Yes. She smiled slightly. I guess I like it too. Lena definitely isn't very sociable and probably can't carry on a meaningless conversation as easily as Slavia. But there was something about her that attracted attention. Like a momentary glimpse of reflection in the glass on a rainy autumn evening, which makes you turn around and stare into darkness, searching for something that you saw out of the corner of your eye. Of course, you weren't able to distinguish or understand what it was, but it still felt so tempting. Lena was still reading the book without paying any attention to my presence, and I had no intention of asking her anything about this camp or this world in general. Beautiful night. Yes. How in the world would you start a conversation with her? It's late. I have to go. Yes, it's quite late. Good night. Night. There was something strange about this girl. At first glance, she's a typically shy and modest pioneer girl, but the mystery of Lena took its own place in the massive list of mysteries about this camp which I had started to put together in my head. A lazy evening. There's nothing like a good time with nothing to do. I headed towards Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. The light in the house was on. Hello, Semyon. You're quite late. Yeah. I went for a walk to look around the camp. All right. You will be sleeping here. She pointed her finger at one of the beds. Right here? I was a bit surprised. Yeah, it's something wrong? We are out of free cabins anyway. The camp leader smiled, but I rather think it was just out of politeness. Do you want to be a decent pioneer, don't you? There was a clear emphasis on the word decent. Yep, sure. I was lost in thoughts for a moment. Don't you mind it, mademoiselle? She looked at me oddly, with surprise and some offense in her eyes. A pioneer should respect their elders, Olga Dmitrievna said strictly. Of course he should, no one argues with that, I blurted, now realizing what was wrong. Shouldn't you also? She stared at me. Under such a gaze, even mithril forged by the best dwarf masters from the deepest dungeons would melt. Should I what? What's up, Toots? Annoyance and lack of understanding made me raise my voice. You must address adults appropriately. Yes, of course, there are a lot of strange things here, but this girl is just a couple years older than me, or maybe even younger. But I decided not to argue. While just a few minutes ago I would never have called her an adult, I have to admit that she was also given a strong character. And in any case, I wasn't in position to argue. As you say, ma'am, I mumbled. That's much better. That is how a decent pioneer should conduct himself. And now it's time to sleep. Honestly speaking, I was going to become neither a decent nor an indecent pioneer. Just yesterday, I wasn't going to become a pioneer at all. But do I have choice now? If you don't want to, we'll have to make you. This is the motto Olga Dmitrievna was probably going to use. I climbed onto the bed and closed my eyes only to realize how tired I was after today. Something hammered in my head awfully, as if my brains had started a night shift. And they seemed to be aimed more at rolling steel than working on something more sensitive. The bus flew through my mind. And the square with the monument. The canteen full of pioneers. And the malicious face of Uliana. Slavia. Lena. And even recalling Alisa didn't give me too much of a negative feeling. What if I'm here for good? Day 2. I was having a dream. It seemed like I was in some kind of vacuum with nothing but nothing around me. But not only around, I was the only creature in the universe. As if the universe had returned to a state of singularity right before the Big Bang. And something was just about to happen. Suddenly, I heard a voice. I could not make out the words, but it sounded familiar. The voice was whispering something gently, as if soothing me. And then I realized it was the voice of that strange girl from the bus. The girl from the dream. But what is she trying to tell me? Who is she? I woke up. Bright sunlight struck my eyes. It was almost noon. After stretching lazily on the bed and yawning, I started to recall the previous day. In few seconds, all its events passed before my eyes. The bus, the camp, the local inhabitants. No, that's just wrong. Not this whole situation, not me being here. It was wrong by default. My attitude towards what was happening was wrong. Because yesterday I fell asleep here just like that, and before that I chatted nicely with the local pioneers, even managed to crack a few jokes. How could I act like that in such a situation? I should be frightened, startled by every little rustling, should avoid all contact with the potentially hostile creatures. The last day's events were getting hazy, like I had a hangover. This really feels like the morning after a heavy drinking party. Yesterday's natural, flawless, absolutely normal conduct becomes a nightmare in the morning, a grotesque illustration from the Divine Comedy. Yes, it's just like that, and I can't change the past now. Then again, I had probably assessed the situation and was acting accordingly. I glanced around, trying to figure out whether I had been thrown somewhere else, but Olga Dmitrievna's cabin looked the same as yesterday. Everything seemed to be in its place, except for a pioneer uniform which was hanging from the bedhead. I fumbled with it in distrust and tried on. At least this is better than walking around in winter clothes. Wish I could see myself. Bet I look like a clown. And for that, I needed a mirror. At least the tiny one. I finally found one on the wardrobe door. Holy! I looked at the newfound pioneer and jumped away in surprise. There was some teenager on the other side of the mirror. He resembled me, but he wasn't me. Where did the weak stubble go? Where were the bags under my eyes? The slouch, that deadly fatigue on my face. It seemed that I had not been thrown back in time or into a parallel reality, but instead had simply changed bodies with someone else. Right, that's real simple. Such things happen every day. I took a closer look at this stranger, and only then I realized that it actually was me. It just wasn't today's me. Maybe the one from between my school and university years. Well, at least that's something. There you go. The person in an extreme situation did fail to notice the elephant in the room after all. But the camp leader noticed it, and last night she told me off for addressing her without proper respect. Ah, screw that. I doubt my appearance affects anything else. If the clock was not lying, breakfast was long over. Oh well, I'll try to find something in the canteen. It worked out well yesterday with Slavia, didn't it? Those memories made me smile involuntarily. The sun was shining brightly outside. A light breeze was blowing. A beautiful summer day. I had not felt so good in the morning for several years. All problems were gone, vanished into clouds that were white as snow. Olga Dmitrievna came out of nowhere. Good morning, Semyon! Morning. I smiled, doing my best to show that, no matter what, my morning was indeed good. You only arrived yesterday, so I decided not to wake you up. But breakfast... Never mind. Here, take this. She handed me something wrapped in paper. Judging by the oily stains, there had to be sandwiches inside. Oh, thank you. Now, go wash yourself. I was about to leave. Wait a second. Olga Dmitrievna quickly ran into the house and came out to shove a small bag into my hands. Inside it I found a toothbrush, soap, a small towel, and something else. I did not look too closely. A pioneer should always be clean and tidy. Let me do your neckerchief properly this first time. Yours is askew. You should do it yourself once you learn how to. Do we have to? I'm going to wash myself now. Yeah, right. It could get hooked on the tap and strangle me. Fine, later then. And don't forget about the lineup. Pencils, paper, drawing lines. You don't forget such things. What lineup? What do you mean, what lineup? She frowned. It's Monday today. Weird. By my approximation, it should have been Sunday. Then again, a shift in the day of the week is hardly the worst thing. Usually we have lineups early in the morning before breakfast, but it's Monday today, so we are having it at 12 o'clock. Don't be late. All right, but where? At the square. Where else? There was no reason to argue. I headed to the bathing place. I knew I could forget about separate showers and toilet, but at the sight of this malfunctioning symptom of decaying socialism, a funny turtle within a tin shell, paw taps and ceramic belly, I felt sick. I was not a squeamish person, but nevertheless, standing here I realized that there was still some minimal level of habitual comfort which I found it troublesome to do without. It's often like that. When you lose things that you thought were ordinary and common, you suddenly understand just how essential they were. Ah, screw this, as if I have any choice. The water was ice cold. While washing my hands was not an issue, washing my face and my mouth became a big problem. There was no toothpaste in the bag which Olga Dmitrievna gave me. I could brush my teeth without it, but there was a small round box wrapped in the towel. Tooth powder. Cute. 1 point for me being somewhere in the past. I washed myself quite quickly, also due to the ice-cold water. Someone was coming quickly, or more like running towards me. I turned around. It was Slavia, dressed in a tracksuit. The girl would probably look good in anything. Pioneer uniform, bikini, probably even a spacesuit. Hey there! Oh, hi, I mean, what's up? Good morning. Yeah. Oh, yeah, real smooth. Why didn't you come for breakfast? I overslept. I said it as if I was proud about it. But Olga Dmitrievna gave me some sandwiches. Oh, great then. Don't forget about the lineup. Yeah, sure. As if I could forget. Right, I gotta run. Enjoy yourself. She waved goodbye to me and disappeared around the path bend. Looks like it's a couple of minutes until the lineup. I should quickly pass by my home to drop off my washing bag and eat the sandwiches and then head to the square. I swung open the door of the camp leader's cabin and rushed inside, as if jumping into the last car of a departing train. It didn't turn out to be the best idea, because inside I found Olga Dmitrievna, who was changing. I froze on the spot, trying not to breathe. Finally, the camp leader noticed me. Semyon! I looked away immediately. Have you heard of knocking? Now get out! Yeah, that was real clumsy, although I did enjoy the sight. Olga Dmitrievna followed me out in a minute. Here, take this. Now it's your home too. She handed me a key. I put it in my pocket. Home. Of course, if you disregard how fantastical the current events were, this camp was far from being the worst place on earth. But to call it home, just after one day spent here, I doubt I'll ever be able to do so. All right, let's go. We are late. But what about the sandwiches? Just eat them on the way. We were passing along the lines of the pioneers' cabins while I was tucking into the ham sandwiches and Olga Dmitrievna kept on talking and talking. She was buzzing like a game of operation with Parkinson's. But I cared about nothing but the food. Understood? Uh, you weren't listening. Sorry. Today is the first day of your new life as a pioneer, and you should do your best so that it becomes a happy life. Ah, yeah, definitely. I'm serious. A pioneer has many duties. Great responsibility is conferred upon him to participate in social work, to help his juniors, to study and study and study again. We here are all like one big family, and you will become part of it. Yeah, a part. I'd even sign a party membership card if it could save me from listening to this nonsense. I hope that after your term here is over, you'll keep the most pleasant memories about our camp. Memories that will last your whole life. And when will this term end? Why do you keep asking silly things? It seems I won't get any information from her. A shame, really. This world appears to be so friendly, but it never bothered to introduce itself to me. Perhaps now I can take things somewhat easier than yesterday. It seems like I have some unspoken ceasefire with it. It isn't trying to hurt me, but I'm forbidden from asking questions. Of course, the situation isn't a pleasant one, but what can I do about it? A bad peace is better than a good dispute. The most important thing for you now is to make the best of the time you will spend here. I do my best. Honestly, I was very tired of this conversation. It would be good to know where that here is. But we came to the square. The pioneers were already lined up. What, is somebody not here yet? Nope, all here. She looked around her brave pioneer troops. All right, go stand somewhere. Weird. Why did she tell me there are no more sleeping places? While the chief was running her mouth about our plans for the week, I stared at the people. A few heads away from me stood Electronic, a little further Lena and Slavia, and at the end of the line, Uliana and Alisa. Everyone I had met was here. Olga Dmitrievna spoke about some competitions, and I turned my attention to the monument. Genda. I could not remember any revolutionary with a similar name. He had a weird posture too, as if he was looking around with distrust, maybe contempt, or even disdain. Probably some local leader. Daydreaming again? Slavia brought me back to reality. Olga Dmitrievna stood nearby. Still remember the plan for the week? The plan? I will never forget the plan. Perfect! She looked at Slavia. Did you bring it? Yes. Slavia handed me a piece of paper. It's a checklist. Here are 4 tasks to check off. Do it all today. Before you start, sign up for a club. There are some clubs in the clubhouse and a musical club in the separate building. Then visit the infirmary. And finally, visit the library. Got it? Yes. The checklist seemed like a good chance to find out something, since I had to go to places I haven't been before. Then come on, start right now! What about lunch? Don't worry, I'll bring you more sandwiches. The checklist is more important. Good luck! They departed too fast for me to ask anything else. Missed breakfast, now I'll miss lunch too. This ain't good. Maybe I'll manage it in time somehow. Lunch starts at 1 p.m. Then again, if I go there, I might miss a place from the checklist. Okay, it's too early to go to the canteen anyway. What's the point of visiting the infirmary? My health was fine. The fresh local air clearly did me some good. I felt fresher than usual. But I just have to visit it. I entered. A common infirmary, like my school doctor's room. A middle-aged woman sat at the table. Obviously, she was a nurse. She gazed intently at me, assessing me while continuing to write something. "Well, hello, pioneer," said the nurse without being distracted from her work. "Good afternoon, ma'am. I have something—" "Sit down, please." I looked around the room. "On the couch." I sat down. "Strip." She said all of it with an even tone. "What for?" "To inspect, to auscultate, to check on your health. You know. By the way, my name is Violetta, but you can call me Viola." She turned to me. "What are you waiting for? Strip." But I have no health issues. I've got this." I neatly gave her the paper. "Later." She took the stethoscope off her neck, seeming like she intended to probe me with it. But then someone knocked on the door. The nurse answered unwillingly. "Come in!" In a moment, the door opened wildly and Electronic rushed inside. "Hello, I fell during the football game. Nonsense, of course. I'm okay, but Olga Dmitrievna—" There was a massive bruise under Electronic's eye. I doubt that this could be a football injury. "Sit down, I'll have a look," she said to him. "And you, pass me your checklist." The nurse quickly signed it and continued. "If something hurts, come to me immediately. Pioneer." I decided not to answer and went out, closing door behind me. That nurse is surely something else. Actually, I love reading, but spending my days in a library under the current circumstances was well beyond my scope, so I'd better hurry up with this checkpoint. As I stepped inside, a memory from my childhood emerged in my head. It was very vivid. I'm 7 or 8 years old. I'm at the library with my mother. While she's looking through the books I might need for my studies, I'm sitting in the corner and looking through their collection of comic books. Back then, I didn't know why they had so many, or why couldn't I take some with me. The notion of collective property was something my mind hasn't grasped yet at that age. However, back then, the whole concept of property was pretty hazy to me. These memories seemed even stranger now, while I was standing in this particular camp where they might have managed to build communism in 3 years. Soviet symbolism was all over the place and the shelves were full of related literature. Of course, I wasn't planning to read any of these. Getting acquainted with a full collection of books by Marx was the last thing on earth I would think of. Where's the librarian? I didn't spend much time looking for her. I looked closely. Short hair, thick glasses, rather cute face. She was snoring so peacefully I couldn't just wake her up. I can wait. If she doesn't wake up in half an hour, maybe then. I couldn't just sit there, so I took a random book from the nearest bookshelf. Arthur Schopenhauer, The World as Will and Representation. I opened it roughly in the middle and started reading. The life of a man, with its endless upkeep, wants, and suffering, is to be regarded as the explanation and paraphrase of the procreative act, that is, the absolute claim of the will to live, and furthermore, it is also the reason the man owes nature his death and thinks with anxiety of his death. Is this not the evidence that our existence involves guilt? At any rate, we always exist. From time to time paying with death for our birth, we always exist and alternately bear all the joy and sorrow of life, since neither of both can pass us without some effect, that is a result of our stated will to live. Thus, the fear of death, which in spite of all the miseries of life holds us firmly to it, is really elusive, but just as elusive is the impulse which has attracted us into it. This attraction itself may be seen objectively as the mutual longing glances of two lovers. They are the purest expression of the will to live, in its affirmation. How gentle and tender it is! It wants happiness and quiet pleasure and mild joys for itself, for others, for all. Someone knocked on the door. I closed the book quickly and put it back in its place. What a nice habit, knocking on the door. I should pick it up. It was Lena. Oh, hi, I smiled. Hi, I just wanted to return a book. She had the copy of Gone with the Wind that I saw yesterday. Oh, Zhenya is sleeping. I'll come back later. I'm awake. I turned around in surprise to look at her. She eyed me closely from behind her table. What is it you wanted? I need you to check here. Give it here. She quickly signed the paper and gave it back to me. She had this look on her face that made me want to keep quiet. Lena came up to her to return her book. I thanked Zhenya and went out. I went to the clubhouse. To tell the truth, I never really liked extracurricular activities. At school, I used to find any excuse to skip extra classes. At university, I had no interest in participating in the student council. I wasn't interested in boxing, aeromodeling, or sewing. So I came here just to check off the box. Nobody was there. I found myself in something like a hut of a junior robot enthusiast. There were wires and simple printed circuits scattered everywhere, chips, and on the table proudly stood an oscillograph. I heard voices from another room, and then two pioneers appeared. One was electronic, the other one I didn't know. Hi, Semyon! We've been expecting you! It seems he knows everything about everyone. Why were you expecting me? Well, of course, because you came to sign up for our cybernetics club, didn't you? He didn't let me answer. And this is Shurik. He's in charge here. I assume there's only two of you in the club. Well, you can say that it's three now. Shurik came up to me and assertively offered his hand. His face was somewhat familiar. Welcome to the club. Yep. Now I'll show you around. Make yourself at home. Guys, I just wanted to... We are always welcoming new members. He said it in such a way that the anthem of the Soviet Union suddenly started playing in my head. It's amazing, I even remember the words. In the first grade, I had a textbook with the lyrics in the back. No, I wanted you to sign my checklist. Yep, you'll sign to the club, we'll sign your checklist. He grinned. I was getting ready for a long and boring argument, but then I heard someone enter. I looked back and saw Slavia. Ah, Semyon! I hope they are not giving you any trouble. She narrowed her eyes, looking at the future of the motherland's robotics industry. I know these two. They can. Well, actually, I just need to get my checklist signed. I decided to take advantage of the situation. No problem. Give it to me. Slavia took the paper and marched up to Shurik. Sign it. Hold on. We are not done yet. You are done. Sign it now. She gave Shurik such a threatening look that it made him lose every possible objection. He wrote some squiggles on the checklist, I thanked Slavia, then I moved on in a mellow mood. The music club, a small one-level building, was located some distance from the other camp buildings. I opened the door and entered without hesitation. There were enough instruments for a whole orchestra here. Drums, guitars, even a piano. I spent some time looking closely at every instrument, wanting to guess the time period they were from, but suddenly I heard a crawling sound coming from underneath the piano. A girl. Seemed like she was looking for something. She was standing on all fours in such a suggestive pose that I hesitated to speak at first. Excuse me. Ah, who's there? She tried to stand up, but the bottom of the piano prevented her from doing so. Out! She struggled out. Sorry, I scared you. It's nothing. Oh, you got a checklist. You must be new here. Ah, yes. My name is Miku. No, really, I'm serious. Nobody believes me, but it's my real name. My mother is Japanese. My dad met her when he was building. Well, it wasn't him who was building. He's an engineer. And he was working on a nuclear power plant there, or a dam, or a bridge, whatever. She was talking so fast she swallowed half the words she tried to pronounce. I'm Semyon. Great! Want to be in our club? It's only me here now, but it will be two of us then. Do you play anything? When I became antisocial, I bought a guitar and learned a few chords, but then I forgot about it, since I quit everything that required more than a couple of hours to learn. I wasn't planning to do anything like that really. Oh, it's okay. I'll teach you. Maybe a trumpet, for example. How about the violin? I know it all, honestly. There was no point in arguing with the orchestra girl, since there was only another cascade of words waiting to blast at me. Hey, I'll think about it. Can you just sign it for now? Yes, sure. Give it to me. Be sure to come around. I sing too. I'll sing you some Japanese folk songs, or maybe if you are not into that, something more contemporary. Sure, thanks. Gotta go now. Of course, come anytime. The end of her sentence stayed inside. It might be nice to hang around with a guitar in the evening, but in such company. I turned to leave and came face to face with Alisa. She eyed me suspiciously. Why did you come? The checklist. Got it signed? Yes. Then move it. Alisa went inside and I hurried to leave the place. Finally, I got all the signatures. Now I had to go back to Olga Dmitrievna and give it to her. She was sitting in front of her cabin, reading a book. Doesn't look like a good role model for the perfect pioneer that she was planning to turn me into. I wonder if her responsibilities extended beyond giving fiery speeches at the lineup, scolding Uliana, and getting involved into my moral, physical, and ideological growth. Here, I offered her my checklist. She placed it in her pocket without even looking at the signatures. Great! I could have signed it myself without going anywhere. Perfect! So, did you meet our nurse? Yes. For some reason, her question sent shivers down my spine. Which club have you signed up for? I didn't. I need to think first. That's a pity. It's vital for you to sign in somewhere tomorrow. Of course, sure. Right, it's time to go to dinner. About time. I was getting hungry. I headed to the canteen together with Olga Dmitrievna. I looked at the sky and noticed that sun was already setting. On the porch stood Alisa, Electronic, Uliana, and Slavia. As we came up, I heard what they were talking about. And never call me Dvache again, or you'll get another one. I didn't call you that. You are hearing things. He did. I heard it all. You weren't even there. I was in the bushes. Come on, you guys, stop it. So it wasn't a football injury Electronic suffered earlier today. The nurse did a good job. I couldn't even see his black eye. Olga Dmitrievna came up to them and asked about the ruckus. What happened? Alisa and Chizikov. I didn't do anything. She shrugged with antipathy and went inside. Right, dinner time. I entered last. There weren't too many free seats. There were few free chairs near Alisa across the canteen, but I'd sooner starve for a week or two than risk my head near her. There was also a seat near Uliana, but I'm not into traditional Chinese whatever crawls cuisine. Finally, a free chair near Miku. Looks like I'll have to pick my poison. You mind if I sit here? Oh yeah, sure. No, I don't mind. Yes, you can sit here. I sat down. Look, it's buckwheat today. Do you like buckwheat? And chicken. I don't like chicken. Well, not that I don't like it, but if you'd ask me what would I prefer, say stroganoff beef or ragu? No, maybe just the hamburger. Or a rump steak. Do you like rump steak? I'm not that picky about my food. And that's the simple truth. Oh, is that so? But the desserts, they aren't really good here. I like ice cream. Do you like ice cream? I love 48 kopecks and Leningradskoe. Oh, sorry, I keep talking about myself. Maybe you like Eskimo better. Dinner was starting to get on my nerves, thanks to such company. And I'm not the kind of person that can just ignore someone who's talking to them. Even her. We are at the same table after all. I once bought a waffle cone and started eating, and then you know what? I found a screw there. A real screw. Can you imagine that? Or was it bolt? I don't really know. Screws are those that you tighten with screwdrivers, and bolts are those that you turn with a wrench, yes? If there was a speed eating contest going on, I would probably be in the top 3 winners by now. Right, I'll be going. Enjoy your meal. I got up and headed outside. Miku was saying something, but her words were drowned by the crowd of loudly dining pioneers. I went out and sat on the stairs, waiting for my dinner to settle down a bit. I just sat there and watched night falling. Everything is so lively here during the day. Kids laughing and yelling happily, fooling and running around, constant chatter, games going on, and swimming at the beach. But after dark, the camp changes entirely. The sounds of day were swapped for silence, only now and then broken by crickets chirping or a night bird. The camp was going to sleep. In every shadow you could see things. Maybe a ghost, or a spirit of the forest, or a wild animal. A human being would be the last thing to expect. That is how it looked last night. And now. The locals followed their routine very strictly. In the day, the camp was theirs. In the night, it belonged more to the forces of nature than to humans. Someone touched my shoulder. I looked back. It was electronic. Let's go play cards. Cards? Yep, I invented a new game. A good one. Good? Like how? Well, first we got to find the cards, then I'll tell you. Then go find them. What's the problem? Only Olga Dmitrievna has them, and she won't give them to me. Why so? Well, the last time when we... Olga Dmitrievna and Slavia came out onto the porch. Olga Dmitrievna, Semyon just wanted to ask you about the possibility of getting playing cards. Actually... For what purpose? We invented a new game. Not we, you did. What game? I need the cards to show you. I don't like this. Well, if Semyon is with you, then perhaps it's okay. To be really honest... We'll go fetch them together, Olga Dmitrievna. I'll go get them. Fine, they are in my cabin, in the desk drawer. I headed to Olga Dmitrievna's place. Why did I agree anyway? Then again, what choice did I have? There is nothing to do here at night, at least I'll have some fun. But my mind kept nagging me about this not being a good time for having fun. On the other hand, if there actually exists a camp with pioneers, then it must be someone's doing. And even if it's not true, then the most logical thing is to seek answers here, not in the forests or fields. But at this very moment, the answer is going to play cards. I opened the door with my own key and went inside. To my surprise, there were no cards inside. Instead, it was full of cups, forks and knives, plates, scotch tape, scissors, rubber gloves, a piece of rope, few plastic bags, pencils, and few broken pens. Everything except the playing cards. Maybe I should look in the closet. It was full of Olga Dmitrievna's clothes, but a small drawer with a keyhole at the top caught my eye. I pulled, but it didn't open. I wonder if she's hiding something. Forcing it open wasn't the best idea, even if the cards were in there. I was just turning to leave as I remembered something. Slavia forgot her keys yesterday. They are here. What if... For a moment I hesitated, but then approached the closet and started picking a key for the lock. Of course, it would be strange to expect a result. Indeed, why would Slavia carry a key for Olga Dmitrievna's personal chest? But to my surprise, another key slid into the lock and turned a few times without a problem. Suddenly the door squeaked behind me. I jumped and turned around, but there was nobody in the cabin. Was it the wind? I carefully looked outside. Not a single person in sight. Perhaps it was nothing, but I still felt uneasy. I even looked in the bushes by the cabin, but then decided to go back and seek out all the dark secrets of our chief. Semyon, what's taking you so long? Yes. With shaking hands, I turned the key and jerked it out of the lock. Slavia came closer. Ah, my keys! I thought I'd lost them. Where did you find them? They were in the bushes, outside. Found them just now. Thank God I managed to close it before she saw. Shall we go? I wanted to get out as fast as possible, and preferably forget about my attempt to violate someone's privacy. When I got back, Olga Dmitrievna informed me. Sorry, I remembered that cards were at Slavia's cabin. She fetched them while you were looking. I looked at Slavia. She meekly smiled. Come on, you guys, don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Slavia and Olga Dmitrievna went inside. I was going to follow, but someone grabbed my hand. Alisa. Her gaze sent a shiver down my spine. Not a nice one. You want something? I asked carefully. You are going to play this stupid game? Yes. Something wrong with that? Nope, nothing. She was turning to leave, but then slowly looked back and smiled. So you play cards? A little. I couldn't figure out what she wanted. So only Durak and that's it? As if you are a poker star. Well, yes, technically. Then you don't have a chance. Why? Because. So you know the rules? Of course. Well, then you have the upper hand. I couldn't see why would we go on talking and motioned towards the door. Why do you keep trying to leave? Is there anything else you'd like to talk about? Let's make a bet. What do you mean? You're such a slowpoke. The cards, what else? And what do you want to bet on? That I'll win. That's quite a possible outcome. I agreed calmly. So, are you afraid? No, I'm not. I'm not big on bets when I don't like my chances. And you are not big on taking risks too. Such an astute observation. I'm impressed. Right, then No, you're not. Now what? I sighed in exhaustion. She was starting to annoy me with her rubbish talk about some pointless bet. If you won't bet with me, I'll tell everyone that you tried to seduce me. What? You heard me. I could imagine her doing this. Don't be stupid. Who's gonna believe you? I've been here less than 2 days, besides. Want to try your luck? Right. And what will happen if I win? I won't tell anyone anything. And if I lose? Slowpoke mode again? I'll tell everyone you tried to seduce me. I told you already. So you are telling me now that I have to work to prove that I didn't do something when I didn't actually do it? If that's how you want to look at it. Not a simple decision. On the one hand, it was stupid to agree. I didn't know the rules and gambling wasn't my thing. On the other hand, she could really make my life hell. Then again, can I even trust her? She can do it even if I win. So, have you made a decision? I was going to answer, but suddenly Lena came around me from behind. What? Nothing. Lena hurried inside. So? No, I'm not going to participate in your shady business. Sorry about that. You wuss! She shrugged and went up the stairs. Before she went inside, she flung at me. Prepare to face the consequences. Consequences? What if I made the wrong decision? After all, she can really complicate things for me here. On the other hand, I just couldn't allow myself to be pulled into something so reckless. I let out a heavy sigh and followed her through the door. Inside, everything was ready. A few pioneers stood there, chatting. The tables were moved out of the way to make room for players and spectators. I looked around. Something was going on in the far corner. When I came closer, I saw a large piece of paper with a diagram drawn on it. My name was among the players. And who came up with all this? I patted Electronic, who was standing near. Well, of course, it was your most humble servant. He bowed to me jokingly. This made me uncomfortable to the point of squirming. And why in the world am I among the players then? I was disappointed. A few seconds ago, I thought I still had a slim chance to evade this tournament. Then I wouldn't have to fear Alisa's revenge for not betting with her. But now, that hope was gone. It was pure coincidence. Yeah, right, coincidence. Except that I was already acquainted with every one of the contestants. While there were a few dozen other pioneers standing in the room, I was seized by anxiety. It's the feeling of being watched while standing in an empty room with no windows and doors. Will there be any prize? I asked him lazily. I wanted to distract myself with a pointless conversation. Electronic was about to answer when Uliana came out of nowhere and started jumping around him. Prizes! Prizes! I heard something about prizes! Do you know what is the main ethos of the Olympic Games? A what? No. You'll understand when you grow up. She made a wry face and jabbed Electronic in the ribs. So what about the prize? Well, I don't know. It's not up to me. He made a helpless gesture. Really, if they came up with this stupid game, at least they could have given the winner a chocolate medal or something. Uliana suddenly jumped and raced off to somewhere. I wish I was that optimistic. So, what about the rules? Wait a bit! Not everyone is here yet. I looked around the canteen. Alisa, Slavia, Lena, Miku and Shurik were here. It seems like everyone's here. Not everyone. Zhenya isn't here. Does he feel uneasy? Or is it just me? She's not here, so what? Pick someone else instead. No, I can't do that, he answered slowly. I decided not to ask exactly why can't he do this. Well, go fetch her or something, I don't know. He can't go, he's the host of the event. The camp leader appeared as if from nowhere. But Olga Dmitrievna, Electronic whined. Semyon will go. Right, Semyon? She looked at me and smiled. Of course, who else? Where is she? In the library, I guess. Okay. I dragged my feet towards the door. Please, hurry! What's Electronic's problem anyway? Night is coming soon. I was going to take my time, so I slowly paced towards the library. But I found Zhenya before I even expected. She was sitting on a bench at the square, staring at Genda, who was silent as always. What are you doing here? Everyone is looking for you. Sitting here, as you can see. She frowned. Well, let's go. I don't want to. She looked away. Why not? I don't want to. I sat beside her. Listen, I don't like the idea of this contest myself, but we can't let everyone down. I surely didn't sound like myself there. A couple of days ago, I wouldn't even think of saying something like that. Zhenya looked at me with surprise on her face. So, everyone is waiting for me? Isn't that exactly what I said? Yes. I won't go anyway. She frowned and hid her face. But why? I gestured with my arms, wondering. I don't know how to play cards. So what? Same problem here. Then how can you play? What, you can only do things that you read about in books or something? Of course! She was surprised. And what if you end up in Antarctica and have to rely on hunting polar bears to survive? Polar bears don't live in Antarctica. Zhenya smiled. Doesn't matter, it's just an example. Come on, it's not like someone's life depends on the result. She took her time to think. I just don't want to let anyone down. Right, I agreed sarcastically. And don't you think anything funny about that? I didn't get what she meant, but anyway, obviously everyone has their weak spots. In a minute, we both were back at the canteen. Everyone looked at Electronic. So, he cleared his throat. Each round consists of one game. In case of a draw, you replay the game. After this, the loser drops out and the next round begins. Since the number of volunteers, he looked at me, since the number of players is just 8, we'll have only 3 rounds. Is everything clear? The crowd cheered. And what about the prizes? The prizes, what are they? Uliana, cut it out! Slavia stepped forward and tried to catch Uliana. I won't rest until the prize is mine! Seemed like this girl alone had enough energy for a warp jump to Alpha Centauri. Prizes! Prizes! She repeated it over and over. Stop it! Slavia tried to reason with her. Electronic seemed to be getting dizzy from all this running around. Let's start already, I said calmly and added to Uliana. Or you won't get any prizes. Looks like my argument got through to her, so she took her place. Slavia followed her, giving me a grateful smile as she passed. The pioneers finally settled down. I approached the table that Lena sat behind. You don't mind? She looked up and blushed. Don't worry, I don't know the rules myself. And how can I be sure that it's not only myself? I sat down. Turns out we'll have to play the first round together. Yes. Finally, Electronic started to explain the rules. Electronic, who was silently watching our game, nodded in approval. Looks like now we are getting somewhere. Now, during the round, opponents trade cards 3 times. Keep an eye on each other. Penetrate your opponent with your eyes. I chuckled. Penetrate. What's so funny? Oh, never mind. I tried to keep a straight face. He stared at me for a moment, then moved on. And then we turned the cards up to see whose hand is better. Electronic went back to his diagram. It's still frustrating to lose anyway. I left the canteen. It was still too early to sleep and a short walk looked like a good idea. Where should I head to? I came to the square and took a seat on the bench. Simply staring at the Genda statue seemed like a good idea. For the first time today, I finally felt how tired I was. There was no light in the window, so Olga Dmitrievna must have been sleeping already. Strangely enough, she waited for me yesterday. I entered the cabin, quietly stripped, and laid on the bed. When you think about it, my situation hadn't gotten any clearer today. In fact, I spent the whole day doing useless stuff. I would have never have even thought about doing something like this in the real world. Although I had plenty of time. How much time I would have here in total is still a mystery. Maybe an eternity, or maybe there are only a few minutes left. I just didn't want to think about the past, about how I got to this camp. For the first time in a long time I felt really tired. Not only emotionally tired, but also physically tired. psychologically tired, and God knows how else tired. I just wanted everyone and everything to show off, starting with my own thoughts. I wanted this mess to somehow resolve by itself, or at least without my active participation. And what if I'm stuck here forever? Then I'll have to get used to it. So, just like that, I'm not ready. My consciousness slowly drifted away from me, and it became progressively harder to concentrate on something distinct. Perhaps it's better to wait until tomorrow. I rolled over and fell asleep. Day 3. The night left a feeling of anxiety behind. I woke up exhausted both physically and mentally. It happens to me all the time. You see incredibly lucid images in your dream, as if you fell into a Hollywood blockbuster with a plot full of twists, well-paid actors, and multi-million-dollar visual effects. And then you wake up in the morning without remembering a thing. That's what I was trying to do, to restore the images shown by my relaxed brain, but that part of my memory was empty, either archived or formatted completely. It's 7 a.m. according to the clock. I seem to be an early bird today. Olga Dmitrievna was still sleeping, wrapping tightly in her blanket. Wrapping so tightly, in a hot summer. Ugh. I got up, stretched, and went to the mirror to have a look at myself. I'd better shave. Strange idea. Before twice a month was enough, but now nothing depends on the way I look. I haven't found a razor anyway. Why do I even need it if I look like I'm 17 at most? So, breakfast can't start earlier than 9 a.m. and this means I have plenty of time, which I can spend on walking and washing, for example. The water didn't seem so ice-cold as the previous day. On the contrary, its refreshing coolness helped me to brace up and come back to reality, whether all these events could be called real. The tooth powder didn't seem to be such an outdated thing. A quick thought struck me that it's not that different from toothpaste. When I returned to the cabin, Olga Dmitrievna was already up. She was standing in front of the mirror and fixing her hair. "Good morning, Semyon!" "Morning." Because of lack of sleep, my head was still singing and my thoughts were all jumbled together. However, I didn't regret waking up instead of my usual habit of sleeping in for 2 or 3 hours more. "How come you got up so early?" "It just happened." "And no neckerchief once again. Let me." "I'll do it myself, not a big deal. On my way to the canteen." "I don't think so. Do it now." "Did you forget about the lineup before breakfast?" How could I ever forget? "And what's the lineup going to be about today?" "We'll discuss the agenda for the day." "So, what's the agenda?" Frankly speaking, I didn't care for what might be on the agenda for our courageous pioneer troop. I was mostly interested in where our brave leader will send our little pioneer army for the following 12 to 15 hours. Maybe I could manage to avoid enemy locations. "You'll find that out at the lineup." She gave me a wily smile. "Olga Dmitrievna, you know, my stomach is getting upset. I'd rather... Well, you know, I believe that's okay to miss the lineup once. It could get all nasty if I fail to control it right there." Where did all this courage come from? "You have 5 more minutes." "I'm afraid I need more time. Could you tell me right now, please?" "Sure, I'll try, but just in case it all goes down." "Oh, fine. On our list for today is cleaning the camp locations, organizing the books in the library, some other minor tasks. And, of course, we have a ball in the evening. Watch yourself. You must take part in the camp activities today. You bet. Definitely. And now I rather... Come on, let's hit the road. I came out of the cabin and hid in the bushes behind it, waiting for Olga Dmitrievna to leave. Actually, I didn't have any particular reason to behave this way. But the voice within me kept telling me that I have nothing to do at the lineup. After the camp leader left, I went back to the cabin and decided to wake for breakfast there. Well, I am not planning on taking part in community life today. Cleaning and organizing, that's not what someone in my situation should be doing. 2 days have passed, and I'm still right where I started. All the residents seem to be perfectly ordinary people. They weren't involved in any conspiracy, weren't communicating with aliens, and had no idea about time warps. Of course, each of them is a bit peculiar, but those peculiarities do not seem out of line at all. Moreover, if I had met any of these pioneers in my familiar world, I wouldn't suspect anything wrong. They seem to be even more normal and natural than, let's say, yours truly. This line of reasoning was quite logical. The illogical part was the absence of answers. Ordinary people in an extraordinary place. I've heard and seen that already, somewhere. Dozens of pioneers, or even more, live their familiar lives and do their regular stuff day by day. They don't understand that the world around them is not what it looks like. Okay, but this is their point of view. As for me, I'm not acquainted with the world of the Soviono camp and its residents, even if they seem to behave the way normal people would under the same circumstances. I have to decide here and now, are those people involved in what's happening to me? Can they give me any answers? Or do I have to seek the truth somewhere else? It seems I overdid it a bit with the thinking. There's no usual crowd of hungry pioneers near the canteen. Or even inside the canteen. Most of them probably had their breakfast before 9 a.m. That's even better. 2's company, 3's a crowd. Lena was sitting in the farthest corner of the canteen, lazily picking with her fork at an amorphous lump that vaguely resembled porridge. Having a breakfast with her seems like a good idea. We can have a chat in peace. Or at least try to have one. I was on the way to her table when suddenly somebody grabbed me by the sleeve. Zhenya, the librarian. Get your meal and come. We need to talk. What are you waiting for? I was a bit confused. Pardon, isn't this a bit too sudden? What's wrong? Get your meal and sit down. I suppose that she considers her behavior completely normal. Fine, wait a minute. I'm not sure why, but I accepted the invitation. What if I can learn something new? She's such a bookworm. Minute later, I was sitting in front of Zhenya with a tray and a simple meal on it. Porridge, 2 eggs, 4 pieces of white bread, a sausage and a glass of compote. Bon appétit! Thanks. I decided to act as politely as I could and also eat more neatly, without chomping and spilling crumbs of food or drops of compote. So, what do you want to talk about? Today at the library. I wasn't listening from this point onwards. I immediately recalled Olga Dmitrievna's words about the scheduled events for today. Don't forget! Oh, what? I said, don't forget to visit the library after lunch. What for? Were you even listening? Nope, I admitted honestly. Zhenya's face turned red, then appeared green, then took on a soft purple color. Today, after lunch, you In the library! Got it, Duns? Duns? What kind of curse is that? Though a pioneer must never use a curse word, how could I forget this rule? Oh, yeah, sure, I apologize. Of course, I'll be there. Actually, I wasn't really planning to go anywhere, but if you want to make someone speak, you need to sacrifice a bit first. By the way, what year is it now? I totally lost count. I decided to play fair. She looked at me perplexedly and answered. Have you gone completely bananas? Honestly, that's how I felt for the last few days. Zhenya didn't reply. So, what year is it? I smiled kindly. Listen, why don't you visit the infirmary? Will they tell me what year is it there? Oh, certainly, and even more. Zhenya stood up and headed to the exit. Wait, you didn't finish your meal. But it looks like she won't turn back. I was finishing chewing on the sausage, which tasted like a twisted pear cable. I wonder if they have internet access here. I guess not. A pioneer sitting at the next table noticed me talking to myself and stared at me. I smiled and waved to him in return. After such a friendly greeting, he, for some reason, left the canteen quickly without finishing his breakfast. Done with the food, it's time to search for some clues. Some time later, I finally came to the infirmary. I have nothing to do in that place. Though the nurse seemed quite caring, it's better to keep a distance from her. Such benevolence is actually scary. She may know something, but I just hadn't the courage to enter the infirmary. Moreover, I had no reason to. Not a single one. Immersed in my own thoughts, I didn't notice the nurse who was standing on the porch. Hi there, pioneer. She came closer. You must be sick. Did you come for medicine? No, I was just wandering around. Oh, a truant, I see. But if you are here, I have a serious task for you. I gave her a look of inquiry. The word task made me feel uneasy. It sounded like something inevitable. The nurse smiled spitefully. You both will help me to make an inventory of the supplies medicine which arrived today. Both? Who are we? Perhaps I misheard. But what word could be confused with both? Hi. Lena emerged from behind the nurse's back. It seemed strange that I hadn't noticed her until now. Come here after dinner. I have explained everything to Lena. She will tell you what to do. Medicine, huh? Supplies today? But Olga Dmitrievna told me that no bus would arrive in the next couple of days. So there were visitors in our camp today? Yes, they arrived from the city this morning. Why are you asking? Just curious. All right then, pioneer. So tonight, after dinner, you'll be here. Maybe Lena was barely noticeable this whole time. Surely she is able to remain invisible like a skilled ninja. I could do it on my own. No way! There are lots of boxes. And the pioneer is always ready. Isn't that so, pioneer? She gazed at me and smiled menacingly. I don't want to spend the whole evening doing something like this, and also I've got more important things to do. But rejecting this request would be really improper. If it wasn't Lena who was standing here, I would definitely think of my way out. You know, Olga Dmitrievna asked me to help her tonight. Maybe I shouldn't have lied to her. I should think before I say something. Oh, really? And what exactly are you going to be helping her with? It was turning out bad, but I decided to stand my ground. Her cabin. She asked me to clean it up, sort out the things and so on. Bet you know what a mess the cabin is. Sure, she asked you to tidy up her closet too? The nurse looked at me so intensely that Napoleon's fiasco at the Battle of Waterloo seemed now a small annoyance compared to my current flop. I was going to say something, but she continued to speak. Okay then, pioneer. We'll manage it without you. I apologize, but you see... I sat and looked at Lena. She stood looking at the ground like before, blushing more and more. It's all right. I'll manage it on my own. Okay then. An awkward silence followed. I wanted to sink into the ground because of my lame lie that had probably offended Lena. Well, goodbye then? Bye! The nurse was still smiling spitefully. I turned and walked away, almost running. Although, in fact, I really wanted to run, common sense advised me not to. I came back to my senses when I reached the square. So, what's next? I decided to visit my cabin in order to collect my phone. I don't know where I'll find myself today, but having a watch is always useful. Though having a wristwatch is much easier. Suddenly I heard a different tune, which was cutting through the usual noise of the camp. I listened to it carefully. Sounds like an electric guitar. 3 repeating chords, no more. But this melody felt somehow warm, as if a vacuum tube-based audio amplifier was used. Could there be such a luxury here? The sound was definitely coming from somewhere near the stage area. I wonder who that could be. Who cares? I better keep on looking for answers. Whoever that is, what's the big deal? I have better things to do. I came back to the leader's cabin. Olga Dmitrievna was lying lazily on her bed and reading a book. Semyon, what are you doing here? That's what I could ask her too. I've forgotten something, so I came back. You were absent at the lineup. Oh, yeah, I apologize. Alright. Nevertheless, you should do something useful today. Just as I planned. But I have my own vision of what useful means. Like? You could go to the square to help with the cleaning. Slavia is in charge there. Strange. I just been there and I hadn't seen anyone. Or you could visit the boys at the electronics club. They asked me for a hand. Those fathers of invention again. Finally, you could help at the sports club. What are they up to? They are renewing the pitch, fixing the benches, changing the goal nets and so on. Honestly, none of those options suited me. Why is she always trying to burden me with work? Seriously, except for Slavia, no one ever works here, while some people in particular are enjoying their free time with a joyful spirit. Every one of the leaders' attempts to keep me busy seems to serve only one purpose, to prevent me from finding out my current location. Really, all the deep and vital questions concerning my existence are swept away by a broom, together with all the rubbish and litter. In my case, taking some time to work would probably pay off, but just like someone suffering gangrene and rejecting an amputation, I will stand by my beliefs. You know, I already had my own arrangements. Oh, really? What kind of arrangements? She buckled up. Well, I can't just tell her what I'm really thinking about. On the other hand, why not? No, it's too dangerous. At least now I maintain a fragile balance and nothing is threatening me. Everything seems that way. Just as I thought. What exactly she thought remained secret. You probably have not yet realized how important it is to participate in social life. This is the only way to become a pioneer capable of being a role model. I didn't want to sit through another long lecture, so I decided to accept one of the offers. Sometimes the answers in this world can be found in the most unexpected places, or at least so I wanted to believe. So, should I choose for you? The leader's voice turned authoritative. I can do it myself, thank you. I mumbled and left the cabin. I think I'd rather assess the guys with their giant robot engineering. Well, they might be not so giant after all. That was surely a hard decision to make. Indeed, is there any reason to spend extra time with weird chaps fond of early to mid-20th century sci-fi? But what if I manage to find out something useful from them? At least I can try. Standing on the threshold of the clubhouse, I hesitated for a while. Finally, all my doubts were swept aside. I opened the door and went in. Electronic and Shurik were bending over the table, studying something closely. Hi there, cybernetics. How it's going? I was itching to behave as friendly as I could. Hi! We were waiting for you! How did I know you were going to say that? Electronic obviously intended to be called the Oracle. So, what do you need? You'll help us to complete the robot. No way. That's out of my league. Don't worry, we'll show you around. The more you hate me, the more you will learn. I'm a hard man. But I am fair. Electronic joined in cheerfully. There's more to life than fun and games, dudes. There's a topic to discuss. I've got a question, and you seem to have an answer. What's the question? He inquired guardedly. Do you think it is possible to travel in time? Why would you think such a thing? Electronic suddenly became serious. It's not only my idea. I took a book from the library yesterday, The Time Machine by H.G. Wells. You must have read it. So, well, I'm thinking it over. Oh. Wanna leap to the future, see how life is there? Nah, not really. I'm more interested in traveling back in time. Why is that? I don't know. Why not? Well, and what do you think about it? General relativity theory postulates the existence of wormholes, also known as tunnels in space. But you wouldn't understand it all anyway. I bet I won't. Anyway, in any such supposition, we'll encounter a whole bunch of paradoxes. For example, if you'll travel to the past and kill yourself, then it would mean that you, from the present, won't be able to exist. Well, it seems so. In a nutshell, it's all too unscientific. I see, but what if it would be possible? I mean, do I need some kind of machine or a device or a program to get to the past? Or it's enough just to fall asleep in the wrong place and wake up in another time and reality? I am sure that modern science has no answer for your question yet. Oh, yep, he sounds like the Popular Mechanics magazine. I've seen a couple of issues lying around my shelves too. I see. It appears that coming here was a bad idea. However, if we assume that the known laws of physics are incorrect, or alternatively, the laws of themselves are correct but we don't know everything about them, then it's definitely possible. Okay. Or it could be somebody, for example, a more advanced race than humans that possesses superior knowledge of the nature of things. Okay. They could build a time machine or travel through time by some other means. Okay. So that means that I was thrown in the past by humanity's big brothers? An interesting idea. And it seems reasonable if you think about it. And how would one find these, the ones you've been talking about, if you are already in the past? How on earth would we know? They both laughed loudly. Well, thanks guys. I was about to leave. Hey, hang on! And what about our robot? I'm sure that everything will be just fine with it. The junior cybernetics arguments were quite logical, but, alas, I wasn't an inch closer to solving the mystery of my arrival in this world. I strolled around the camp for some time and then headed to the canteen. Who's marching forward in a row? It's our pioneer squad! Pioneers in a row usually march to the canteen in the Soviono camp. I was looking for a place where no one would disturb me, like what happened before. Just so I can eat in peace. And for that I have to at least not be the last one to come. But I was pretty sure whatever happens here happens whether I want it to or not. The canteen was crammed as full as an egg. Olga Dmitrievna was standing at the entrance, guarding it like a hawk. Well, Semyon, were you working hard today? Hard enough. Well done, truly well done, and the hardest is yet to come. I just bet. Fine, take a seat next to the girls. She pointed at the table next to the pillar. Slavia, Uliana, and Lena were already sitting there. Not a bad company, at least not the worst. I got my meal and went up to them. Do you mind if I sit here? I caught myself sounding a bit clueless. There were no other free places anyway. No, of course not. Please do. Lena remained silent. Today, the meal consisted of a plate of borscht. I suspected there was some meat lurking in it, but I had no evidence. Some poultry, chances are Chickenus domesticus, with fried potatoes and traditional glass of compote. I found myself liking the local food more and more. I guess I just came to the conclusion that I have no other choice, which means that there's no use in complaining. Thank God there's something to eat. Coming to the ball tonight? I don't know. He'll come. He got nowhere to go, Uliana said happily. You will come for sure. Of course. I can't miss the opportunity to watch you make fool of yourself. She got it right, so I decided not to reply. And what about you? I asked Lena. Yes, she replied briefly. See, you should go too then, said Slavia as if leaving me no choice. Don't forget to wear your tailcoat. Apparently Uliana was so pleased with her joke that she laughed out loud. But I really had nothing to wear. My wardrobe was just pioneer uniform and my winter clothes, which would be inappropriate even in the evening. And what will you be dressed in, entertainer? Secret! Will it be a little dress, just like in kindergarten's matinee? Uliana turned red. Looks like I managed to offend her. No, I will wear a biohazard suit, just so I don't catch an infection from you. I wonder what kind of infection are you afraid of catching from me? Enough, you guys! Don't quarrel! Idiocy, of course! Looks like Uliana was highly pleased with her, as she thought, brilliant answer again. You know, if you already have the flu, you can't catch a cold. Two can play that game. What are you implying? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. I looked away slyly. Do you mean that... She went red again. I don't mean anything. Guys... Given that it was Lena who interfered, it probably really was time to stop. You're asking for it. You're gonna get it. What, you'll finally wise up? Instead of replying, Uliana grabbed her plate filled with borscht and tipped it over my head. This game met an unexpected finale. Oh, you little... She jumped up and tried to run away. But this time she won't get away. I grabbed her hand. And now what? I can't just smash her head against the table. This pantomime lasted a few seconds. Suddenly, Uliana skillfully grabbed a glass full of compote and splashed it in my face. That way she managed to get free of my grip. She dashed off towards the counter and I chased her. This resulted in several flipped tables, a pile of smashed tableware, 5 pioneers crippled by various injuries, and a full exhaustion of both parties. A draw, sort of. A belligerent draw, with too much belligerence. We stood before each other and breathed heavily. Tell me you won't behave this way again. And you? Olga Dmitrievna snuck up on us from behind. When you think about it, such a riot couldn't go unnoticed. Well, are you satisfied with yourself now? Her voice appeared to be calm, but I was sure she was just about to explode. And who's gonna clean up all this mess? Exactly what happened. Who? I'm asking you, who? Him, replied Uliana with complete confidence. Her, I objected less confidently. Both! The camp leader brought a conclusive end to this ongoing argument. Generally, I wasn't sure that my share of blame is more than hers. Although Uliana didn't have a drop of guilt on her face. Beat it! I'm not cleaning! Ain't nobody got time for that! This is his fault! He started it first! No, it isn't. Oh, yes it is! I am not going to sort out all this nonsense. Semyon, go grab a mop, a bucket, some clothes, you know, that kind of stuff in the closet, and as for you... She looked at Uliana with such a burning gaze that I felt a bit sorry for the girl. You! Start to pick up the broken tableware immediately. Olga Dmitrievna took a deep breath and continued. You are nothing but trouble. How many times have I told you? I decided to skip the lecture and went to the closet that appeared to be near the exit. Suddenly, a perfect idea flashed in my head. Why don't I just run away? Sure, Olga Dmitrievna has called us already, but I'm not the one to blame. Of course, I'm not that true pioneer she keeps talking about, but in comparison to Uliana... Anyway, she's the principal culprit. It's not like I have nothing better to do than cleaning up the mess here. I have to seek answers. The truth is out there, somehow flashed through my mind. Nah, running away is hardly a good idea. For starters, Olga Dmitrievna has caught me already, and dashing off would only aggravate my punishment. As well as that, I was indeed partly guilty. Of course it was all her fault, but if I hadn't reacted like that, probably we could have avoided this thrashing. Probably. I opened the cabinet and took out a broom, a mop, and a dustpan. Olga Dmitrievna wasn't anywhere near Uliana by the time I returned. She's gone. Can't you see for yourself? Uliana looked upset. All her youthful spirit vanished without a trace. Okay, hang a sec. I'll go and wash myself a bit first. I shot her an angry glance and headed towards the exit. I washed the scraps of lunch off myself and returned to the canteen. Well, no escaping it. We have to clean it up. It's all because of you! Just a single gaze from her gave me the creeps. Of course it is! It's me who's guilty of everything. It's me who's a local natural hazard. Oh, shut up! Still, it's kind of strange that she's not trying to avoid this cleanup duty. Uliana had a solid opportunity to just run away and leave me alone, but somehow she did the exact opposite, diligently gathering broken plate fragments, mopping the floor, picking up chairs and tables. In fact, she was so fast that I had a tough time keeping up with her. Well now, aren't you suddenly acting all goody-goody? It's not like I want to spend the whole day here, you dork! She still sounded irritated. Listen, you've got to understand that you can't behave like that. At least not to such an extent. For some reason, I decided to try and give her a moral lecture. I haven't done a thing. It was you who was calling me names. Uliana grabbed a bucket and a mop and went to the farthest corner of the canteen. Looks like she's still angry. Looking back at the mountain of broken tableware, I finally began to understand the scope of the catastrophe. We are lucky that at least the forks and spoons are made of metal. We still have something to eat with, but there are hardly any plates left. Hey! Uliana called me with a shout. I went over to her. I don't get it. Why do you hate me so much? Her face became so serious that I was ready to believe that it wasn't just yet another trick of hers. Why do you think so? I have no idea. That's exactly why I'm asking you. I don't hate you. It's just that sometimes you behave like, well, you know. As simple as that, but still true. Like what? I have no idea. She lifted her gaze to me, boiling with curiosity. Well, for starters, what's the big idea of pouring the compote all over me? You were asking for it. She smiled for the first time since we started cleaning. Yeah, sure. I heaved a deep sigh. So, what do you expect from others then? Nothing, she replied acidly. This discussion was over, so I just continued cleaning up in silence. It took us a few hours to fix up the canteen. At last, all the broken tableware was gone. Chairs and tables were in their designed places. The floor looked clean. We were sitting together with Uliana next to the food counter, breathing heavily, deservedly resting. Now you see how much effort it has to be put in because of silly trick. But I'm not tired at all. Though the sweat pouring down her face told the opposite story. Oh well, good for you. So, what are we gonna do next? I don't know about you, but I'd rather go. Nope, that's not all. You have to... She hesitated. To help me with another little thing. Thinking of another silly prank? You bet! She was smiling broadly. I'm not your man here. I'm more than fed up with just one punishment for today. Okay, here's the deal. If you help me now, there won't be any more pranks. Sure, that was an inviting prospect, but somehow I couldn't bring myself to trust Uliana even for a moment. Well, it wouldn't hurt to ask. So, what is your cunning plan? We are gonna steal the candy. What? I should have expected something like that. Candy is for kids. Soon, the chief will go out to dump the trash. Nobody's gonna see us. Count me out. Ah, whatever. She grunted and turned away. Then I'll do it myself. And I won't allow... I couldn't even finish the sentence as Uliana already jumped over the counter, ran to the cabinet, opened the door and started rummaging through it. Hey, cut that! It's not like you haven't got enough problems with Olga Dmitrievna. She didn't reply. You won't get away with just cleaning duty for something like that. Uliana closed the cabinet. She held a huge bag of candy in her hands. Ah, you little... Put it back! She stuck out her tongue at me and dashed off through the back door. I couldn't just leave it at that. I darted off in pursuit. Sure, the girl has a quite head start, but I still funneled all my energy into the chase. I won't lose her again. We ran through the square, turned at the music club building, and came out onto the forest trail. I'd almost caught Uliana when she stopped abruptly. I couldn't pull up as sharply, so I crashed into her, sending us sprawling. We rolled down onto the grass. Gotcha! I gave a victorious shout. No, you didn't, she replied with an ashamed tone. Uliana was lying under me. Her face was right next to mine. I felt her erratic breathing and the heat of her body. Sure, right now she's only a child, but soon enough she'll become a woman. It was pretty embarrassing. You gonna rape me? She said, coming back to her senses. You want me to? Anyway, it was more like a game to her. Sure, do! She gave a cunning smile and snorted quietly. Or was it just my imagination? I am not really in the mood. Ah, whatever. Uliana reached up and bit me on the nose. I wasn't expecting that and even pulled back a little. Just a moment of hesitation was enough for her to wrestle out and run a dozen feet away. Watch it! You're gonna regret this later! She laughed out loud and disappeared into the woods. The candy bag was left lying on the ground near me. I wonder if she dropped it on purpose. It's getting near dinner time, so I had to hurry up and return the candy. And preferably, very preferably, stay under the radar. Of course, I'll explain the situation. It was Uliana who had stolen them, but who's gonna believe me? Olga Dmitrievna was already waiting for me at the entrance to the canteen. Good job, Semyon! On what? I hid the bag of sweets behind my back. The bag was transparent and too big to put in my pocket. I was talking about the cleanup. Everything is clean and tidy. Well, yeah. And where is Uliana? I wish I knew. She'll come soon. Okay then, go and have your dinner. I entered the canteen. To my utter lack of surprise, it was full. Now I really don't know how to return the bag without being noticed. Sure, I could do it in the evening, but what do I do with it now? Semyon! I turned around. Slavia was in front of me. Wow, what's that? She looked at the bag that I didn't manage to hide in time. Caught red-handed, or more like sweet-handed. Time to prepare for a scolding. These are sweets. Where from? I stole them, damn it. Got them from Uliana. Oh, I see. Same old song and dance? What do you mean? It's not the first time she's stolen sweets. And why am I not surprised? Let me handle this. Thanks. Slavia saved the day yet again. She took the bag and headed to the buffet. I had no desire to listen what she was going to say while returning the sweets, so I started to look around the canteen, looking for a place to sit. It seems that I will have to share a dinner table with Electronic and Shurik. There were no more places to sit. What's happening, gentlemen? Every time I had to deal with them, I got an itching desire to tease them, or at least to drop some cheeky or cocky banter. It might be too risky to behave that way, but the Electronic brothers were my primary source of positive emotions. How are you doing? Fine. What about you? His and misses. Did something happen? Lots of stuff. Mind sharing? Nah, some other time maybe. Suit yourself. He made a helpless gesture. We are going to the ball after dinner. Electronic giggled. I know that. Who would you want to ask out? I hadn't thought about it yet. What about you? I... It seemed that this question caught him off guard. Ask Uliana, that would make her happy. No thanks! Electronic furiously waved his hands. And you, Shurik, you gotta ask Alisa out. Thanks, I'll pass. He looked calmer than his mate. Oh, come on, guys, it'd be fun. And in any case, we've got things to do. We still have to finish the robot. Oh, that's a marvelous idea. Ask your robot out. Can it dance? It can't even walk yet. Shurik probably missed the point completely. Why, it would be a great demonstration of our achievements in front of the camp. And what would we show to them? Yeah, you're right. They both stared at their plates disappointingly. Dinner was over and the pioneers started to disperse. What will you wear for the ball? I asked Shurik and Electronic. We don't have anything special to wear. We'll go as we are. He indicated his pioneer uniform. They don't seem to care about their appearances at all. Well, why should I care then? Wearing my winter clothes isn't an option, so I'll go just like this. When does it start? After 9 o'clock. Got it. I left the canteen and deeply inhaled the fresh evening air. I remembered those rare dances I used to go at school. Hesitation, insecurity, even fear. I couldn't dance. I didn't know how to react if someone had invited me. I wouldn't dare to invite someone myself. All in all, I felt pretty uncomfortable about it. And it was even more unpleasant to watch others having fun. It wasn't envy. More like it was a disconcerting feeling that people were able to enjoy something so odd for me. I thought that there was still lots of time till the ball, so I could sleep a little to be fresh in the evening. Entering the camp leader's cabin, I flopped onto the bed instantly and shut my eyes. Strangely enough, I got up right on time even without an alarm. The clock was showing 9. Such a rare thing to happen. I felt sluggish though. Probably it wasn't the best idea to sleep during the day after all. Well, I have to go. In a couple of minutes I was standing at the square. The loudspeakers and some DJ equipment were installed near the monument, and the trees were decorated with light strings. Ah, a typical country ball. A lot of pioneers were around, but no familiar faces, so I just sat on the bench and waited. I don't have to dance, after all. Maybe I'll be able to just sit and chat with someone. Hey there, sad face! Uliana. Here to suggest something? Come on, let's dance! It's way too early. There isn't even any music yet. Bah, you are so boring! Yeah, I'm not the merriest person for such event. She ran away. So Uliana did wear something like an evening dress. Pretty funny. Hi! Slavia. Hey. She sat down by my side. How's the evening? Fine. Why are you so sad? I'm not. Okay, well, dancing will surely cheer you up. Maybe. Don't forget to save one dance for me. She laughed and ran towards the music equipment. The situation was getting serious. I wouldn't be able to sit through the whole dance party. Hi. Lena came closer. Oh, hi. You're here too. Is that such a wonder? Yes. Okay, gonna light this party up? The joke fell flat. Lena blushed and looked down. Well, maybe it's not the best idea, setting things on fire. Okay, then I guess I'll... Yeah. She left. It looks like the whole camp was at the square. The pioneers formed large groups, talked, joked around, and laughed. At the DJ's panel, Uliana argued loudly with Olga Dmitrievna about the playlist for the evening. And here it is. The music started to play. I didn't know the band or the song, but if you asked me, I really felt that I would tag it Soviet pop classics. The pioneers just stood there for some time, as if not hearing the music. It's always hard to take the first step, especially if you are pretty sure that you'll be the only one who would take it. Uliana seemed not to grasp that simple truth. She reached the center of the square with few bounds and cried out loud, "What are you standing around for?" and started to wiggle ridiculously. Wiggle is the exact word. You couldn't find a better one. It looked so silly and funny that I couldn't resist laughing. She noticed it. "Hey, Semyon!" I pretended I couldn't hear her. "Stop pretending! Come over here!" I kept ignoring her. The pioneers slowly realized that they weren't too sexy for this party and started to dance. It looked really silly from my point of view. Shaking one's arms and legs to the beat of long forgotten hits? Come on, get real. Of course, I couldn't dance at all, but this thing couldn't be called a dance either. Hey, Semyon, what are you sitting there for? Don't you wanna dance? I was so deep in thoughts that I hadn't even noticed Slavia. Not really. Are you sure? She smiled. Maybe later. Damn, what am I even doing here? Slavia went back to the dance floor. I sat a little longer and then cautiously slipped away after making sure nobody noticed me. I totally didn't want to see anyone after such successful dancing. The most quiet place here is the bus station, which might never be visited by the 410 route again. But I let out a scream. There was a bus right in front of me, just like the one on the first day. I was petrified. How? What? How? Why? At once I remembered all my theories about getting to this camp. I was struck by the realization that during these last few days I had gotten so used to local life that I had started to forget that the things happening here were really not normal. I just stood there and watched the damn Icarus. Then I slapped my hands to my cheeks to be sure that this is not an illusion. The bus was still there. If it's here, then it's time to go home. Sayonara, pioneers! I rushed to the door. I came to my senses on the ground. My nose hurt like hell. I stood up and tried to understand what's going on. It seemed like I bumped into something. The bus was more than real to the touch. I tried to reach my hand out through the door, but there was some kind of an invisible wall. I was overwhelmed by a nearly animalistic fear. Fear of everything, the camp, its inhabitants, and this bus. How the hell did I even get here? What is this damn Icarus I can't enter? Why is this happening to me? Suddenly, a strong, unbalancing wind blew. I turned around and saw a little piece of paper under the wheel of the bus. Something was written on it. You are here for a reason. The bad handwriting seemed familiar. I certainly have seen it somewhere. It dawned upon me. I took a small charcoal from the ground and scribbled the same sentence on the backside. The handwriting was identical. My head cleared. I have sent a message to myself from the future. That's it. Or not. From the past. Damn, I don't understand anything. In any case, that was my handwriting. It certainly was not hard to forge it, but I was sure that I had written that message myself. After turning that piece of paper over in my hands, I decided to try entering the bus one more time. The invisible wall was still there. I circled all around the Icarus, tapped at the wheels, peeked inside through the window. Everything looked absolutely normal, but in reality it wasn't. Heavy stones just bounced off the glass without visible damage. No effect, not even a scratch. I sat down on the curb and sighed weakly. If you think about it, that piece of paper hinted at something. And it seems that this situation won't do me any harm. Semyon! Seems like the leader is looking for me. Interesting. What will she say about the bus now? Would she still insist that it won't be coming for a few days? I jumped up and ran towards the sound of Olga Dmitrievna's voice. So, what do you say about that? I blurted out triumphantly and waved my hands towards the road. Say about what? She replied in surprise. I turned around. The bus had disappeared. As suddenly as it appeared. The cry of triumph died in my throat. It is time to sleep already. Let's go. But, but, what? The bus. There was a bus just a moment ago. The bus couldn't be here, she said calmly. I stared at Olga Dmitrievna's face. She was either skillfully lying or really didn't see anything. Then it is me who might be seeing things? It can't be true. I really saw that damn 410. Quit lying, I said quietly. Semyon, I don't understand. Stop lying to me. There was a bus. It's you. You are keeping me here. Why? I gritted my teeth, but tried to speak with a calm voice. You are scaring me. Time to go to bed. I won't get anything from her as usual. Seriously though, I really wanted to sleep. I walked swiftly past the leader, deliberately not paying any attention to her. I couldn't fall asleep for quite some time, and only the crumpled piece of paper with the words, "You are here for a reason," reminded me that the events of these 3 days were real. Day 4. A hellish cracking in my head woke me up. My skull felt like somebody was blowing on it from the inside. I rubbed my eyes, saw the ringing alarm clock on the bedside table, knocked it off, and dozed off again. When I woke up, it was already 9:15. Looks like it's time to wake up. I can't miss my breakfast. I got up, scratched myself, and suddenly remembered last evening. There was a piece of paper under the pillow. You are here for a reason. I still don't get it. What does it mean? How did I manage to send a message to myself? Why don't I remember that? More questions than answers. No answers at all, to be precise. I left the cabin and looked over the camp. No, it doesn't look like an illusion. But this memo, it made everything much more complicated. What can I trust? My stomach growled treacherously. Even Agent Mulder didn't conduct investigations hungry. There was unexpected crowd near the canteen. Of course, there was no other place in the camp that pioneers loved as much as the canteen, but why they were all crowding on the porch? I came closer to understand what was going on. It looked like all the camp had gathered at the porch. There were all the familiar girls, Olga Dmitrievna and Electronic. They were having a lively discussion. I drew closer. Ah, Semyon! Have you seen Shurik today? Nope. What's the matter? We haven't been able to find him since early morning. Disappearing pioneers. Well, that's something new. But he was with you yesterday. She was talking to Electronic. Yes, he was. So you woke up this morning and he wasn't anywhere to be found? No. Why didn't you come to me immediately? Well, I thought that he got up earlier and went to wash up or something. Did he mention anything yesterday? Interjected Slavia. For example? That he was going somewhere, for instance. Nope. What exactly is so horrifying about that? It's only 9 a.m. He might have decided to go for a walk. You don't know Shurik. She looked over at me seriously. Well, no, I don't. But I didn't see anything suspicious in this situation. Okay, let's stop panicking. We'll find him. How could he miss breakfast? Uliana grinned. Exactly. Time to eat anyway. The pioneers proceeded into the canteen. Yet again, I had no choice where to fit in. The only free place was at the table with Alisa and Uliana. Take a seat! She pointed at the chair next to her. I sat down. Aren't you gonna get your food? Good idea. I hadn't thought about that. Today's breakfast didn't look much different from yesterday's, but it looked more appetizing. Or maybe I was just very hungry. Or maybe I was eager to finish it off as soon as possible to avoid yet another Uliana prank. "Wanna go to the beach with us today?" "When?" "Right after breakfast." Generally speaking, relaxation wasn't on my agenda today, but if I was going to spend my time thinking, why shouldn't I do it while getting a suntan? "Sure, why not?" "Ah, cool!" She smiled nicely. "I bet you're planning another prank." "No, not at all." Uliana waved her hands at me. "She sure is." Alisa grinned. "She's always like that." "No way!" "I think she's right." "Nobody believes me." Uliana took her tray of dirty dishes and stood up. "Enjoy your meal," she said in such a way which left no doubt. Nothing good awaits me today at the beach. Me and Alisa were left alone. "You know, I guess I shouldn't go with you after all." "Why's that?" "Well, I've got something to do." "And what exactly would that be?" She looked in my eyes and I couldn't even find an appropriate excuse. "I don't even have a swimsuit." "Try mine." "You think it will fit me?" "Give it a try." "I don't think it's worth the effort." "Don't be a wimp. We'll find you some swimming trunks." Those words only added to my fear. "Wait for me by the canteen. I'll be back soon." Okay. There's nothing wrong with waiting for her, is there? Finishing my breakfast, I left the building and sat on the stairs. Pioneers, all having their own business, hurried past me one by one. No one stopped by me. No one even looked in my direction. It seemed they didn't consider me a stranger, but exactly the opposite. Just another teenager their age, their comrade, you could say. I caught myself thinking that I had started to consider this camp and its inhabitants with not as much caution as I had on the first day. Indeed, Alisa was back in a couple of minutes. "Ready?" "Ready for what?" She gave me the trunks. Though you hardly could call them trunks. They looked like pink boxers decorated with butterflies and flowers. Actually, they were boxers. I almost afraid to ask, but where did you get these? Too scared to put them on? Well, you know, I have not the slightest intention of doing so. I appreciate her joke, but wasn't going to make myself a laughingstock. Put them on, she said roughly. Why don't you try them on instead of me? I think that the color of this swimsuit would set off your eyes very nicely. Let's make a bet. I had no desire to accept her bets. No thanks. Alright, you either go to the beach wearing them or you swim naked. Weighing the pros and cons, even the second option seemed better than the first. I'm not planning to go anywhere at all. Then I'll tell everyone that you left these trunks in my cabin. Why would I do that? How should I know? She burst into laughter. I didn't want to argue with Alisa, so I decided to go to the beach in the end. But not in those flamboyant trunks. Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Don't be late! She ran off after saying that. I dragged my feet to the leader's cabin to get a towel and to hopefully find something like trunks. Olga Dmitrievna was waiting for me in the room. Semyon, did you hear anything about Shurik? Same as half an hour ago. I walked to my bed and took a towel. Are you going somewhere? Yes, to the beach. Wait, do you have swimming trunks? You came here without any luggage, as I recall. Strange, that fact didn't seem to surprise her during our first encounter. No. So what will you wear? Good question. What? I don't know. Wait a minute. She walked to the wardrobe and unlocked a drawer. In a moment, she had a pair of normal black trunks. Where did she get those? More importantly, why? Someone from the previous session might have forgotten them. Considering all the strange things in this camp, it wasn't really surprising to find men's swimming trunks in Olga Dmitrievna's room. Thanks. The trunks were just my size. I got change behind the cabin and went to the beach. A lot of pioneers had already gathered there, but I recognized only Alisa and Uliana. "Come here!" I walked over to them and sat on the sand. "I see you found something better." She stared at my trunks and smirked. "As you can see." "Come on, let's swim!" "I don't want to. Maybe later." I was not a fan of swimming. "Suit yourself!" The girls ran into the water. Why did I come here? Why am I not out looking for answers? Should I care about it now? Sovionok seemed normal. Certainly, a lot of strange things had happened to me during these 3.5 days, but not one of them, taken separately, seemed at all supernatural. Especially since I didn't get any closer to finding so much as a clue. On the contrary, everything that has happened has only confused me more. What alternatives do I have? I won't get any truth from the local residents, though I doubt they even know it. Should I try to leave this place? But how far can I walk, considering that I don't even know where I am? It turned out that my only option is to wait. After some time, the girls came back. Uliana held something in her hands. "Look!" I looked up and saw a crayfish. Just a normal crayfish. Uliana lay next to me and started to torment it. "Leave the poor animal alone!" "Why? It's just a crayfish." "So what? It has a right to live too. I'll rip its claws off and ask the cook to boil it for dinner." As if we have nothing else to eat. I looked at Alisa. She seemed to be totally uninterested in Uliana's fun with the poor sea creature. "Tell her." "What's wrong?" "It's a crayfish. It deserves it." It looked like the girls missed their lessons on nature in primary school and lacked empathy for the environment. "Give it!" I snatched the crayfish off Uliana. "Suit yourself!" I was a little surprised that she didn't resist. I looked into the eyes of the poor animal. They didn't express anything at all, but I thought that if it could speak, it would certainly be outraged. Maybe it would even go to the UN Convention of Human Rights. To tell the truth, I wasn't sure that would help. I took the crayfish to the river and set it free. "Never mind, I'll catch more. There are plenty of them there," said Uliana. "No doubt about it," I mumbled. Time passed and I was getting sleepy. I fell asleep. I don't remember what I was dreaming about, if I was dreaming at all, but I woke up when someone shook my shoulder. Olga Dmitrievna stood next to me. "Did you come to swim too?" I asked, still half asleep. "No, it's almost time for lunch and we still can't find Shurik," the leader said, standing before me in a wet swimsuit. "And I want you to look for him. It seems like I'm the only pioneer in this entire camp." I was sincerely outraged. Every time it was getting clear that Olga Dmitrievna considered me her errand boy, to be used like a slave, or vice versa. "If I came to you, then I want you to help me." Why exactly me? However, after giving it some thought, I decided to agree. After all, my shoulders and back got sunburned while I was sleeping, and searching for Shurik would let me get acquainted with unexplored locations of the camp. Okay, it was not exactly right to wander around wearing only swimming trunks, so I should get changed first. 10 minutes later, I stood outside Olga Dmitrievna's cabin, deciding where to go. It was obvious that Olga Dmitrievna and her pioneers have already searched every nook and cranny of the camp, roamed the length and breadth of it. So probably it's not worth looking for Shurik in the canteen or on the beach. Or in the cybernetics club. It was his second home. Or maybe even his first. Thus, it might be worth looking around the surrounding forest. I didn't plan to go far into the forest. Otherwise, it might be me who they'll be searching for tomorrow. I didn't really visit the countryside often. I just stayed in the country house every summer during my childhood, but that one was very close to the city. But in this camp, it was possible to find everything I hadn't seen for so long: overwhelming vegetation, singing birds, and fresh air. I found a meadow and I sat on a stump. How peaceful this place is. But where in the world is Shurik? Actually, he could have been taken against his will. This camp is far from normal, so pioneer disappearances should not be all that strange. An intriguing possibility. Could it be the work of whichever force sent me here, or is it just some separate local entity's doing? Lost in my own thoughts, I didn't notice how the grass before me started moving. I looked closely and saw a squirrel. It approached me carefully and stared at my hands. Probably used to getting fed here. "Sorry, friend, I don't have anything with me." Of course, the squirrel could not understand me and continued to just sit there, waiting for treats. I felt sorry for it because I didn't have even a crumb of bread in my pocket. I realized that I'm even ashamed to look it in the eyes and decided to move on. After some more wandering, I came to the washstands. Turns out that he is not in the forest either. At least, not in the surrounding area. And going farther is just frightening. I walked to the washstands, took off my shirt, and tried to wipe myself down because I was all sweaty. However, it wasn't so easy. I won't be able to get into the wash bowl, and there isn't even a ladle. Suddenly, I heard footsteps from behind. I turned around. Electronic was walking my direction. "Looking for Shurik?" "Yes." "You too?" "Me too." "Listen, you know him better. Where could he have gone?" "I don't have a clue," he answered sadly. "Well, I just don't understand why everyone has made such a fuss. During the night, wasn't he in the cabin with you? Then he can't have been gone for too long. Maybe he went for a walk." "You don't know Shurik," said Electronic excitedly. "He is fanatically dedicated to his work. His life consists of robotics and cybernetics. People like him are 1 in a million. No, in a billion. His talent is boundless. I look up to him. He is a man of steel. No, simply triumphant." At that moment he looked like Hitler, making a speech in front of a crowd of thousands. Even his gestures matched. "Okay, so what?" "So what? You don't understand, do you?" "No." "He spends all of it, you see. All of his free time in our club. All." "So disappearing just like that is unusual for him." "Of course." Seems like Electronic calmed down. "Okay." He looked at me intently. "Are you going to wash?" "Not really. Just rinse off a little. It is hot." "Me too." He looked around. "I wish there was a bucket or a ladle, something to get more water with." "Yeah, I noticed already." "Then let's do this." He walked behind washstands and pulled on one of the taps. To my surprise, its end turned up, and rather than pouring into the wash bowl, the water splashed up at almost 90 degrees. You could manage to wash yourself that way. Meanwhile, Electronic took off his shirt and then squatted, so it seemed like he pulled down his shorts. I couldn't really tell because the washstand he was behind concealed him up to his waist. He directed the stream towards himself and started to sing something quietly. "Let's clean my chimney, chimney sweep." I stood astonished, not knowing what to do. He seemed to notice it. "I'll wash myself and then let you use it." Gosh, I got such a massive chill. "Well, I just remembered that I have something to do. Gotta go." Out of all the eccentricities of Electronic, the moment I just saw was the weirdest one. "Hey, what's up with you? A cold shower in such a hot day is like the best thing ever." No, that won't do. "And anyway, I have to go. I put on my shirt quickly and ran back into the forest. I wonder what's got into him. Bus stop seemed to be a fine choice. A strange thought came across me. Perhaps Shurik is in the same situation as me, and so he decided to run away from this camp, maybe by the 410 bus. It could really turn out to be true if he came here by accident too, although the chances of that are quite slim. But you never know. What if the bus would really come? However, I could hardly believe in that. Indeed, I spent a couple of minutes waiting at the bus stop, made sure that there were no signs of Shurik or anyone else here, and headed back to the camp. Somebody rushed out from behind the gates and bumped into me. The impact wasn't strong, so I just staggered. Miku stood in front of me and rubbed her bruised forehead. "Oh, sorry." "It's all right. It's my fault. I was going to the music club, but got lost in thought about a new song. You know, thinking up the lyrics and music. I hadn't realized how I got here. So you don't have to apologize." Her words per minute rate obviously exceeded the recognition limits of my brain. I made an attempt to retreat promptly. Sure, gotta go, you know." "Oh, wait!" I wanted to leave as usual without having to listen to her, but Miku grabbed my hand. Her grasp gave me the creeps as I got a clear vision of an agonizing execution by another rap session. "Can you help me a little, please? Just a teensy-weensy bit?" That definitely wasn't on my to-do list today. "Well, I'd be glad to, but it's... Pretty please!" Miku looked at me with such puppy dog eyes that my heart started to melt. She totally wasn't going to let go of my hand. "And what help exactly do you need?" "You'll accompany me. I can't manage to compose on my own. I can sing or play. I can't do both at the same time." Even our virtuoso has her weaknesses. "Well, you know, I can't really play any instrument." "Never mind that. I'll show you everything. Come on, let's go." On the other hand, I'm not losing anything. However, she dragged me along with her. Probably nothing good will come of this, but the only way to get her off me is to wrestle my hand out of hers. But that wouldn't be very nice. Nothing bad will happen after all. Probably. Within a minute we were already standing in the music club. Miku took a guitar. "Here, have a look!" She sat down and started playing. I tried to follow her hands. The tune seemed quite simple. It seemed quite easy to repeat it. "Got it?" "Kind of." "Let's try." I took the guitar and started playing. That didn't really work out. "Let me show you one more time." She played much better than me. Looking at Miku, I wondered. Of course, she was a chatterbox. She was naive and clumsy. However, she was extremely talented in music. "Try again." I managed much better the second time. "Wow, that's much better." She smiled. It wasn't hard. In fact, just repeat the same notes over and over. Just don't lose track. "Start on my command." "Okay." "Ready? Go!" It was a song in Japanese. Frankly speaking, I didn't understand a single word, but Miku's singing was quite good. In fact, it was outstanding. She put her heart in every note, every word. Yeah, music probably is the very thing for her to dedicate her life to. It seemed like it wasn't her who chose the music, but the music that has chosen her. The last half an hour presented Miku in a completely different light. "Oh, thank you. Did you like it? I finally managed it with you. On my own it's not so good. I either mess up with the words or miss the strings. And it's just perfect with you. Thank you so much. You really have a talent, you know? Just to play like that without any preparation." Nope. It seemed I changed my opinion about her too hastily. "Thanks for the song. Gotta go. See you. Thanks for... The rest of her words were left behind the door. I leaned on the wall of the club cabin and sighed. Miku's song was still playing in my mind. I went for lunch with mixed feelings, with a sense of accomplishment and with a realization of time wasted. The canteen was crowded. I couldn't stay unnoticed. Olga Dmitrievna called me. Semyon, come with us! The camp leader, Slavia, and Electronic were sitting at the 4-seat table. I nodded and went to get my food. This time I had to spend several minutes in the queue. Today's menu didn't really differ from the other day's menus. The dishes looked the same at least. When I sat at the table and wished bon appetit to everyone, Olga Dmitrievna said, So, what are you thinking? About what? We searched for Shurik all around. It's noon and he's nowhere to be found. I took a note of the rhyme, but I didn't want to point it out. We looked all over the camp. I went all around the neighboring forest. Olga Dmitrievna looked at me. And I helped too. We must call the police. Maybe we should wait until the evening, I asked lazily. Maybe he went home. That can't be. Shurik lives thousands of miles away. By train? The nearest station, she paused, is far off. Now it was getting interesting. Every time the conversation reached the point of concern in ways I could leave Sovionok, all the camp inhabitants started changing the subject. How far is far? Really far. The camp leader looked at me, indicating with her expression that asking more questions was not advised. So we should go deeper into the forest. Maybe he got lost. Shurik always takes a compass, chimed in Electronic. I wonder what else could be found in his magic vest, assuming he has one. If I were to get lost in the forest, a compass would be of no real use. Police! We should call the police in the evening. Not right now, at least. Okay, so you'll do it later. They were all silent. We should be able to find him before evening. We still have time. If he actually got lost, we have no time to lose. We cannot be sure. Then where is he? Where? There was some truth to the camp leader's words. Hiding the whole day just like that is suspicious. Why would he do that? Shurik seemed to me to be quite a serious pioneer. Uliana would have been a better fit for this behavior. So there's a good reason to believe that he was gone. All that can be done has already been done. We'll just have to wait. Slavia, Electronic, and Olga Dmitrievna looked at me sorrowfully, but didn't say a word. I finished my lunch, took the tray back, and left the canteen. It's still the first half of the day. What now? The camp was drifting off for an afternoon nap. Only Genda stared at me through his glasses. Of course, he was staring somewhere else, but I had a feeling that he was constantly watching me. I bet he knows where Shurik is hiding. He just can't say anything. The disappearance of the Cybernetics Club's leader made me think. Maybe it's got something to do with my case. Oh, pioneer! The nurse stood in front of me. I looked at her curiously. Go and take my place in the infirmary. I have an urgent call. Somebody is injured. Me? Yes, you. Take the keys. The nurse threw me the keys and ran away. Why me? Isn't there anyone else in this camp? What exactly should I be doing? What if something happens? Oh, what do I do now? I missed my chance to refuse. I stood in front of the door uncertainly. On the one hand, there is nothing to worry about. I'll spend half an hour or so there and she'll be back. But what if someone comes for actual help? With a broken leg or a head injury? I began to worry too much. I hope that there are no injuries more serious than bruises and scratches in this camp. But at the same time, I could not shake the idea that in a serious situation I would be absolutely useless. I don't even know how to perform CPR. A magazine on the nurse's table caught my attention. A good way to relax, I guess. This is labeled Soviet fashion. The publication date or month were absent. However, this was not a surprise. There were much stranger things happening here. I didn't know much about Soviet magazines. Maybe they actually didn't have publication dates on them. Models dressed in old-fashioned clothes stared at me from the glossy pages. Nowadays, nobody would wear such clothes. I smirked. I wonder if Slavia, for example, considered this fashionable. I can only imagine what would happen if she appeared in my time wearing something like this. I imagine we are walking in hand. I'm wearing my coat with the hood and she's dressed in a lavish dress covered with lace and things. Seems like I'm already imagining Slavia in my world. With me. And not only Slavia. This dress better suits Uliana. This cute sarafan would look good on Alisa. This skirt and cardigan would look nice on Lena. If only they could be real. No, I saw them, heard them, could even touch them. But still they are here and I simply don't belong in this place. It's alien to me. I'm just waiting for a chance to get out of here. Waiting because nothing is up to me anymore. I sighed, put my head on the table and fell asleep. I was awoken by the noise of the door opening. Lena stood at the door. The nurse isn't here? Then I'll come back later. I'm substituting for her. Since I'm responsible for pioneers' lives, I should do it with full responsibility. Although, in fact, I was just afraid of something bad happening because of me. Any health complaints? I tried to give Lena the most professional smile I could in order not to confuse her. Nothing special. Just a little headache. Let's do this. Some painkillers, maybe. Of course, I wasn't aware where to find required medicines, so it took me a while to find them. Finally! I handed a metamizole tablet to Lena. Thanks. She smiled. That was completely unexpected and I lost touch with reality, staring at her. What? Lena turned awkward in an instant. Listen, I've been wondering. Do you like this? I don't know what got into me, but I grabbed that magazine from the table and showed her that picture of a skirt and a cardigan, which would really suit Lena in my opinion. Maybe I went completely nuts thinking about all the girls being in my world. Or maybe I wanted to distract myself instead of just waiting for the nurse to come back. Lena looked at the picture. Yes, I guess. Is stuff like this in fashion? I guess. She got confused and started blushing. Why do you ask? Really, why? Just asking. We were quiet for some time. How is your headache? Much better, thank you. She smiled. I'll be off. Good luck. Lena went out and I continued to look through the magazine. After a while, somebody knocked at the door again. Seems that the infirmary is the most popular place to go. Suddenly, I decided to roleplay a nurse, just the male version, and said, Come in! The door opened and Uliana entered the room. Wow, did I miss the moment when you decided to start knocking? Anything wrong with me knocking? She frowned. Where does it hurt? Why on earth would I tell you? Where's the nurse? Right in front of you. I imposingly crossed my legs and looked questioningly at her. I'd better go. I'd be better to die than to be treated by you. She smiled mischievously. You didn't even let me try. Uliana thought for a moment. Though you could give me some pills. What's bothering you? It took her some time to reply. A heavy stomach. Sure it's not an empty head? I muttered under my breath. What did you say? Nothing. Give me a second. I found the pills in the first drawer I opened. Thank you, doctor. She smiled cheerfully. Watching Uliana, I could not imagine how such an optimistic and active child could have any health problems. Overdose of stolen candies, right? She gave me a baleful look. No, I left everything for you. Uliana ran out of the infirmary and slammed the door. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Again, I went back to studying Soviet fashion trends. Time passed, but the nurse was still absent. I wasn't searching for Shurik, wasn't looking for any clues concerning my situation. I was just sitting and flipping through a magazine. Just for a moment, I felt quite satisfied with this situation. So far, everything that has happened here could be seen as just a trip to a summer camp, and if nothing changes anytime soon, then I can start worrying. Again, somebody knocked on the door. Did I miss the outbreak of an epidemic? Slavia was standing at the doorway. Oh, hi! Isn't the nurse here? Hi. No, she's not here. I'm taking over for today. Great. I'd like... She hesitated. What? No, it's nothing. Strange. I wouldn't even think that such an open person as Slavia would keep something quiet. If there's something bothering you, tell me. That's why I'm here, to treat people. I smiled widely. No, I mean yes, but no. Hearing that made anything possible, even division by 0. So how can I help you? You? I guess you can't. She smiled and was going to leave, but suddenly stopped. However, could you step out for a minute? Why not? Okay. I stepped out of the infirmary and leaned against the wall. I wonder what might she be doing, something that I can't even see. After a minute, the door opened and Slavia came out. She was carrying a small bundle. What is it? Nothing. She blushed. Thank you. You're welcome. Slavia ran away. Seems like I shouldn't have asked. I looked at the time. It was getting late. I'd read the magazine backwards and forwards, but the nurse still wasn't here. Suddenly the door burst open and Alisa rushed inside. She looked at me piercingly. What are you doing here? Sitting, I admitted honestly. Okay then, it's even better without the nurse, she murmured. Are you sick? I asked acidly. Alisa didn't answer and came closer to me. Move over. Why? So I can open the drawer, isn't it obvious? What for? She got angry. None of your business. Well, I'm kinda in charge here. She gave it a moment's thought. Then give me some activated carbon. Stomachache? Yeah. She grinned sharply. I got the feeling there was something wrong here. Really? A stomachache? Really? Doesn't seem so. What, do I have to toss my lunch all over the place for you to believe me? I don't know what terrible things can be done with activated carbon, but I'm sure you will think of something. She hesitated. And what if you're right? There, I knew it. Then I'm certainly not giving you anything. Alisa tried to get to the drawers, but I blocked the pillbox with my chest like Alexander Maltrozov. For all her impudence, she was still just a girl, and she had no chance of pushing me aside. Whatever, I'll find it somewhere else. She turned away and headed to the exit. At the door, Alisa stopped and looked back. By the way, the camp leader and the nurse are carrying a pioneer with a broken leg. I really don't care, but they seem to be struggling. Yeah, sure. Come see for yourself. Alisa seemed to be lying, but on the other hand, as long as I can see her, I came to the door and looked outside. No one was there. Where exactly? They haven't reached here yet then. She made a helpless gesture. Have fun! I returned to the table and only then realized that one of the drawers was open. How did she make it so quick? I turned my back for just a second. Though, what evil can come from activated carbon? It was 15 minutes till dinner, and the nurse still wasn't back. I guess just leaving the place like this won't do. She asked me to look after it after all. And who knows what might happen if I leave? Though, who would want to steal anything from here? Except for Alisa stealing activated carbon. I opened the magazine again and began flipping through it for the nth time. The fashions of the 80s weren't that fun anymore. Yawning got me several times. It was already 6 o'clock, so dinner has already started. Of course, I had to be on the watch till the end, but my stomach seemed to have its own opinion on the matter. I stood up and steadily headed to the exit. A rustling sound came from behind the door. Could it be someone else who got poisoned, broke their arm, or something even worse? I sighed heavily and pulled the doorknob. However, there was no one out there. Seems it was just my imagination. I returned inside and instantly noticed that something had changed in the infirmary. To be precise, an apple had appeared on the table. But where from? Fruits can't just materialize from thin air by themselves, can they? Though in this camp anything is possible. Chances are someone just brought in here. Maybe Lena wanted to thank me, given that she's all shy and... But wait, how could she just slip past me like that? Lena wouldn't climb through the window after all, so there must be something else. I was suddenly overwhelmed by fear. What if the apple is poisoned? Though why would someone complicate things when I'm here totally helpless and can be killed way more easily? Or it might be the apple which Eve tasted in the Garden of Eden. In that case, I certainly shouldn't eat it. The same second my stomach reminded me it was there by rumbling traitorously. However, it would take time to close the infirmary, to reach the canteen, to get food. My stomach is about to eat itself. There is nothing wrong, I guess. Once again, I tried to remember if this apple was here before. In the end, it must have appeared from somewhere. Maybe it got here through the window. The shutter was slightly open. So someone must have reached in and put it here. Nothing serious, however. No. Even assuming that this is a normal apple, in any case, I shouldn't eat unwashed fruits. Just like that. I found a reason for my fear and put the apple away. It was time to go for dinner. Along the way, I ran into electronic. How is it going? Did you find Shurik? No, still no sign of him. Don't worry, we'll find him. I tried to cheer him up. Too much time has passed. I'll just keep on searching. What about dinner? No, finding Shurik is more important. He muttered thoughtfully. I left him at the crossroads and wished him good luck. Pioneers crowded in the doorway. I quickened my pace, trying not to be the last one in the line, at least for today. And I was lucky. In the far corner was an absolutely empty table. I took my dinner quickly and sat at the table. Tonight's dinner consisted of fruit soup and a pair of buns. This set surprised me at first, but the taste was actually nice. I concentrated on eating. Lena, let's go here! Look! 3 free chairs! Lena and Miku stood in front of me. Are these taken? Wondered Lena. No, take a seat. Of course, I wish she was alone. Thank you. As soon as Lena said that, Zhenya jumped out from behind her back. I'll sit here. There are no places left. she said, putting her tray on a table and sitting down, not even waiting for my answer. Sure, make yourself at home, I muttered sorrowfully. What? Nothing. To tell the truth, I want to reduce the whole company to just Lena, though neither Miku nor Zhenya were causing much trouble. Except one was too talkative and the other one was too arrogant. But nevertheless, they were absolutely harmless, especially comparing to some others I could name. Oh, seems like I forgot my key. Don't worry, take mine! I was surprised by Miku's short reply. Do you live together? Of course! Didn't you know? Together! Our cabin is the rearmost. I mean the farthest most from here. I mean the last one. I wouldn't have been surprised if somebody told me that Lena lived with Slavia, or with Zhenya at worst. Even electronic. But silent and shy Lena and excessively talkative Miku as a pair, that's really a surprise. Did you find Shurik? It's strange that Zhenya is disturbed by someone's problems. No. Surely he is at the village buying cigarettes or vodka, she snorted. Village? At that moment, the conversation got much more interesting. Got a problem with villages? Zhenya looked amazed. You mean there's a village nearby? I think so, she said uncertainly. I looked at Lena and Miku, but they were busy eating their meals and did not pay attention to our conversation. You mean you don't know exactly? Why should I care? Zhenya stared at her dish. But there must be something nearby. Listen. Listening. I don't know. Will you let me eat? Seems like I won't get anything from her. Though there is a chance that she really doesn't know. The remaining time was spent listening to Miku's talking about some nonsense. I was just going slowly mad in silence. Obviously, the first thing I did after getting out after that was inhale a great breath of fresh air. The sun was setting. I decided to take a walk. It's highly unlikely that I will find anything more exciting to do for the rest of the evening. That way, something interesting could arise quite unexpectedly. I was approaching the square when I heard a loud bang. It seemed like something had exploded. I was paralyzed. I'm in a hostile environment, not knowing the rules and laws of this place. It would be better for me to run, but at the same time I was curious. Probably I would have just kept standing there, but somebody grabbed my hand. It was Olga Dmitrievna. Why are you standing here? Let's go and see what happened! Can't you ever manage without me? I begged her pitifully. It shouldn't be anything serious, I hope. When we came to the square, there was already a crowd of pioneers. Olga Dmitrievna vigorously pushed through the crowd and approached the crime scene. Obviously, someone had tried to blow up Genda. But the attackers failed. The monument was still standing upright. There were only dim ash traces on the pedestal. Well, who did this? She looked over the crowd of pioneers. Surely it wasn't done by an organized terrorist organization. These guys all came here just to look at what happened. I noticed Uliana and Alisa in the crowd, and it looked like our camp leader noticed them too. You two, come here! They approached reluctantly. Why always me? If you think so. Show me your hands, Dvachevskaya! What's wrong with them? I looked closer and saw that they were smeared with black. Now it's clear. What did you make a bomb with? The junior terrorist seemed to hesitate over whether or not to confess, but then blurted out proudly. Activated carbon, saltpeter and sulfur. Wait a minute. Carbon. Carbon that she stole from the first aid kit. Why exactly the monument? What did this honored man ever do to you? The fighter for the rights of... I could hardly imagine how long she would have kept on scolding Alisa if Electronic hadn't popped out at that very moment, shouting. I found it! I found it! Everyone turned towards him. He held a boot in his hand. Here! Electronic boastfully shook it over his head. It's Shurik's boot. Okay, calm down. Tell us in detail where you found it. In the forest, on the way to the old camp. Whispers ran among the pioneers. Old camp, the old camp. Are you sure? Absolutely. What's so special about this old camp? I joined in the conversation. It's nothing special, really, she stammered. One of the Sovionok's legends tells the story of a young camp leader's ghost living there. She fell in love with a pioneer, but he rejected her, so she killed herself. She committed harakiri with a kitchen knife. Next day, that boy was hit by a bus. Uliana ran out of the crowd. Bus? I refrained from asking about the route number. But science doesn't acknowledge the existence of ghosts, so we have nothing to be afraid of. Anyway, somebody should go there. Suddenly, the crowd started to thin out. Olga Dmitrievna, it's almost night. Maybe tomorrow. I turned around and saw Slavia and Lena. What if at night something happens to him? No, today, right now. By the way, where is this place? Electronic roughly described to me the directions and told me the story of the old camp. The camp leader looked at me attentively. If you think that You're the only man here. I looked around the area. Of course, Electronic was quick to flee. I still didn't want to walk in the woods alone. If you ask me, I would... Am I going there alone? Olga Dmitrievna looked thoughtful. Perhaps you're right. We'll go together tomorrow morning. We stood in silence for some time, then dispersed around the camp. Everybody seemingly forgot about Alisa and her terrorist act, maybe due to the minor damage it caused. Together with the camp leader, I went towards our cabin. I tried to think of why Shurik would go to the old camp. He is interested in robots and cybernetics, not scary stories and ghosts. What does that boot have to do with that it? I remember how I decided to wait until something extraordinary would happen. And then I realized, this is it. Olga Dmitrievna, I think I'll take a walk before bed. Just not the long one. Okay. When I reached the square, I understood that hanging around in the forest or some other strange place may not be that scary. But doing so in the dark... I didn't want to return to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin, but I had to find a flashlight. For instance, there was one in the infirmary. I was glad I didn't spend my whole time there reading the fashion magazine. The flashlight was found quickly, and in a few minutes I was again standing at the square, pulling myself together. I just had to make the final decision before I entered the forest. Moving past the pioneers' cabins, down the forest path towards the abandoned camp. I set forth. Electronic told me that the old building was built immediately after the war. It looked like a kindergarten, or like a barracks, I expected, and definitely could hold fewer pioneers than today's camp. It had been abandoned for about 20 years. It was now totally dark. The forest looked totally different at night. Mysterious shadows were hiding behind the trees, strange rustling and the cries of night birds coming from everywhere, branches treacherously snapping under my feet. The full moon was shining, so I decided to save the battery in the flashlight. I'm sure I will need it sometime soon. The further I moved, the more unpleasant thoughts came into my head. I wasn't afraid of the dark at all. I didn't believe in ghosts and other mystical crap, but at the same time, during the last few days I encountered so many incomprehensible phenomena that against my own will I started to read between the lines of the simplest things. Obviously, I felt exceptionally uneasy in the forest at night. Everywhere I looked, every shadow, every tree or bush looked like weird creatures, escaping straight from horror movies or from Stephen King novels. A branch seemed to be someone's hand, eager to grab your shoulder. A fallen log, someone's dead body, someone who failed to get out of the forest. In every gully I saw a bottomless abyss. If I had found myself in this forest under any other circumstances, without all these buses and pioneer camps, of course I would still feel uncomfortable, but then I would be able to explain everything with logic and be afraid of nothing, except for owls and mice, of course. But at the moment there were more than enough reasons to fear. Despite all this, I reached the old camp without any adventures. In a little glade surrounded by trees stood a house resembling a kindergarten. Paint peeled off the walls. Almost all the windows were broken. Broken masonry here and there, holes in the roof that looked like those made by bombing. In front of the building was a little garden surrounded by a rusty fence. Apparently, once it was a playground with a merry-go-round, swings, slides, and other Soviet attractions. But time is cruel. All of them were broken and mutilated by corrosion. The grass was so tall that it almost came up to my waist. The moon looked out from behind the clouds and illuminated the old camp. It seemed like everything came back to life. Windows shone with new glass, and walls looked like they'd been painted with fresh paint. I heard playful laughter, saw translucent children joyfully running and frolicking in the yard, a strict camp leader on the threshold, holding a basket with ripe apples in her hands, the old cleaning lady taking a nap in the shade. It sent chills down my spine. Of course, my imagination was just playing tricks, but the old camp itself was so similar to all the post-apocalyptic pictures I had seen that these visions were no surprise. I stood undecided for a long time before I dared to go further. After all, I'm here to find Shurik. Though I still don't get what he might be doing here, if he even is here. A boot somewhere nearby doesn't mean anything. However, if he was not eaten by wolves, for some reason it seemed like there were no wolves in this forest, this must be the only place where he might be hiding. I carefully crossed the yard, pushing the tall grass apart and trying not to bump into a jagged piece of metal. But I stopped in the doorway, hesitating. An impenetrable heavy darkness stared back at me from inside. Even the bright moonlight could not illuminate any object or even highlight a silhouette. My head was filled up with different thoughts that all said that it's better for me not to go any further and run away quickly. But I pulled myself together, turned on the flashlight, and stepped over the threshold. Inside the building looked like a typical kindergarten. I still remembered my childhood days, and so everything here looked very familiar. Sleeping room with lines of beds standing close to each other, a large playroom, toilets, dining room, and utility rooms. Signs of the past children's joy were seen everywhere. From time to time, the flashlight drew my attention to a decaying doll, or a plastic toy car, or a punctured rubber ball, or a broken rank of tin soldiers. There was a book on a table, faded with age. I flipped through a few pages. It was a story I had read long time ago, back in my childhood. Something about the war. Enemies destroyed the kindergarten, and all of its kids hid in the little basement together with a bunch of adults, while bombs were exploding up on the surface. I don't remember the end of the story, but as far as I remember, nobody died. Looking at the illustrations, all the emotions, fear, sadness, sympathy for the poor children, and the sense of hopelessness which I had experienced while reading this book came over me. It's strange that under exactly these conditions, right here and now, that I found this book. Probably there is somebody who manages this ongoing story, who writes the scenario for this absurd play, who sews costumes for the local pioneers and creates sets like this abandoned camp. To tell the truth, he's very talented. Attention is paid to even the most minor of details. Although this place was abandoned long time ago, everything here seemed to be untouched. Of course, time didn't spare this camp. In so many years it had often been visited by the locals. A perfect place for young people just hitting puberty. They could drink alcohol, indulge in amorous pleasures, or simply burn everything down for just fun. Electronic mentioned this place is full of legends. Legends of ghosts and devils living here. Take for example the story about the camp leader who committed suicide. In my world, nobody would believe that this could stop somebody, but in this reality anything is possible. Certainly, the fear didn't disappear, but I decided that since I'd come here, I was going to carry on to the end. The building was small, so it wasn't difficult to search it completely. But I didn't find any sign of Shurik. Maybe I should just call out to him. But on the other hand, maybe that's not such a good idea. Frustrated, I sat on the bench in the lobby and sighed. "Ghosts, where are you?" I asked the camp. And all of a sudden I noticed a strange depression in the corner. A small trapdoor. An adult would barely be able to squeeze through it. And it seemed to be that it had been recently opened as the dust was cleared around it. And so, here's the part where I need to be scared. So, Shurik went somewhere. What might be lurking beneath the trapdoor? A basement? What would he be doing there? I pulled open the hatch and pointed the flashlight into the darkness. There was a ladder going from a couple of meters, ending in a concrete floor. There was a long, narrow corridor disappearing in the darkness. I hesitated for a long time. On the one hand, I had absolutely no desire to go there, but on the other hand, if Shurik was really there... I swore loudly and began to descend. Downstairs it was so dark that even the flashlight didn't help much. A low ceiling, wires extending along the walls, broken lamps clad in iron bars. I've seen it all somewhere. I slowly started to move deeper into the dungeon. The path went down and after a few dozen meters ended in a stairway with high steps. Soon I found myself in front of a massive metal door. There was a sign painted on it. I looked closely and realized that it was a biohazard sign. No wonder, if the old camp was built after the war and it lasted until the 70s, so it's an ordinary bomb shelter and there's nothing to be afraid of. However, those thoughts made me even more scared. I made a decision and opened the door, which immediately shut with a sharp sound as soon as I stepped through the doorway. I shuddered strongly, my hands began to tremble, and my vision dimmed. I regained consciousness after a few seconds, and only then I did realize that apparently a strong spring was attached to the door. I found myself in a quite spacious room. In the beam of the flashlight, I could see a bunk bed, some cabinets along the walls, and several devices of unknown purpose located in the far corner. It seems that this bomb shelter has never been used. Nobody ever came here. The beds were made, which is strange in itself. I carefully looked around the room several times. The cabinets were filled with gas masks, chemical protective suits, dry rations, various domestic odds and ends. The devices which I at first could determine the purpose of were gauges of radiation, air pressure and temperature. In short, it was a typical bomb shelter. I'd never been in such a place before, but it was how I'd imagined it. The only thing that remained unexplored was the door at the other end of the room. I pulled the handle, but the door remained closed. If somebody recently came down here and he wasn't found in this room, then it would be logical to assume that he is behind this door. I called out in a whisper, "Shurik!" No reply. Maybe he locked himself out. But why? It was unclear what I should do next. Perhaps it would be smarter to come back tomorrow with help, but for some reason I had a feeling that behind this door I would find answers that can't wait to be found. I walked across the room and took a crowbar from the corner. I wedged it under the bottom of the door and tried to rip it from its hinges. Oddly enough, after a while I did just that. Fortunately, it wasn't as massive as the previous door. The door gave out and slammed onto the floor. I took a deep breath and pointed the flashlight down the passage. A corridor vanished in the darkness, the same as the one on which brought me here. The walls were closing in. My head almost touched the ceiling, but I could not make out the end of the corridor. I walked carefully, looking at the ground. This was the reason that I did not fall into the pit. The hole was about 1.5 meters in diameter, and there was earth at the bottom of it instead of concrete. It seems that the hole was caused by an explosion. It wasn't too deep. I could easily climb out later. After I jumped into the hole, I found myself in something that resembled an old mine. The walls and the ceiling were reinforced with wooden beams. The tunnel was so long that my flashlight was insufficient. A few minutes later, I found myself at the crossroads. It's too dangerous to go any further. I could get lost. I decided that it would be a good idea to somehow mark the place from which I would begin my journey into the labyrinth, so I picked up the stone and made quite a big notch on the wall. So I went further and further. It seems there is no end to these tunnels, like I'm trapped in the Minotaur's labyrinth and the terrible creature will appear soon. I was exhausted and slowly slid down to the ground, leaning against the mine's damp walls. Where is that damn Shurik? And how many hours have I been walking around here? My eyes began to close. Just for a minute. Because sometimes a dream is just a dream. One doesn't have to look it up on the internet, searching for an interpretation of a dream that invaded your dream world in such a rude manner. One doesn't have to assume that it's a sign, a prophecy, or a prediction of the future. Sometimes a dream is just a dream, a beautiful story that it's just not going to happen in your real life, a fairy tale sketched by your resting brain and painted by your imagination. Sometimes a dream is just a dream, even if it comes in several parts. Damn, I'm so tired of all this. Huh? I raised my eyes and saw a girl hanging over me. What exactly are you tired of? Everything. It's not like someone made you do this, or is still making you. Well, it's not that simple. Oh, it's indeed quite that simple. Damn, you're always... Stop chatting! Come on, get to work! A voice that could brook no objections came from far away. The bus became empty in an instant. The girl I was arguing with sulked like a child, turned abruptly, clicked her heels and headed to the exit. Her name was Masha. Okay, you ready? A woman appeared. Her face simultaneously expressed agony for the fates of the whole of humanity, arrogance, concentration, and fatigue. Yeah, sure. Excellent. Then, action! I didn't even realize when she left the bus and camera appeared, pointing at me. I've shut my eyes. That's right, I must be sleeping according to the script. How long must I sit like that? 10 seconds? 20? That should be enough. I slowly opened my eyes and started to sweep the bus with an ignorant look. That's it. I haven't got the slightest idea why am I here. What is this? An Icarus? But why? So I have to put on the most surprised face that I've ever done. I should imagine that I'm sitting in a toilet, reading a book, and then the door suddenly swing open and I see Jean Reno with a gun. Pardon me, do you mind that I'm, pardon my French, doing number 2 here? He would surely be surprised. I just couldn't bear it and laughed out loud. "Stop! Stop!" yelled the director. "It's an outrage! We've already been shooting for a week, but we've still got less than nothing!" She jumped close to me. "What's the matter this time? You know, Well, she would hardly appreciate my story about Jean Reno. "I'm sorry." It was hard to look her in the eyes. It wasn't like I was really worried about me messing up yet another take, but mainly because I was afraid to break into laughter again. "Okay, lunch break." Our director took off her Panama hat and began to fan herself with it. "It's so hot." "Well, it's summer after all." Shurik came out of thin air, proving himself to be quite observant. "Duh, blockhead! You better take care of the camera!" Shurik calmly dodged the Panama that was thrown at him and went back to his camera. He's always like that, calm, wise, and boring, dull, and quite predictable. I got out of the bus and headed to the canteen to grab a bite, and ran into Masha at the doors. "So?" "Nothing. No surprise. Wanna have something to eat?" She stared at me for some time with an uncomprehending look. "Okay, let's go." It's strange. Seems that Masha has already visited the canteen. What is it? Didn't she have time to have her lunch? I examined her thoroughly from behind. Her double ponytails were really long and dangled from side to side, now and then hitting whatever they encountered on the way. "Are you sure that you are comfortable with your hair like that?" I asked Masha when we've sat down the table. "What's the problem?" "Well, they are kinda way too long, no?" "It's a part of my character, dork." As if they were any shorter before that. She threw an angry glance at me and proceeded to violently stir the contents of her packet of instant noodles. "One day I'm gonna get gastritis thanks to this diet." "I already got it." "Oh, sure. I bet you have already drunk all the stage props together with these guys." "And what's wrong with that?" "I'm not paid for this work, just so you know. And it's hard. The leading role, after all. I don't drink the cameras and filming tape." "Oh, it's like you are going for an Oscar." "Who knows? Who knows?" I reclined on the chair and lit up a cigarette. "Just for your information, it's a children's camp here, in case you'd forgotten." "Yeah, you see any kids around?" Masha just sniffed and didn't reply. "And, by the way, all the grade ones had to start with something. Some of them, for instance, started with a graduation project." "Not a single sane human would ever think of shooting such a wild garbage." She gazed warily around with an intimidated look, making sure that nobody except us was at the canteen, and continued. "Only our Olga Dmitrievna would." "It's not like someone made you do it." "Oh yeah?" Masha said slowly with bitterness in her voice. "Like I had any choice. Or you did. Or anyone else." "Well, for starters, you could have proposed another subject." "To propose a subject? What subject?" All this time Masha had been sprinkling salt over her noodle cup, and it seemed that she wasn't going to stop. "I see you like it spicy." "What?" I directed my gaze at her cup. "Damn!" She slammed the salt shaker down the table and sadly dropped her eyes to the small hill of salt that, like an iceberg fighting global warming, just refused to dissolve in her broth. "Oh, come on!" I suddenly felt sorry for Masha. Anyway, I could hardly digest this crap. Sandwiches are way better. "Here!" I pushed my ball in her direction. She took it silently and began to eat. Won't you even thank me? But it's completely your fault. What exactly? You distracted me and Anyway, it's your fault. Ah, whatever. Masha kept eating in silence. I finished smoking and stubbed a cigarette out on the corner of the table. What exactly don't you like about it? Well, it's actually fine, if you get used to it. Lovely noodles. I looked at Masha in a way that made clear exactly how silly and irrelevant her answer was. Ah, you are talking about the movie. About the movie. Take my character, for example. Although never mind using it as an example, it's the worst part of the script. Were you even reading this as you wrote it? For the first 2 days, then laziness took over. Well, I read it. So what? Does it seem normal to you? What exactly? Character! My character! What's the problem with it? I decided to play the fool till the end. Stop mocking me! It looks could kill, my death would have been a pretty painful one. Alright. Calm down. Masha fixed her gaze on me. What's the matter with your character? Just a normal retarded girl. There are so many around anyway, no? She turned red at first, then blue, then she turned green. I am not sure that the changing of colors on her face during a fraction of a second was really like that, but either way Masha looked scary. You know, that's disgusting, she said, suddenly getting a grip. I think it's perfectly normal. The cast of a movie, or a book for that matter, can't consist only of cute, smart and sexy characters. We still need supporting roles. Supporting, but not retarded. It's not like we don't encounter them in real life. But I'm not like that. But you are not playing yourself after all. Her stubbornness started to get on my nerves. People will watch it and say, Masha is a retard. I covered my face with hands and put my head down on the table. Okay, and what do you suggest now? I don't know. Everything is just bad. Will it get better if you just keep crying and moaning? I'm not moaning. Oh, like I can't hear it. Well, I'd prefer if I couldn't. You know what? I opened one eye and looked up at the enraged Masha. What? You are just an insensitive bastard. As you say, mademoiselle. And... She didn't manage to finish the phrase. The door burst open and a cheerful shout reached us. Masha-nyan! Semyon-kun! Oh, here comes another raving lunatic. Oh Lord, what have I done wrong? I turned my head and glanced skeptically at the girl who ran into the canteen. Sasha, one of the main characters. If we compare Sasha in real life with the character she's going to play, then Masha's words about the injustice of this world don't seem that meaningless. However, on the bright side, one can't ignore Sasha's acting talent. She really becomes a totally different person on the screen. I told you like 1,000 times! Don't you ever call me Masha-nyan! Masha gritted her teeth. Okay, then it would be Mashan. Can I? Sasha snatched the chair, moved it closer and sat beside me. Freaking cuckoo! How do people like that enter college in the first place? Nya, what are you talking about? Sasha seemed to ignore Masha's opinion on her professional impropriety. Oh, we were just discussing what exactly Masha-nyan doesn't like about our script. Just you wait till I beat the nyan out of you! She tried to land a punch on my forehead, but I dodged and her fist slammed down the table. Sasha gave a brief cry and started shivering. See how disconnected she is? A curious young mind which doesn't seek any compromises, ready for long, painstaking work, for self-sacrifice and denial of the fragile material world. And all for what? For the truth. Wow, you're so smart! Sasha murmured and hugged my arm. Too bad you are not. No, you're hopeless. I'll take that as a compliment. Masha fetched her phone out of her pocket and checked the time. Okay, time to get going. Where are you going? You only appear starting day 2. It's you who should get going, dork. Me too! Me too! Sasha jumped around, still clinging to my arm. I guess so. I got up, pushed the chair back under the table, and looked over at Masha. See you! Oh, get going! She snorted and turned away. Itakimasu! Get lost too. Just as that reached my ear, Sasha shot past me with empty noodle packet trailing in her wake. I was sitting in the bus, flipping through the script lazily. So, which idiot wrote this? Oh, yeah, that would be me. I put aside a stack of sloppy stapled printed pages and fixed my sight outside the window. Indeed, it was really hot. Even without Churik being Captain Obvious, it was hot. Let's take the asphalt for example. It doesn't give a damn that just yesterday it was winter according to the script. You know it has to be melting right here and now. And the grasshoppers don't care, they just keep rehearsing. By the way, which of them do the chirping? Is it the crickets or the grasshoppers? Or cicadas? Nah, those screech. Damn, I don't even have any internet handy for a quick check. Though, why would I? The script is all agreed on and approved and can't be edited at all. And anyway, who would care about the grasshoppers in our movie? Although, it would be a splendid idea for shooting a horror flick in the spirit of 50s US B movies. Like, for example, My Cousin is a Grasshopper, or The Cricket Day, One Flew Over the Cicada's Nest. If I have to spend 5 more minutes here, I'm gonna turn into an insect myself. Oh, why there were no air conditioners in old Soviet buses? Hey, hello, anyone home? A loudspeaker was pointed at me and right behind it I recognized the face of Olga Dmitrievna through the melting air. Please leave your message after the... I felt a blow. Hey, you can't just smack the protagonist like that. Have you even read my tour rider? Shut up! This has to be the last take in the bus. I wanted this pretty bad myself. After all, it's better to be outside than stuck in this moving man-melter. Shurik's camera was hanging over me. I acted as if I was really desperate about what's going on, raged across the bus, dashed outside, ran all around it, and, finally, collapsed down on the sidewalk. Cut! Olga Dmitrievna smiled approvingly. Well, seems like you are able to do it when you really want to. Sure, it seems that will is the most important thing. And now, meet in Slavia. A break maybe? Router prayed. We ain't here for a vacation. Off you go to your camera. He hung his head and shuffled off to his place. Action! I stared at the camp gates. I held my gaze on the statues of the pioneers and took a few steps forward. Sasha emerged from behind the gates. Hi, Semyon-kun! My name is Slavia! Yoroshiku ne! A stunned silence descended upon the set. It seemed like even the grasshoppers suddenly stopped their song and looked up at Sasha with fascination. I have just one question for you! The dreadfully calm voice of Olga Dmitrievna reached us from behind me. Have you even read the script? Sure I did, but it's so boring. It was pointless to cry, swear, go into hysterics. We couldn't find another actress here. We have only 3 weeks in this camp and you... She sat down on her director's chair and began to fan herself with her Panama hat. Guys, don't you get it that we won't make it in time if we keep strolling around like this? We still have lots of stuff to shoot. Could you get at least a little more serious? It's like I'm the only one who cares. A stick certainly won't work with Sasha, so maybe we should try a carrot instead. I'm sorry. I'll try again. You'd better! I tried hard to imagine the protagonist surveying the unknown environment as millions of theories fly through his head. He's shocked. He doesn't know what to think of it all. His brain's ready to explode. His consciousness starts to wander. And there you go. A girl, your average pioneer, appears and she has not the slightest idea of what's happened to him. She just greets the protagonist and sends him to the camp leader. I took a few steps forward and Sasha appeared from behind the gates. You must be new here! I caught sight of the lens of the camera pointing at me from out of the corner of my eye and tried hard to make a really surprised face. If so, you need to go to our camp leader. So you can do it, if you really want to. Olga Dmitrievna wiped the sweat from her forehead. I'm gonna turn grey before my time with all these fripperies of yours. And we still have to do the editing. Ah. She checked her watch. Okay, let's call it a day. I'd hardly call myself workaholic, but even I felt that it's way too early to stop, given we are already falling badly behind the schedule. Don't you think that... I do, but I feel absolutely done. As you wish. I shrugged and headed into the camp. Evening was closing in. Tonight I was dining with Masha, Sasha and Alisa. There was a huge bowl full of fried potato slices with mushrooms right in front of me. One of the perks of summer, fresh vegetables from the garden. You better show that much effort during filming. Oh, you seem to prefer instant noodles over this. What are you talking about? Sasha is a great chef, mumbled Alisa. Didn't anyone ever tell you that it's impolite to talk with your mouth full? And you are always complaining. I'm... Sasha was about to burst into tears. Oh Lord, come on, chill out. Everything's delicious. Nya, Masha Nyan, do you want me to make something? Masha gave her such a dirty look that it became obvious even to Sasha that she shouldn't continue. But anyway, just tell me honestly. I won't. But you don't even know what I'm about to ask you. I know. So what it's going to be? She stared at me with a triumphant look. Why did I come up with such a rubbish script? Damn. Alisa and Sasha laughed. Oh, I see that you are both okay with it. What's the matter? It's summer, we are surrounded by nature. There is a beach here. Everything looks great. You might as well visit Turkey. Why did you come here? Alisa glanced at Masha blankly and started to dig into her plate. So? She pointed her fork at me. Fear not the fork, but the spoon. One blow and your skull is doomed. Now you tell me, is he even normal? Semyon-kun is kawaii! Sasha hugged my arm and nodded vigorously. What's the matter anyway? He just got us a free vacation. I don't understand what I'm even doing here. Well, it's not like anyone's holding you here, I said coldly. Oh, if only what I wanted mattered. And you, what are you doing all this time? You just keep nagging others, and yet there's still a lot of time before your appearance according to the script. You must be preparing for the role, eh? I interrupted her. Oh, maybe I am preparing. Double standards. Triple, damn it. So what are you doing, for real? Well, what would you expect me to do? Me? Nothing. Just curious. Reading books, she answered timidly. And every book about how to master acting. Stop it, okay? We are sitting out here, God knows where, no internet, no phone signal, nothing at all. If I hadn't brought the mosquito repellent with me... I brought it, nya! Masha gave her such a look that Sasha suddenly started to take up much less space than usual. I just don't get you. What's the point of complaining all the time? You could have stayed back home. Ah, did I even ask you? Masha got up abruptly and headed for the exit. Masha Nyan is upset, said Sasha in a distressed tone. If she got upset just now, then wait until you see what she's gonna be like towards the end of the shooting. The Pioneer Chainsaw Massacre with a drużba, eh? Curiously enough, I really couldn't comprehend why Masha keeps freaking out. Sure, since the very beginning, she had no real enthusiasm for either the script or the whole idea of shooting our movie in godforsaken Pioneer camp. But still, she wasn't that aggressive. Maybe it's the heat that's to blame, or the grasshoppers. Sure, that's it, grasshoppers. They are giving us hell instead of a good sleep. I wish we had a button to release some sort of poisonous gas, and presto. What are you thinking about? About the grasshoppers. What's wrong with them? Might as well ask what's right with them. Grasshoppers! They are not nya. Why? Well, they are so scary. You just don't like insects in general. Nope. Me neither. A heavy silence fell. No matter what's going on in Masha's head, at least she can always keep the conversation going, even if it's about the grasshoppers. I imagined her talking about her hatred towards these hellish creatures who dare not only to plague this already imperfect world, but also keep chirping all night long, this time interrupting your own inner rest and gentle soul. Olga Dmitrievna approached our table. Ready for the night shooting? Night shooting? It's not like we've even completed the first scene yet. And you also mentioned that we are done for today. We have to make maximum use of the time, or else we won't make it at all. I couldn't say that I was completely dead tired, and besides, I had to show at least a spark of commitment to the success of my own project. Alright, what are we shooting? The night scene with Slavia in the woods. Nani nani? Sasha heard that we were discussing her character and jumped in. Just please, began Olga Dmitrievna in a strained voice. Stick to the script this time. Wakarimashita! And stop that already! She gritted her teeth, turned around and left us. What's that scene about? Haven't you read the script at all? Of course I haven't, said Alisa proudly. I'm more than okay with just reading the scenes where I appear. I wasn't going to trouble her with meaningless talk about the necessity of getting the whole picture to fully understand one's character. I'm watching Slavia dancing by the side of the lake in the woods. Nya, nya, it's so romantic. And she strips down in process. Nya? Sasha stared at me with a look of incomprehension. The meaning of my words dawned on her after several moments. Strips? Relax, not completely. Well, if it's gonna be you... She blushed. Sure, seems like this girl has not only been watching too much anime recently, but also is not the smartest one by birth. Just why did Olga Dmitrievna cast the characters like this? As for me, I'd rather cast Masha to play Slavia, and Sasha as Miku. Anyway, it's up to the director to decide, and Olga Dmitrievna is the only director we have. By any chance, will there be that? What? Sasha gave Alisa a blank stare. No. What do you mean? Nothing at all? Not in this scene? Ah, so you will be doing that later. Alisa showed off a sharp grin. If it sparks your curiosity so much, you should go and read the script already. Nah, I'm not curious at all. Alisa got up from the table. Okay, I'll be going. What was it all about? What's that? It's nothing. Go get yourself ready. The sun's already setting. Nya, nya. Sasha got up and dashed to the exit. I finished my plate of potatoes and gave a heavy sigh. Well, at this rate we won't manage to shoot even half the movie. I guess we can just put "to be continued" at the end and turn everything into an epic saga created by the students of a third-rate local cinema and television college. Suddenly I understood that, really, I don't care anymore. Ready? I turned back and caught sight of Shurik. It's not like I have anything to prepare. Do you think you can manage these night shootings? Oh, somehow. Let's get going then. It's finally become colder in the evenings. Too cold, I'd say. I was sitting on a stump and trying to keep myself warm in my thin top while others were aligning cameras and lights. Why should I be doing this stuff anyway? It's not like I even have a part in this scene. Masha was setting up a light reflector cloth between the trees. Who else? We've always short on manpower. Well, you could bring on more people for this. Everyone would have been happy to participate in the production of such a masterpiece. Are you complaining about something? Olga Dmitrievna gave her a menacing look. Nothing at all. I'm fine. Our director was probably the only person here that Masha hesitated to argue with. I wonder why. Shurik sat down next to me. What do you think? Any chance we'll get it in only 2 or 3 takes? I have no idea. It's not like it depends on me. I nodded toward Sasha. She was jumping up and down energetically by the lakeside, warming up for her role. Oh, I see. Shurik heaved a doomed sigh and headed to his camera. All right, it's time. I hid myself behind a tree. Camera, action! Sasha walked past me, almost dancing. I couldn't help noticing, but given all this extra lightning, combining with the moonlight, she looked plain stupid. But that's the cameraman's concern anyway. It's probably for the best. I slowly emerged from behind the tree and followed her. Sasha went slowly along the shoreline, almost hovering above the ground, taking off her neckerchief and unbuttoning her shirt on the way. In fact, it actually looked amazing. I bet she could have been a great actress of the silent cinema. Soon enough, Sasha disappeared into the woods. I took a few moments to space out at the shoreline and then started to follow her. Cut! Sasha immediately dashed back from behind the trees. So, how is it? Excellent, perfect! If only you could perform like this every time! On the first take! Then we would have it all finished in time. You are saying it like we are not gonna make it on time. I nodded skeptically. We'll make it, you bet. Ahem, what do you mean? That's all? Masha suddenly appeared next to me as if out of nowhere. You wanted something else? We've spent like 3 hours in preparation for only 1 minute of footage. It's cinema. Cinema, you know. Art. One can be hunting a single shot for years. One could keep shooting a 5-minute movie for decades. Olga Dmitrievna looked particularly funny, waving her arms like that. Sure, mumbled Masha in a wasted voice. That's it? Yeah, that's it for tonight. Then good night, everyone. She threw a piece of reflector cloth to the ground and hastened off towards the camp. I quickly mumbled my goodbyes to everyone, grabbed a script printout, and rushed after her. Hey! It was at the square when I caught up with her. Oh, now what do you want? A look of extreme fatigue was on Masha's face. Maybe you want to take a short walk before you head off to sleep. Why would I? She glanced at me, apparently misunderstanding me. Well, it's still so early. I bet you wouldn't even think of going to sleep at this time in the city. In the city. This isn't the city here, you know. Here 3 days count for 1. Oh, come on. It's still early. Oh, fine. She gave me a bright look and smiled. Just not for too long. Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Why do you carry that all the time? She pointed at the stack of paper I held in my hands. Well, you never know what might happen. Shortly thereafter, we arrived at the beach. What a lovely moon! Masha started to strip and dashed off towards the river. I don't know what I was expecting, because she had a bikini on under that pioneer uniform of hers. Fascinated, I stared as she paddled her legs in the water, which caused the ripples to splash around her. So, you are still able to have fun, I shouted. She threw me an offended look, came closer and sat down next to me. Yeah, it's just like recently you all think that I'm just an old hag. Of course you're not, but you are still one hell of a moaner. I guess I have my reasons. Not sure. I don't see any particular ones. Masha got up and moved several feet away from me. Oh, come on. Don't come on me. It just... one can't be such a... Such a what? You never see anything. She put her head down on her knees and added quietly. And you never understand. Yeah, that's me, cold-hearted, dumb and dull. Masha gave a barely audible laugh. Yeah, exactly. Let's go swimming? It's cold in there. It won't take long. Okay. The water was surprisingly warm, so indeed we were hardly going to freeze. I sat down at the towel that somebody had left behind and took a deep breath of the soft night air. Masha lay in front of me and rested her head on my lap. Am I disturbing you? Not at all. I just felt kinda tired. She looked straight into my eyes, but I averted my gaze. Why can't it all be the same as before? How so? Come on. That was a joint decision, you know. But nevertheless... She put her arms around my waist, and I felt even more ill at ease. Why have we come here in the first place? To shoot a movie. I tried to put off with a jest. Still, if it wasn't for you, I would have never gone to this college in the first place. We could have already... She sighed. But now... I still think that digging up the past in this context is hardly a good idea. You might think so. As for me, I still think that we shouldn't have. But you were the one who wanted it in the first place. I never wanted it, said Masha resentfully. Oh, yeah, so it was me who insisted. Yes, it was you. She turned away but didn't get off of me. You're always like that. You don't like this, you don't like that. Why can't you just adopt a simple approach to life? Take a look around. It's a splendid summer. It's a beautiful night. We are shooting a remarkable movie. In fact, everything's great. Do you really believe all that yourself? Her question was indeed one worth asking. I do, kind of. It's not like everything's always ideal. But what's so bad about it? Everything is bad. She seemed ready to burst into tears. This stupid camp, that script of yours, everything is bad. And you are not a child anymore. You could have already started a family, gotten a job. Hey, we discussed it all like 1,000 times. Yeah, and broke up exactly because of that. That was your call, mind. Precisely because of your everything is bad attitude. But you go like everything's great to make up for that. Only fools rejoice about everything around them. I'm not rejoicing. Or rather, I'm rejoicing about things that are worth rejoicing about. I like my work. I find pleasure in films. Do I, really? So that means you didn't find pleasure in me. She got up and leaned against my chest. Maybe we shouldn't? What's the matter? Don't you want to? I couldn't make up my mind on how should I reply. On the one hand, I didn't want to open old wounds, but on the other hand, I clearly understood that I am not in position to refuse. And by now, I didn't care if anyone who might not be sleeping might see us. But why? What comes after? Who cares? Well, in that case... The gleaming moonlight reflecting in the water droplets on her bare skin, the sticky sand, the chill of the summer night, and the heat of her body, heavy breathing and gasping for pleasures. Everything passed in one brief moment. Guess it's time to sleep. It's gonna be a rough day tomorrow. Olga Dmitrievna will definitely push us hard. I was slowly buttoning my shirt as I watched Masha dressing. I don't want to sleep alone, she murmured quietly. What, afraid of the grasshoppers? It's not the grasshoppers, it's the crickets, and I'm not afraid of them. She averted her gaze and blushed a little. It's just, well, unusual. You might have got used to it given the amount of time. I suddenly thought that there's nothing wrong with this idea, especially given everything that happened. Okay. But where? Masha gave me a questioning look. There are a couple of unoccupied cabins reserved for further scenes. Well, we could use these props for a while, I guess. Let's go. She smiled, got up, took my arm, and we slowly headed to the square. An irresistibly blinding morning glare struck my eyes. I wasn't able to stretch. Masha was sleeping on my left arm. I barely managed to pull my limb from under her head and massage it for a long time, trying to restore the blood flow. Scratching my stubble, I reached for my shorts to find my cigarettes. Perhaps we shouldn't have gone that far yesterday after all. Now she definitely won't leave me alone. Well, probably not. That's not in her nature. But a bad aftertaste will still remain. And now she has an argument to scold me with, if I just give her one chance to. Yet another argument. It's not like she's short on them. Unable to find the cigarettes in my shorts, I thought that I must have left them behind in my cabin, so I clumsily dressed and went outside. Oh, Lord, let it rain at last. It's impossible to work in such an oven. And it's like this day and night and day. Rubbing my eyes, I plodded down the trail and didn't notice somebody coming until they ran into me. It was Router. Hi, Semyon! Hi there! I shouted after him. Finally, I came to the cabin, opened the door and entered. Olga Dmitrievna was inside. She drilled me with her gaze. Would you care to explain? What's the matter? Where did you spend the whole night? She looked more than menacing. I was with Masha, and what's the problem? After all, everyone got it already, so it makes absolutely no sense to hide it. With who? Olga Dmitrievna gave me a surprised glance. With Masha, I repeated calmly. We don't have any Mashas here. Now it's my turn to be surprised. Semyon, your behavior is unbecoming of a true pioneer. Ah, we are shooting it already, but where are the cameras? I grinned. Semyon! Oh, come on. I headed to my bed and opened the drawer. However, my backpack wasn't there. Have you seen my backpack? A backpack? She looked at me in surprise. Yeah, it was here. But you arrived here without any luggage. What? I broke into a silly smile. And I still haven't finished yet. Olga Dmitrievna, I get it that you are in the finest of moods this morning and you have an eagerness to joke around, but... How can I feel fine when a pioneer, a future Komsomol member, is acting like that? A pioneer? A Komsomol member? Something is definitely going wrong. Olga Dmitrievna, have you slept well? Are you okay? How dare you speak to me like that? What's your problem? To sum up, you need to be at the lineup in half an hour. As for me, I still need to find Miku. Miku? It looks like they just want to play a prank on us. Ma'am, yes, ma'am. I saluted and marched out of the cabin. I have to go and tell Masha, share some laughter with her. I vigorously pushed the cabin's door and ran in. Masha, you won't believe what they... Masha was sitting on the corner of a bed with an absolutely pale face, wrapping her arms around her legs. What happened? I leaped to her side. Lena just came in and... Lena? But she wasn't planning to come for another 3 days. It wasn't our Lena. It was just something that looked like her. Masha was trembling, and an expression of horror was on her face. Calm down. Let's take it slowly. She was talking about some kind of a lineup, cleaning up the grounds, about the library, about the music club. Her breathing became rapid. And it wasn't a joke, I'm sure of it. I recalled the recent conversation with Olga Dmitrievna at once. Okay, calm down. I still haven't got a thing. It wasn't our Lena. It was the Lena from your script. She raised her tear-filled eyes to me. I understood right away that this wasn't a joke, and my courage vanished. That's ridiculous. It just can't be. Though, recalling the conversation with the director... No, I'm sure. She threw herself into my arms. I tried to calm her down. We have to think logically. It's just them trying to pull a prank on us, that's all. I was just talking to Olga Dmitrievna and she... And she's what? Also looked unusual to me? Nah. I can't just say that to Masha. In the end, they will have their laugh and then quit it. No, something has happened. Something horrible. I'm sure of it. Masha was sobbing in my arms. Okay, let's get down to it. Let's talk to someone. For example, to Router. He surely isn't the main stand-up comedian in our hood. To tell the truth, at this point I was interested myself in finding out what kind of joke this was. One that can bring Masha, who is always calm and prepared for everything, to hysterics. Okay. She wiped away her tears and got up from the bed. Calm down now. I'm trying. Masha smiled faintly. Let's go. We left the cabin. Where to? Olga Dmitrievna was talking about some kind of a lineup. Let's go to the square. Most likely they will be there. Masha took my hand, but let go of it right away. I chose not to look in her direction because I already knew what expression she had on her face, and just headed to the square. The lineup, if that is the right term for people flocking around the monument, was quite crowded. I didn't recognize even half of people gathered there, and that fact was extremely strange on its own. Olga Dmitrievna tried to line them all up. I chose not to linger and went up to her. Olga Dmitrievna, you know... Oh, and Miku is here too, she interrupted me. Excellent, we'll talk after the lineup. What lineup are you talking about? Isn't that enough playing games? For God's sake, it's not funny anymore. She looked at me in confusion. What are you talking about? About that. Masha cautiously looked out from behind my back. Olga Dmitrievna, it really isn't funny anymore. I don't understand you too. Let's seriously get back to the shooting. What shooting? I looked at her attentively and for the first time realized that perhaps she wasn't joking. Olga Dmitrievna was never a decent actress, so I doubt that this expression of surprise and incomprehension was fake. What a mess. Okay, let's assume... Tell us your version. Version of what? She was still blinking her eyes while looking at my mouth. I got it. I grabbed Masha by her arm and headed away from the square. Hey, hold on! Where are you going? We have to find someone less insane. Olga Dmitrievna's shouts followed us, but I didn't pay any attention. Soon enough, we reached the clubhouse. According to the script, it ought to be right here. Let's go! Masha didn't reply, just followed my lead. I opened the door abruptly and walked in. Router was there, as I had expected. What's happening? Oh, Semyon! And you are not alone! Hi there! Have you come here to join our club? It seemed that there was something wrong with him too. Why aren't you at the lineup? I asked mischievously. Well, I've got something to finish here. Ah, whatever. Just tell us what's going on here. Am I missing something? Just like Olga Dmitrievna, he stared at me with no sign of understanding. Why the heck is everyone around acting like we are real pioneers in a real pioneer camp? Isn't that the case? Is it? Well, actually... And what about the film? What film? The film! The one we are filming! Semyon, I really don't understand what you are talking about. It's only now that I realize that everyone around is calling me Semyon. Well, Sasha was always calling me Semyon-kun too. But that was clearly a joke, while here... It's not a big thing, but my name is definitely not Semyon. I stepped back in horror and tripped over Masha. She let out a short scream. And you, Miku... I wasn't listening. I snatched Masha's hand and ran out. I managed to halt only at the bus stop. As I turned around, I saw Masha gasping for breath. I let go of her hand and sat down on the edge of the road. Looks like the two of us are in trouble. Don't you get it? Everyone here behaves exactly the same as it was written in my script. She stared blankly at me for some time, then she recovered. Yeah, a fair guess. But what? Why? Like I would know. So what are we gonna do? I don't know. Masha was on the edge of bursting into tears. Oh, stop it. I really have no idea. How can I come up with a ready-made solution in this situation? I understand, but... After all, there is still a possibility of it all being a silly joke. Well, an overdone one. But what if... Well, if... Then we'll act in accordance with the circumstances. I sighed and quickly stood up. Let's go eat something at least. I think that whatever is happening here, food will still be served. Masha gave a barely noticeable smile and followed me. The canteen was jam-packed. Even at the lineup, I noticed that there were many more people than there were yesterday. Did all these children really come here? To an abandoned camp? No, there is something really wrong about that. However, food was being distributed, so me and Masha took trays and sat down separately from the others. I ate intently, trying not to raise my head up from the plate and not to look at the surrounding people. However, it didn't help me much. In a couple of minutes, someone showed up near our table. I barely managed to raise my eyes and saw Lena. Can I? She asked quietly. Yeah, suit yourself. While I was thinking as to how I should answer, Masha pulled out a chair beside her and invited Lena to sit down with a gesture. You weren't yourself this morning, she began anxiously. Well, got up on the wrong side of the bed. Masha laughed nervously. Lena glanced at me and then quickly looked away. So, how it's going? I started with more general questions. Fine. I see. I genuinely had no idea of what can be discussed with her. Plus, Lena indeed looked pretty odd. While she was usually all fun and high spirits, now she looked extremely timid and shy. Did you hear anything about Slavia? What happened? Well, nobody has seen her since yesterday. It's like you two disappeared first. Now you are here, but Slavia is... She left long pauses after each of her sentences. I still didn't get it. Either it's completely perfect acting, or the being sitting in front of us wasn't our Lena. Nope. We haven't seen her. Well, I hope she will be back eventually. Yeah, we hope so too. Slavia. Sasha indeed could lose her way in broad daylight. That's hardly surprising. I was just finishing eating the rubber-like oatmeal when suddenly Olga Dmitrievna ran into the canteen, waving her hands. She looked around emotionlessly, and after a glance at me, she finally headed towards our table at a fast walk. "Oh, here you are! Let's go have a talk!" She hissed below her breath right at my face. Seemed that objecting wasn't worth it, so I got up, nodded to Masha, and we headed after Olga Dmitrievna. After we got outside, she turned around abruptly and said, "So, where were you last night?" "Should you care?" I shrugged. "I should! Did you know that Slavia is missing?" "I just heard that from Lena." "Exactly. I went searching for her and found her." It looked like she was desperately fighting back tears. "That's a good news then." "Come, let me show you," she said quietly and headed in the direction of the forest. I looked at Masha. "Maybe we shouldn't." "What's wrong with it?" However, my inner voice was agreeing with her. "All right then, but I'm afraid." "Everything will be fine." I tried smiling, but even without the mirror it was obvious that my smile was so fake that it made me sick. Soon enough we came to a small glade. "There!" Olga Dmitrievna pointed at the tree. I took a few steps and suddenly spotted a detached human arm. In fact, it wasn't even detached, more like it had been torn off. Masha peered out from behind my shoulder and screamed in terror straight away. "Don't look!" She burst into tears and rushed into Olga Dmitrievna's arms. I made a considerable effort. I had to look behind the tree to ensure that it was indeed Slavia. Body parts were lying there. An arm, a leg, ruptured in several places, a piece of flesh from the chest, a head with hair clotted with blood and deeply sunken glassy eyes. I felt like vomiting and instinctively averted my gaze. "Who did this?" "How would I know?" said Olga Dmitrievna in surprisingly stone-cold voice. "Throughout the camp you are the only ones without an alibi." Masha continued to cry, now on my shoulder. "What? You seriously think that we were able to do this?" I gazed at her in fury. Now it didn't matter that much what was happening here, silly jokes or something more serious. A person had been murdered. A person who we knew. Slavia or Sasha, it makes no difference. "Well, no," she hesitated. "But someone did it after all." "I would say some wild animals, probably wolves." "There were never any wolves around." "So you think a human could have done it?" "Well, there is no one else to blame." "No, that makes no sense at all. It just can't." I hugged Masha tighter. Her sobbing became quieter. "Anyway, we have to call the police." "Of course we have to. Let's go!" The district center is pretty far from the camp. The police won't get here anytime soon. Night was falling. I was sitting at the square and watching the sunset. Masha was sleeping in Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. It all shocked her much more than us, for many reasons. There were two main questions in my mind. First, what is happening here? And second, who murdered Slavia? Or Sasha? Anyway, who's the murderer? The first one could be postponed for the time being, but I still had no clue how to deal with the second one. Despite all the confusion, the conclusion of her being savaged by a wild beast seemed to be the most reasonable explanation. I don't care if there are any wolves here or not. It could even be a bear or a badger, but certainly not a human. No one would be able to do something like that without additional tools. And the type of wounds made it clear that the unfortunate victim had been dismembered with bare hands or paws. Though it's true enough that an enraged human can gain nearly superhuman strength. But of all people gathered here, who would be able to do something like that? Router? Lena? Maybe Olga Dmitrievna herself? No, that's stupid. But even so, there were many children apart from them in the canteen and at the square. But am I really going to interrogate every single one of them? That's a job for the police. Then what's there to be afraid of? Maybe I'm not afraid for myself, but for Masha. Right, I need check how she's doing. I was about to get up when suddenly I sensed someone's presence. I looked back and saw Lena. Oh, I didn't want to scare you. It's okay. Can I sit here? Yes, sit down, please. She fixed her skirt with a neat move, sat down, and started staring at the sunset. How sad this all is. Yeah, not much to rejoice about. What do you think? Who could have done that? How should I know? Certainly not me. No, it's not like I suspect you or anything. She began waving her hands in a funny manner. Well, thanks for that. I smirked sadly. But that must have been done by a very cruel, very evil person. Well, not necessarily. Lena glanced at me in confusion. Maybe it was one of delusion. After all, in everyday life, maniacs can be the nicest of people. So you are saying that... Her eyes widened and her jaw dropped a little. That it could have been done by any one of us? Well, I'm not asserting that, that's for sure. But the circle of suspects is quite large. No, none of the children could do that. No one. Anyway, it's up to the police to deal with it. We spent some more time sitting in silence. I was about to leave when Lena suddenly whispered, Or could you? What? An unnatural grin appeared on her face. A devil's grin, so I thought. Could you have murdered Slavia? Of course not. But you two didn't get along very well. Why do you think so? We were getting along just fine. It suddenly became clear that Lena, most likely, is not talking about me. More precisely, not the me from yesterday, and not the Slavia whose name is Sasha. I was sure about that. No, it wasn't me. Okay, relax, I'm not accusing you. She gave me a look, and for a second her eyes seemed red to me. Maybe it was just a reflection of the sunset. I'm glad you got everything right. But it was you who said that everyone is worth suspecting. I didn't tell you to suspect everyone. I meant that we don't know who the criminal is. Yet. Oh, I see. Well, I hope I don't become the next victim. Lena said loudly and burst out laughing. The way she did it gave me the creeps. Okay, it's time to go. She got up and swiftly left the square. I chose not to linger and headed to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. It was now completely dark. Masha was still sleeping, so I decided not to wake her and quietly climbed in next to her. Our director, or the camp leader, as the local residents kept referring to her, was still nowhere to be seen. If she enters now, it will all get very uncomfortable. Well, it might, at the very least. Anyway, who cares? A person has been murdered. It's not the time for such trifles. And anyway, we still have to find out what's going on. Why does everyone keep acting like they are pioneers? It seems to me that until it becomes clear who the real criminal is, this whole ridiculous carnival won't stop. The real question was, what is the cause and what is it the effect? Either everyone keeps pretending because Slavia was murdered, I still couldn't accept that Sasha was the victim, so I've kept telling myself that it was indeed Slavia, or Slavia was killed because everyone keeps pretending. Damn it! I got lost entirely, and such brainstorming is not going to get me anywhere. The door creaked faintly. Cautiously, I rose on my elbows a bit and peered into the darkness. A few torturous moments passed, but ultimately no one came in. Well, I guess it's no use to just lie down and wait. Right now it's probably just the wind blowing or something like that, but this late at night, when everyone is asleep. I stood up, grabbed my trousers in the dark and looked around. It was hardly probable that I might find something that could be used as a means of self-defense here. But I at least have to give it a try. Rummaging through the cabin's contents, I stumbled upon a locked drawer inside the cabinet. Sure, I'd love to find a gun or at least some kind of heavy crowbar there. However, I totally understood that I really shouldn't hold my breath for one. But it had to be locked for a reason. I pushed the cabinet from the wall, estimated where exactly on the back side the drawer was, and gave it a sharp and precise, so I would not wake Masha up, kick with my leg. The plywood cracked, and some things spilled forth from the drawer. Underwear. More underwear. Matches. Oh, they might just come in handy. I shoved the matchbox in my pocket, and at the same moment I heard some strange noises from outside the door, as if some wild animal was scratching on it. Surely, if that is the real criminal, I won't stand a chance against him. But one shouldn't shrug off the possibility that it was the work of a local pioneer, who may have gone crazy or who was just insane from the start. Anyway, I should be still able to knock out any of the local residents, even if he came at me with a knife. Thinking about a weapon gave me the creeps. No, I shouldn't be so overconfident. If I get into an encounter with someone who is, for example, armed with a knife, then I must shut the door, barricade all the entrances, and wait for help. You probably couldn't get hold of a firearm here, although... The door creaked once more and opened up about an inch. I closed my eyes for a second and violently pulled it open, gathering all my strength. I heard a choked scream and saw Alisa spread-eagled on the doorstep. "Oh, it's just you!" I heaved a sigh of relief. "Don't scare people like that! Want to give me a heart attack?" She got up, dusted her clothes off slowly, and glanced at me guiltily. "I'm sorry. It's fine. It's just... It could be dangerous to walk alone around the camp during the night. What with all the stuff that's happening." I stopped short. Happening implies an ongoing process. As if something was still going to happen. I mean, happened. That's why I came. Alisa was looking at the ground and trembling slightly. It's already late, but Uliana is still nowhere to be seen. She raised her eyes to me, and I saw tears running down her cheeks. Where could she have gone? It wasn't like I was really concerned, but I asked because I felt that I had to calm the situation. It was perfectly clear that there's absolutely nothing to do in this camp at night. If there's electricity available, then everyone watches movies on their laptops. If not, then they just read books by candlelight. Wandering under the moon shouldn't be on that list. I don't know. Okay, let's think through it without any fuss. I walked over to the table and picked up the clock. It's midnight. Sure, everyone should be already at their cabins by this time. A scary thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Where's Olga Dmitrievna? Let's go outside and talk there. Don't want us to make up Miku. As we went out, I took a place by the stairs and started to think. Alisa stood beside me, wringing her hands with a pained look on her face as she watched the full moon rise. We have to call the police. We've already called them. But back then it was only Slavia, and now it's also Uliana. And Olga Dmitrievna. Have you seen her? No, but what, is she too? Alisa burst into tears. We still don't know anything, but nevertheless, it's clear that something's going on here. Even if they are not just pretending to be pioneers and something really has happened to the world, right now I could have quite a good chance of departing from it without getting any answers for my question. So I have to focus on survival. Survival. The word hit like a sharp pain to the back of the head. Survival. Just yesterday I didn't need to give the slightest consideration to anything like that. The quiet summer night was raining over everything around us. Not a breath of wind, not a rustle of grass, or a whisper of moving leaves could be heard. Nothing. Just the reflection of the moonlight in the cabin's windows, sparse clouds up in the sky, and yet impenetrable darkness all around. They say that when you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. And the grasshoppers. These damn critters are pulling a double shift on DJing. As if they are constantly on duty. As the day shift winds up, the night shift, who got enough sleep, begins. Then the night ones knock off and I have to find some insecticide after all. At least I can wipe out a couple of divisions. With any luck that would get me some quiet living space around this cabin. Sure, I can't destroy 'em all. What the heck? There are probably more of them than there are humans in the entire world. Can you hear it? Alisa sat down and huddled up against me. Her entire body was trembling. What? I strained my ears. It seems that somebody was slowly walking down the path to our cabin. I couldn't make anything out in the dark, but the steps grew more and more audible with every second. Okay, don't sweat it. He won't dare to attack the two of us. Although I wasn't really sure about that. My hands instinctively started to search for something I could use to defend myself. Hey! Sorry. Soon enough, I found a piece of water pipe underneath the bench. It's not much help, of course. It's way too thick and uncomfortable to wield properly, but it's still better than going out empty-handed. The mere sight of this monstrosity would make everyone pee themselves, most likely from laughter. There is nothing I can do. We are as good as sitting ducks here, so I'd rather move out towards the enemy. I couldn't say that I was bursting with courage and valor. In fact, it was quite the opposite. I was really freaking out. It just seemed that I had no other choice. I took a deep breath and slowly headed into the darkness. Soon enough, I could make out more features of the stranger's silhouette. Not very tall, weird hairstyle, a skirt. That ought to be Lena. I lowered my guard. What are you doing here this late at night? I... Lena's face was stained with tears. Come on. I led her to Alisa. As Lena was coming back to her senses, she tried to explain what happened. I was just sitting alone and it's already quite late but Miku's still missing. Yet and what happened to Slavia? And I still just couldn't reconcile this image of Lena, a sobbing girl sitting in front of me, with the other one that I saw at the square a few hours ago, with the grin of the devil and hellish flames in her eyes. Maybe it was just my imagination. Or maybe not. By any chance, do you know where Uliana and Olga Dmitrievna are? She raised her surprised eyes to me. No, why? Are they also missing? Well, so far we can't be sure. Semyon... At first I didn't realize that she was addressing me. Huh? Don't you think that it's way too quiet in the camp? It's night, everyone's sleeping, aren't they? I strained my ears. Indeed, there were no sounds beside these damned grasshoppers. I mean, no sounds whatsoever. What is this place usually like? Quiet, whispered Lena. Quiet, but not this quiet. I couldn't let girls fall into panic, although I was starting to freak out myself. Yet there were a lot of reasons to. Humans disappearing into thin air, horrible murders, friends that pretend to be the pioneers until the very end. I was ready to lose it. Okay, let's think rationally. The girls gave me a few questioning looks. People can't just disappear without a trace. That means... Nope, it doesn't mean anything. Suddenly we heard a rustle in the bushes behind the cabin. Before I could even grab my pipe, Router emerged from the darkness. "Ah, here you are!" He didn't seem to be all that concerned by all the stuff happening all around. "Oh Lord, stop jumping out at people like that! The girls are gonna have a heart attack at this rate!" Although I wasn't sure who was more frightened, them or me. "Yeah, I apologize. Why have you come?" "Have you seen Shurik?" "We haven't. It looks like half of the camp just disappeared in the last few hours. Plus, it's too quiet around here." "We noticed that already." "There is no light anywhere. That's silence." "Oh, don't you start whipping up the tension here. I feel sick already." "What am I doing? I'm not doing anything." He flashed a mysterious smile that gave me the creeps. "Okay, you stay here and I'm gonna scout around the camp." "Alone?" Yeah, that probably wasn't exactly the brightest idea. I have to think first, then speak. Um, I'll go with you." "Okay, then you just stay here. And don't forget that Miku is still sleeping in the cabin." "Sir, yes, sir." What a dork. If he gave me that dopey smile in another situation. About half an hour later, our search brought us to the square. All the cabins were empty. It looks like there are only the 5 of us left in the camp. I limped along with that pipe of mine. It appeared to be so lightweight at first, but after carrying for some time, I've learned that one can get worn out even carrying a bag of feathers. "Where on earth is everyone?" Alisa appeared to be more or less calm. The horror of the first minutes, when we were going from one empty cabin to another, had already passed. Well, at least we can be sure that it's not the same case as whatever happened to Slavia. "Why is that?" "Just think. Where are the bodies?" I said in a whisper, fearful of scaring her. "But where is everyone then?" "Disappeared?" Hardly a credible explanation. But if you think about it, nothing whatsoever that's happened during the last 24 hours has been credible. They couldn't just go and... just like that. It's not like anything is up to us now. And in any case, tomorrow is still another day." I tried to put on a smile. "Let's rejoin the others." "Yeah," agreed Alisa with a hint of indecisiveness. We'd only taken a few steps when a rustle in the bushes came from behind. I instantly turned around and peered towards the source of sound. Alisa clung to my hand so hard it hurt, and I tightened my grip on the pipe. "Who's there?" No idea. I strained my eyes, but still couldn't make out anything in the darkness. "Hey!" I had no idea what to do next. The rustling suddenly cut off, and the night returned to just the usual cricket fiddling. Could it be some wild animal? I wondered with a feeling of insecurity. "Wild animal?" She gripped my hand even tighter. "But there are no wild animals around here." A squirrel, for example? I don't know." "A squirrel?" "Yeah, a squirrel." "Well, maybe. Shall we go?" "Yeah." A minute later we were approaching Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. Router and Lena remained silent and just shuddered slightly when they saw us. "So, how is it?" "No one out there." "What do you mean, no one?" "Everyone's gone," said Alisa through her tears. The girls rushed into each other's arms, and I sat down next to Router, finally dropping that abhorrent pipe of mine to the ground. "It's just that simple?" "Just that simple." "But how?" "I really don't know. Maybe it's an alien abduction." "What nonsense!" "Wanna play detective, Sherlock?" "Well, it could be the same maniac. It's kind of way too much for just one man, don't you think so?" "I guess you're right. But who? What is it then?" "It still could turn out to be just a stupid prank." "And Slavia too?" That's all just a stupid prank? No, she was definitely murdered by someone. But who? He gave me a narrow gaze. I have no idea. Maybe it was you. I was starting to get wound up. Or you. Not me for sure. How can you prove it? Why on earth should I have to explain myself to you? You are the only one without an alibi. Ah, so you do have an alibi, eh? I was in my cabin at night. Shurik can prove it. Sure, but Shurik's temporarily unavailable. Router gritted his teeth and turned away. Anyway, I'm the one with an alibi here. I'm not going to justify myself here. I'm sure about myself. It's great to believe in yourself. I'm also sure about myself. And Miku can prove me right. I was with her all the time. Not exactly the best witness. Just as good as yours. I have no idea how long we could have argued like that if Lena hadn't intervened in the conversation. Boys, come on. That's enough. You're right. Sorry. Yeah, indeed. Now is not the best time for something like this. Anyway, we should stick together. Would it help keep us from disappearing? Asked Alisa timidly. I am not sure about all that disappearance stuff, but at least it should help us to stay alive. I glanced at my watch. It's almost 4 o'clock. The sun will be rising soon. Okay, squad. Time to hit the hay, or we are gonna end up totally wiped out. But... No buts. Nobody else tried to object, and we entered the cabin quietly. Huh? What's happening? Seems like we woke Masha up. It's okay, keep sleeping. But she was already sitting up on the bed and staring blankly at our little party. Well, you see, They're all gone, disappeared. Everyone's gone. Lena burst into tears and flung her arms around Masha's neck. What? What's going on? Can you speak clearly? Well, long story short, I cracked my neck and compulsively reached for the cigarette in my pocket. Finding none, I heaved a sigh of frustration and said, It looks like there's just 5 of us left in this camp. Meaning everyone in this room. Rejoice, Captain Obvious has returned. You are gonna keep watch first. Eh? Oh, nothing. Do you really think that it's safe for everyone to sleep at the same time? Well, it isn't, but... Exactly. I handed him the pipe and slowly approached the bed where Lena was still sobbing in Masha's arms. Well, if you don't mind... I slipped my boots off, climbed over the girls, and turned towards the wall. But how? Anyhow. Sleep! I was so exhausted, both physically and, more importantly, emotionally, that I was unable to do anything, think anything, communicate with anybody. I was desperate to get some sleep. Way too desperate. Masha's whispers, Lena's sobs, Alisa's voice, all that has somehow melted in one quiet lullaby, and so I fell asleep. I was forcibly awakened by someone doing their best to shake me. Physically shake me. That is, Router was leaning over me and nudging my shoulder. What? It's your turn now. How long I've slept? About an hour. Only an hour? Stay on your watch. I'm already dozing off. Yeah, an infinite power source wouldn't hurt for our router. Although it wouldn't hurt for me too. Oh, fine. I rose with considerable effort, climbed over Lena and Masha, who slept with their arms around each other, and jumped down to the floor. The room seemed slightly brighter. The morning's coming. Yeah. Router tried to get to my place, but I grabbed him by the collar, threw him down on the floor, and gave him blanket and a pillow. So you can, and you cannot. Come to think about it, why can't he? Anyway, it's not that important now. I took the chair, dragged it to the door, sat down, and started to wait. Anticipation seemed to be the best word to describe what I was feeling. Any moment now, the door will bust open and Maniac will break into the room. Or the last residents of this camp will disappear. Or I will disappear. In any case, something will happen. I deeply felt that. Router was snoring his head off. The girls were sleeping securely, and I was starting to doze off too. I clenched the pipe harder. The feeling of cold metal against my bare skin somehow brought me back to my senses. I must not sleep. I'm their only hope now. And my own too. But it's hard to resist. Just a couple of minutes. My eyes seemed to have a life of their, opening and closing spontaneously as my mind wandered. A rustling came from behind the door. No, I must have imagined that. It's just those damn grasshoppers. What are they still up to? Maybe it's the grasshoppers to blame. They fell upon the camp like a swarm of locusts and devoured everybody. A vision of me being devoured by grasshoppers unfolded in my mind. A disgusting storm was brewing in my head. Their long legs, their wings, a huge head and the eyes filled with darkness. Eyes reflecting the abyss. Just look a grasshopper in the eye and you'll never be the same again. That's how it happens. I'm running away and they are after me. There are thousands of them, millions. I'm desperately jumping over the pits and gullies, climbing hills and rocks. They don't care. They've got wings. Yeah, these filthy wings that make that nasty rattle. Probably they wouldn't need their teeth anyway. They just have to flap these horrible wings faster and faster, summoning the sonic wave of the apocalypse. No! I just can't block out this hellish noise anymore. I'm falling, desperately trying to cover my ears with my hands. Please, stop it! Somebody! I was woken by a sharp pain in the back of my head. Opening my eyes, I realized I was lying sprawled on the floor. It looks like that I fell asleep and slipped off my chair. It was 9 o'clock. God damn it, it looks like I was sleeping for 5 hours straight. Anything could have happened. Horrified, I patted myself down, and everything seemed to be in its place. Phew, that was close. I shook our squad awake. My turn already? You sleep too much, while I've been sitting here all night long. Sure, that was a lie, but telling them that I spent the night running for my life from the grasshoppers definitely wasn't an option. I'm sorry. Router hung his head. Don't worry about it. Oh, I'm hungry as hell. Masha stretched out and gave me a cute smile. And why are you all here? Don't you remember anything? Nope, what's the matter? Everyone's gone, said Alisa gloomily. Say what? Everyone's gone. Vanished into thin air. Masha glanced out of window and said nothing. Seems like she remembered now. Well, getting something to eat is indeed a fine idea. Nobody was going to object. It's not like I was in the mood to eat, same as everyone else, but ultimately everyone knew that we had to keep ourselves running. Soon enough, we were sitting in the canteen, quietly digging into whatever we could find. Want me to cook something? Inquired Masha quietly. Let's wait for lunch. For now it's fine. She gave me a disappointed look. Okay, so what are we gonna do? We have to get out of here. But the police... We have to get out of here, I repeated stubbornly. But how? Bus. It's highly unlikely that one will come. It doesn't run too often. At least there should be a timetable somewhere around here. I tried to remember if I've ever seen the bus map or its timetable somewhere. Probably not. Then we'll go on foot. Anything's better than staying here. But it's a long way to... Well, we might hitch a lift. Here, in the middle of nowhere? I doubt that. Oh, stop with your drama. Although thinking about it, it's exactly the right time for drama. I'm not being dramatic, but that's it. End of story. What are we gonna say when we reach the city? We'll tell them the truth. We came to shoot a movie and then... What movie? Okay, stop fooling around, will you? I buried my face in my hands, feeling run down. Even if it was kind of funny yesterday, although it really wasn't, you can stop it now. I don't get you. Oh, you are still going to keep on pretending that you came here not to shoot a movie but to roleplay as pioneer? I don't understand a thing. Alisa swept her surprised gaze across everyone. But we are pioneers. What pioneers, for God's sake? Masha, who had kept silent so far, butted in. It's the 21st century out there. Yeah, right. Pioneers. 21st? Looks like we are indeed in a deep mess. So you are gonna say that you are, well, we are, normal pioneers who just came here on vacation for a week or so? A heavy silence followed. Well, yes. I cast a look at Masha. It looks like she doesn't know how to react either. I signaled to her, pointing at the door. Excuse us for a second. Having gone outside, I asked, What do you think? Well, she adopted the pose of the ancient Greek thinker. It looks like they genuinely believe that. And some folks, named Semyon and Miku, were in our shoes until yesterday. Some. Well, I guess you're more familiar with them than I am. Oh, come on, I interrupted her. Couldn't you come up with a more feasible theory? I still have absolutely no theories at all. I no longer know what to think. Me neither. But anyway, all hell is breaking loose here, even without taking pioneers into account. Murders! Dozens of people disappearing without a trace. That ought to be our top priority now. I looked closely at Masha. I wonder how she can keep such a cool head under these circumstances. Sure, I'm also trying to keep calm, but... That means... What? Let's leave this issue for later. But at least the wild guess. I guess it's somehow connected to the disappearances. It's safe to assume that one, or even two or three humans couldn't deal with so many people at once. Agreed. It might be that this phenomenon somehow affected them. Might be. Anyway, it's easier to believe in that than, for example, that we are in a parallel reality or something. You know, by now I'm willing to believe in anything. Then let's stick to this theory for now. Okay. Let's go? You go ahead, I'll be back in a minute. It's dangerous to be all alone. Seriously, what's so dangerous? Broad daylight and everyone's around here. Okay. She gave me a faint smile and headed back to the canteen. But still, her behavior is also quite odd. It looks like the last few days changed everything and everyone, including Masha. Yesterday, shock, fear and trembling. Today, cold and sensible reasoning. Damn, she's even more self-assured than me. Could it just be a good sleep? No, there is something wrong with her too. Sure, she doesn't think that she's a pioneer like everyone else does, but still. If something has happened to them, then maybe it also happened to me. No, it can't be. Everything seems to be fine. I've double-checked my body and found no abnormalities. Okay, I have to keep calm and control myself. I got up and was about to return to the canteen when suddenly I heard a tiny voice from behind my back, as if somebody was calling for me. I got down from the porch and took a few steps towards the voice. Somebody was peering at me from behind a tree. It was Uliana. No, not Uliana, but something that looked like her. I froze in my tracks. Half of her face was torn and hanging down in shreds. Her grinning jaw trembled nervously, as if in laughter. A bloodshot eye, hanging half out of its socket, suddenly swiveled its pupil to look at me. I stopped breathing. It felt like I was gonna die right now due to the shock. "Semyon!" The thing that seemed to be Uliana was calling for me. My legs began to give out. I tried hard not to collapse, tried to scream, tried to run away. But my consciousness had already left the body that now was just a ragdoll, moving by the will of an invisible puppet master. One more second and... "Hey!" I instinctively turned towards the word, caught sight of Masha standing on the porch, and then instantly looked back to Uliana. But she was gone. Masha seemed to notice the deathly pallor upon my face and jumped over to me in a blink of an eye. "What? What happened?" I just saw Uliana there." I pointed my finger towards the tree. Sure, the sight of the butchered Slavia was indeed gruesome. But at least she was dead and not walking around in broad daylight with her face torn apart, and she wasn't calling me by name, even if the name wasn't my own. The last ounces of my strength deserted me and I collapsed to my knees. "What? Where?" Masha was shaking me by the shoulders. "It wasn't her. That was... I don't know." "Get a hold of yourself!" I felt a round arm slap hit me in the face and gave Masha a questioning look. My cheek burned and I slowly started to regain my composure. "Uliana was there, with her face... Basically, it was a zombie. Yeah, zombie Uliana. That's the most rational explanation I can give." Masha looked at me dumbfounded. "Anything can happen here. If you'd seen her yourself. Thank God I didn't. Come on, I'll get you some water." I described my encounter with that creature in detail to everyone. "I can tell you one thing. Science can't explain whatever's going on here at the moment." "Science? It's outrageous devilry happening here. The hand of Satan. I wish we had a church nearby to light a candle." Lena said nothing, resorting to quiet sobbing. I'd almost completely recovered and now I was able to think straight. "Now it's perfectly clear that we have to get out of here." "Well, I'm not a real scientist, let alone a paranormalist, but if I recall it correctly, all these demons and spirits are bound to a certain place. Therefore, if we get away from this place..." "Now that's an excellent solution," Masha grinned skeptically. "I agree," I exclaimed, ignoring her. "Yeah," Lena just gave a barely noticeable nod. "So it's all settled." I slammed my fist on the table and surged to my feet. "Hold on, it's not like we all agreed on that. Why would we hesitate? I seriously wouldn't want a second encounter with a thing like that. Where will we go? Do you even realize how long will it take to reach the city on foot? Damn it, do you really think that nobody ever rides that road? A car, a bus, whatever. We'll get something eventually." "I wouldn't be so sure." "So you think that it's better to stay here?" "Well, I didn't say that." "It's scary here, especially at night," Lena whispered quietly. "That still doesn't mean that we have to go anywhere," said Masha out loud. I gave her a narrow look. No, something has surely changed in her. Perhaps I should have a gentle talk with her about it. Or perhaps I shouldn't. Maybe she's also... "Okay, let's take a vote." I said that in quite a confident tone, yet I still had my doubts. What if Masha's right? Perhaps we shouldn't be running around aimlessly. On the one hand, I have no idea what awaits us beyond the gates of this camp. On the other hand, it's really all hell breaking loose here. "Okay," she shrugged. "And still, I won't stand for another minute here." "Leaving." "Staying." "Let's try it. Maybe we'll indeed get lucky and catch a ride." "Leaving." Everyone turned their eyes towards Lena. I don't want to stay here. It seems like my decision wasn't going to affect the outcome anyway. So, let's get going. Well, I sprang to my feet. Everyone else remained seated with their heads down. Since we decided... Masha got up slowly and looked at me. What about our stuff? Asked Alisa awkwardly. Do you really think that we should care now? Mumbled Router gloomily. Well, you're probably right. Well, in my case, my stuff has already vanished somewhere. In a few minutes, we were standing at the bus stop. The city is that way, Masha gestured at the horizon. It was there the day before yesterday. I grinned. Yeah, that way, Router confirmed. We paused in silence for a few moments and then slowly headed off towards our destination. The summer sun was unbearably scorching, making the asphalt melt. Everything a few hundred feet away, the road, the trees, the grass, the sky, was melting in a bright heat haze that looked more like a burning fog. I was streaming with sweat and was starting to think that I was getting sunstroke. Sure, it would have been a great idea to bring more water with us, but back when we were setting, only thing we could think of was getting our asses as far as possible from that damn camp. Eventually, I felt like I was about to lose consciousness. Only the wretched thrills of the grasshoppers kept me in touch with reality. Of course, this hellish noon is indeed their favorite part of the day. They couldn't care less about the scorching heat, zero humidity, or the lack of any kind of air movement. On the contrary, they felt great. It was a perfect backdrop for the final act of their last apocalyptic symphony. We probably should have stayed in the camp after all. Or at least we should have started this hike later, closer to the evening. Although wandering the unknown country road at night is hardly a good idea either. The sound of a stifled cry came from behind me. 100 feet away, Alisa was barely holding up Lena, keeping her from collapsing to the ground. I dashed up to them. What's the matter? She's fainted! I helped to carry Lena to the roadside. There was at least some shade from a small grove. And that concludes our hike, said Masha in a gloomy mood, sinking down to the grass. I warned you. Fine, but what does it change now? We'd been traveling for at least a couple of hours, so thinking of heading back to the camp was pointless. Well, at least until the evening, when the heat will decrease a bit. And we still haven't seen a single car. I turned around and looked at the Router. He pulled off his shirt and began to wring the sweat out of it. Alisa was trying to revive Lena. If that's sunstroke... Stop! She shouted at me. If that's indeed sunstroke, we've gotten ourselves in deep trouble. She won't make it anywhere. I walked towards the road, shielded my eyes from the sun with my hand, and stared into the distance. Nothing but the same asphalt thread leading beyond the horizon, with no signs of civilization, or any sign of human presence at all. It was like we are the only people left, not only in the camp, but in the whole world. Though, if you think about what has happened before, it's really not a big surprise. I went back to the others and sat down on the log. I guess we have to scout ahead. I looked at Router. To check what's ahead. Maybe we could find something, and you just stay here for a while. But she can't go anywhere right now anyway. Lena was lying with her eyes closed and gasping for air. Okay, go ahead, said Masha calmly. It just occurred to me that I'd planned to have a talk with her, but it's definitely not the time for that now. Let's go. Router shrugged his shoulders and followed me. We kept walking for about 15 minutes, The girls were left far behind. "What do you think? Any chance of us meeting somebody?" he asked quietly. "I don't know," I replied in an annoyed tone. I really wanted to refrain from talking now. The endless fields stretched to the horizon, sparsely sprinkled with patches of trees and hills. The landscape looked so typical and tranquil that, in fact, it caused anxiety. If we found ourselves in the plains of hell, at least we would expect to be attacked from just anywhere, so we could brace ourselves and prepare for the worst. Now we felt just like little droplets of paint on a canvas of a nameless painter who paints the summer in central Russia, or wherever we are now. All this only made our fear stronger. "Look!" yelled Router. I narrowed my eyes and saw that the road took a turn. "So, what's so special?" "There must be something there." "What makes you think that?" "Well, since there's a turn, we've been walking straight forward all the time, and now—" "Okay, let's go and take a look." In few minutes we finally came to the gates of the Sovietnok pioneer camp. I collapsed down the curb and buried my face in my hands. I didn't feel scared. In fact, I didn't feel any emotions at all. Just the fatigue and the void inside of me. But how?" mumbled Router. "No idea. Besides, what's the difference anyway? It's not like this is any stranger than anything else that happened to me in the last few days." I looked up at him, feeling exhausted. Router's lips were trembling. An expression of deadly horror was plastered on his face. "Let's go back and fetch the girls." I didn't wait for him and just shuffled off back to where we left them. "Found anything?" asked Masha, chewing on some strawberries of uncertain origin. "We did. A camp." "What camp?" She looked surprised. "Our camp." "What?" Masha looked so silly now, so I couldn't help flashing an ironic smile. "But you were going forward, not backward." "Forward, and Sovietnok's there." "Hey, stop joking!" she exclaimed. "I'm dead serious." "But—" said Alisa quietly. She was sitting down on the grass and cradling the head of Lena, who was still sleeping. "Yeah, just like that," I said tiredly and dropped down to the ground. "Okay, it means we are heading there." I looked at Masha keenly and suddenly realized that I can't wait anymore. "Hey, what's happening with you?" "What do you mean?" Her look screamed that now isn't the time for a breezy chatter. "You were scared to death yesterday, yet today you have this happens to me all the time attitude. But what's the point in panicking?" She cracked a barely visible smile. "If I didn't know you—" I went quiet, bit my lip and turned away. But really, do I know her that well? Sure, we spent so many years together, but... If you get down to it, I always thought more about myself. Or rather, I always believed that she was completely satisfied. And she was always the same to me. The same at just about anything, even when we were breaking up. As if she wasn't a real person, just my favorite article of clothing. Thinking about it, I have no idea what's going on in her soul. I just never cared about it. Thus, her behaving like this under the circumstances doesn't seem more bizarre than anything else that's happening to us. And if you think about that talk at the beach 2 evenings ago, she probably really is stronger than me. "Hey, are you listening to me at all?" "Oh, sorry, I got carried away. So much has happened." She looked at me sternly. "Let's get going to the camp, or wherever you were, if that's the same old camp." "All right." In fact, it's not like we had any other choice. A few more hours in this scorching heat would only yield more casualties. "But we have to carry her along." Yes, just a sec. Let me figure it out. I found two fairly long and sturdy sticks in the nearby grove. Coming back, I ordered Router to take his shirt off. He tried to object, but soon enough he realized that there was no use in arguing. I took off my shirt as well, and we made a sort of a stretcher, attaching the fabric to the poles. Will it hold? Masha gave our device a questioning look, but ultimately gave it a few strong pulls, ensuring its strength, and smiled. It will, at least until we reach the camp. It was hard to go in this heat, but it was even harder to carry the injured, that is, Lena. Several times I almost fainted and barely caught myself halfway to the ground. Router felt even worse. Both Masha and Alisa were swapping places with him every now and then. Still, my pride won't allow me to ask them to carry Lena even for a minute. Sure, it's silly to act like this under these circumstances, but I couldn't help myself. This is yet another flaw in my personality, along with coldness, inattentiveness to the others, even my loved ones, and other less than noble traits. Finally, we somehow made it to the camp gates, and I collapsed to the grass in the shadow of the unknown pioneer statue, completely worn out. It actually is our camp. Masha lingered on the words. And indeed, it looks the same. We have to carry her to a cabin, Alisa mentioned quietly. Yeah, I got up with considerable effort and prepared for the last run. The obvious choice was Olga Dmitrievna's cabin, most likely because we managed to come through the last night here without major problems. At least we are still alive. Me and Router were sprawled exhausted on one bed, and the girls were undressing Lena on the other. Don't look, said Masha sternly. It's not like there's anything worth looking at. I snorted and turned away, giving Router a harsh poke in the ribs, making him follow my lead. We are gonna get some water, and probably rummage through the canteen too. It's dangerous to go alone. Wanna come along? She grinned. No, thanks. At least take that pipe with you, I said uncertainly. Do you really think it will help? I sighed heavily and closed my eyes. Well, be careful then. The door closed after a second. You asleep? Router's whisper reached me. As if one could sleep here. All at once, I heard Lena moan from the other bed. I sat up on my elbow and looked at her. Lena was tossing and turning under the blanket. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and abruptly turned to face me. A devil's grin was frozen on her face. The same one I saw yesterday evening. Hot enough for ya, eh? She burst into laughter. I felt a shiver run down my spine. My ability to speak vanished. You... What? Asked Router throughout his sleep. I turned to him sharply. Look! I waved my hands, pointing at Lena's bed. What? He got up and looked where I was pointing first, then back at me. I turned and just saw Lena sleeping peacefully. Didn't you hear it? What? Her! Lena was awake and said, Oh, it seems like you've got sunstroke too. He turned towards the wall. But I'm absolutely sure that I heard and saw it. Well, it could be true that the heat got to me at last. But it all seems to be exactly like that time. And it wasn't Lena. At the very least, it's not the Lena I knew, as if she's possessed by the devil. I lay down and pulled a blanket over my head. I really wanted to sleep, but the realization that I might never wake up again if I fall asleep now was keeping me up and running. I'm not sure how long I spent lying like that, trembling at every rustle, but eventually the door burst open and steps resounded in the room. I barely peered out from under the blanket and caught a glimpse of Alisa and Masha entering with a bucket of water and some bags. "I see you went a big cuckoo here." "Yeah, sorta," I replied with a trembling voice, trying to flash a smile. "Everything's okay?" "Seems like it." I glanced at Lena yet again, but she was still sleeping quietly. Maybe it was indeed just my imagination. Sure, given a condition of such extreme emotional stress and physical fatigue, I might be seeing things. I got up with considerable effort, took a cup from the table, and scooped up some water. "So, what are we doing next?" "We'll have to stay here for now." "But Olga Dmitrievna has called the police," muttered Alisa. "Yeah, but everyone disappeared after that." "In any case, until Lena comes her senses, although if I ever happen to see her like that again, I would frankly rather that she doesn't wake up." Alisa lay down on Lena's bed, and Masha sat down next to me. "Get some sleep." She gently stroked the top of my head. "Can you really sleep with all this happening?" "We'll keep guard. You look really tired." I guess she was right. "Okay, but just a nap. Wake me before evening." She didn't say a word, just smiled instead. "Promise." "I promise," replied Masha quietly. I closed my eyes and instantly tumbled into a dream. Here they come again, the grasshoppers. This time it's their king, a huge swamp green monstrosity with really long curved legs, wings that would match the wingspan of a large airliner, and enormous pitch black eyes. He was hanging over me, grinning and spluttering something really loud. I still didn't understand anything of their language, but judging by the tone, it wasn't anything nice that you would hear on the morning news. I wanted to get away, but he clutched me tightly with his wretched claw. I could hear my bones cracking, feel my ribs breaking, piercing my internal organs with their sharp splinters. I felt hundreds of hammers smashing inside my skull. My vision faded, and the next moment fountains of blood and flesh were spraying all over the place. I jumped up in a cold sweat. My own scream still reverberated in the room. It took me several seconds to clear the dimness from my eyes. I looked around frantically and realized that it was evening already, and it was completely dark outside. Good grief, we didn't turn off the lights yesterday. Masha was lying asleep next to me, while Router was curled up on the floor. Lena was lying on the other bed, tightly wrapped in the blanket. Yet Alisa was nowhere to be seen. "Hey!" I woke Masha up with a few rough prods. "What?" She slowly came to her senses. "Didn't I ask you?" "Sorry, I fell asleep." She had such a guilty expression on her face that I felt sick. I shouldn't have relied on her. At least I could have set up an alarm. I woke Router up. "Where's Alisa?" "I don't know," said Masha worriedly. "Well, who does know? We were all asleep." "Well, she was sleeping here and then—" Her eyes darted around guiltily. "And then you fell asleep." She hung her head and let out a heavy sigh. "Oh, perfect. Just perfect." I pounded my fist on the table, making Masha jump. "Okay, you sit here and we'll go and find her." "Alone?" Her face suddenly took on an expression of fright. "Alone. Wasn't it you who told me that it's not worth panicking?" "Yeah, but it's not—" "Oh, fine. I'll go alone." "But—" "Or do you really want to sit here with only Lena?" Masha kept silent. "It's dangerous to go alone." I noticed that the Router seemed to have fully awakened. "And it's not dangerous for her to sit here all alone?" I felt that there was no point in arguing, so I got up, grabbed my trusty pipe, and headed for the door. In any case, Given that people have been disappearing into thin air, one can't feel safe anywhere or in any company. Of course, it still could turn out that Alisa just went somewhere. To the toilet, for example. Although, given how frightened she looked, I guess she would have woken up Masha or just have held it till morning. Damn, anything but going all alone through the camp. I braced myself, pulled the handle and went outside. I swept my eyes across the landscape and then I saw Alisa, hanging high above the ground from the tree right in front of the cabin. A sharp pain pierced my temples and I collapsed to the ground. The horror was so overwhelming that I literally felt my whole body being bound in steel chains. Blinded with fear, I barely managed to crawl back into the cabin and close the door. "What happened?" Masha rushed over to me. "Don't look!" I grasped her arm. "Don't go outside!" "What's the matter?" She reached out to the door handle. I attempted to stop her, but I was so weak that I could only let out a groan of despair. Opening the door, Masha screamed and froze in her tracks. Gathering my last ounces of strength, I got up and kicked the door shut. The next moment, Masha fainted and fell back into my arms. I carried her to the bed and put down next to the shaking router. His face told me that he is definitely not interested in knowing what happened there. All these screams woke Lena up. She rose slightly in her bed and gave us a glance. "What's happening?" she asked in a whisper. I didn't know how I should reply. I felt a scream rising up in my throat, but I managed to muffle it to a hollow sigh. Lena was horrified, but she still didn't realize what exactly had happened here. "Don't go outside," I moaned. Unlike Masha, she wasn't one to argue. An oppressive silence ensued. Even the grasshoppers seemed to quiet down in order to add suspense to the situation. Masha was still lying on my lap, Router was quivering in the corner of the bed, and Lena was sitting in front of me with an expression of doom and despair on her face. I stared at the door with an unblinking gaze, waiting for the moment it will bust open and... My fear couldn't manifest in any concrete form. A homicidal maniac, a monster, an alien. It was the horror of the unknowable, darkness and emptiness. I wasn't afraid that I would be torn to pieces just like Slavia, or I would become a zombie like Uliana. I was afraid to disappear, vanish without a trace from this world. Masha let out a quiet moan. "I just had such a nightmare." It wasn't a dream. She opened her eyes wide and looked at me with horror. "Then, there..." "Don't look!" I shouted and hastily embraced her. Lena started crying loudly, ran up and pressed herself against me, trembling all over. Long minutes dragged on in agonizing silence. "So, what are we going to do now?" asked Masha through her tears. She didn't seem so self-confident now. Although we were all in the same situation. Time passed, yet nothing happened. We had to make a decision. I couldn't say that I came back to my senses after what I saw, but I still felt my mind clearing up a bit. I knew one thing for certain. We can't stay here. And it wasn't because it was more dangerous here than anywhere else. It's just because I can't endure staying near the corpse of Alisa. I bet it's even more a gut-wrenching experience for the girls. "We have to go," I said quietly. I felt Masha and Lena hugging me even tighter. "We have to." Router stopped shaking and left the bed. "How are you feeling?" I asked Lena. She said nothing. "Can you walk?" "Probably." I gently escaped their embraces and got up. "We have to run. At night it will be easier to go." "But we..." Masha tried to make a humble objection. "Yeah, I know that we decided to stay, but now we have to get out of here. I turned to Router. Do you realize that they shouldn't see all that? He gave a barely visible nod. Although Router didn't know what happened to Alyssa, it was obvious that his vivid imagination had conjured up so many gruesome theories during this time that he was probably even more depressed than me. Okay, we are gonna hold hands and go. I'll go first and lead the way. Masha goes next, then Lena, then you. I looked at the girls. They were sitting with their heads hanging down, sobbing quietly. Ready? Nobody replied. This was obviously a useless question. One can never be ready for such a situation. I took Masha's hand, turned around and gave Lena and Router a serious look. Okay, now shut your eyes and don't open them no matter what. You got that? Yeah, Lena nodded. I stilled myself, bust open the door, and went out holding Masha's hand. Watch out for the steps. When we made our way outside, I darted a final glance at Alyssa. What I saw now didn't send me sprawling on the ground, although my heart was racing frantically. I was feeling sick and dizzy and my stomach turned. She was hanging about 5 meters above the ground. Several neckerchiefs tied together in a string were tightened around her throat. Bulging eyes, protruding tongue, putrefaction already at work on the body. It looked like she didn't die a couple of hours ago, but at least a couple of days. An expression of agony and inhuman suffering was permanently frozen on her face. It was clear that she couldn't have done such a thing to herself. My God, who came up with all this? Maybe we are in hell. I hastened my steps away from the diabolical scene, dragging the others along. I ordered them to open their eyes only when we reached the square. She's still there? Asked Masha, not letting go of my hand. I've just nodded. Who? Alyssa? Lena cried out loud and burst in tears. Masha embraced her and tried to comfort her. What happened to her? Muttered Router with a faltering tongue. I bet you don't want to know that. For a while I just stood there and looked at the moon. Lena was sobbing, Router was pacing in circles around us, and Masha sat down on the bench and buried her face in her hands. Okay, it's time, I said quietly, yet nobody moved. We can't stay here. I walked to Masha, leaned over and took her hand. She raised her eyes filled with tears at me and nodded. We slowly proceeded to the bus stop. Night has fallen on the camp. Along the way, I noticed that the grasshoppers were almost quiet. Keeping silent for some time, now they resumed their nasty song, but this time it was much quieter and, I might say, a little bit more respectful. Their daytime progressive noise changed to a nocturne for violin and orchestra. Is there any chance they are conscious about what's going on here? Of course, if we assume that they are grasshoppers in hell too. We came to the bus stop and stopped, hesitating. So, where are we going? Asked Masha, wiping her tears. Okay, we already tried going to the right. Let's go to the left. But there's no town there. And just a couple of days ago there was no camp to the right. Maybe we shouldn't, Lena sobbed quietly. We have no choice. I won't stay here any longer. We were just about to get moving when we heard noises approaching us from far away. I strained my eyes and caught a glimpse of someone coming here down the road. A bus! Exclaimed Router with joy in his voice. Shut up, you fool! That's not a bus. People are approaching. I hissed at him. Lots of people, said Masha anxiously. It was utterly clear that we shouldn't stay here any longer. I turned around and saw someone approaching us down the road from the other direction too. The noise was getting louder. The chirping of grasshoppers, although not their usual one, a much louder, distorted version, as if it had been passed through a guitar amplifier. "Run!" I shouted, but nobody moved. "Oh, screw it!" I grabbed Masha's and Lena's hands and darted off back into the camp. The girls were floundering in a stupor, so I ended up literally dragging them along. Having dashed to the square, I stopped to catch some breath, and only then did I realize that Router had been left behind. "We have to go back to get him!" Masha screamed and shifted towards the bus stop. "Are you nuts?" I pulled her hand and forced her to stop. "You want us to all meet the same fate?" Lena was trembling so wildly that I felt my right hand shaking as it held hers. "Keep running!" "Where to?" "I don't know, into the woods!" Returning to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin wasn't an option. My self-preservation instinct also suggested that we shouldn't stay in the open area as well. We dashed towards the woods. I held the girls' hands tightly. They ran with difficulty, especially Lena, who was swaying and weaving. She fell a few times, but I quickly picked her up, spurring her on with shouts, and dragged her on. Passing through the trees was the hardest part. Though the full moon was shining up in the sky, in the dark I was still constantly running into snags, branches, falling into pits. Nettles were slashing my legs and leaves were hitting me in the face, leaving painful scratches. My heart was pounding heavily. Every breath I took whistled painfully in my lungs. The blood was pounding so heavily in my head that it seemed like my skull was ready to burst from the pressure any moment. I stopped feeling my body. My legs carried me forward by themselves. At last we ran into the clearing and stopped. Exhausted, the girls fell to the ground and I sat on a fallen tree. Who were they? People? Or demons? Or something else? And where was that chirping sound coming from? I couldn't make them out in the twilight, but that was probably for the best. After I slightly recovered my senses, I walked up to the girls. Lena was lying dead white on the ground. Seems like she completely lost it. Masha was sitting, hugging her knees and rocking from side to side. "We've got to do something," I said, and I sat near her. "It's too late. We are gonna die," she whispered in a hollow voice. "We are still alive. That means there's still hope." "No, there's nothing now. It's all over." I put my arms around her and held her tight. "No, it's not." I sat staring into the darkness of the forest. The grasshoppers could barely be heard now. If not for Masha's labored breathing, I would think I was dead. "Forgive me," she whispered quietly. "For what?" "For everything. For me being like that. For whatever we failed to achieve." "It's not the right time for that now," I said tenderly. "We don't have much time left, so I'd say it's the right time." She looked up at me and faintly smiled. "Forgive me. If only I hadn't been so selfish in the first place." I looked into her eyes, her bottomless sorrowful eyes, and I felt a hot tear crossing my cheek. "No, it's me who should be sorry." I was totally ignorant of what to say in such a situation. I did so much wrong to her, caused her so much pain, and now, at the last minute, I can't think of anything other than an empty "I'm sorry." I was overwhelmed by the anger of my helplessness, at being unable to protect the only person I held dear. "You know, I always loved you." "I know," she said quietly. Masha smiled again, although her face was trembling and tears were running down her cheeks. "And I still love you." "I know." I couldn't stand it. I longed to turn away, to close my eyes. But I can't afford the weakness at this last minute. I leaned toward and kissed her heart. Time stood still for us. This cursed pioneer camp, the dark night, all those hellspawn and even the bloody grasshoppers just ceased to exist. The whole universe ceased to exist. Just two of us were left. Just when I was almost willing to believe that it was just all a bad dream, the woods came alive with rustling. The foliage far away quivered and a swarm of vague silhouettes emerged from the darkness. I still couldn't make them out, but I was certain that they are the same creatures that I've seen at the bus stop. My whole body was stricken with dismay. I was afraid to breathe. "So, this is how it ends," said Masha quietly and held me tighter. "No, this is not the end." Suddenly I realized that I will fight for her till the last drop of my blood. As long as there is a slightest chance of survival. I jumped up, tugged her off the ground, and rushed over to Lena. She was lying, deathly pale, with her eyes open, and she didn't seem to understand what was happening at all. I started shaking her by the shoulders. "Get up!" There was no reaction. I gave her a few slaps and she let out a dull moan. "Get up! Now!" As I roused Lena, she stared at me with a spaced-out look. "Let's run!" I grabbed the girls by their hands and rushed aimlessly. The further from them, the better. I was tumbling down, getting up again, helping Lena and Masha to get up too, hewing through the dense foliage. Eventually, the noise faded, leaving us with only the quiet chirping of grasshoppers. The light flickered in the distance. Soon enough we came out into a small clearing completely sheltered by the trees. There was a building that somehow looked like a kindergarten. "What's that?" I stammered. "The building of the old camp," Lena said faintly. It seemed that she was slowly coming back to her senses. I stopped, hesitating. Sure, it was quite naive to think that we can find shelter there. It was obvious that we can't be secure anywhere with all this stuff that's happening. On the other hand, we were on the verge of collapsing, especially the girls. I took a few hesitant steps towards the building when the rustling from behind reached my ears. I froze in my tracks, unable to turn around. The rustling was growing louder, and suddenly we heard a diabolical chirping. I forced myself with a superhuman effort and turned around. A crowd was behind me. A crowd of little girls. Or rather, a crowd of Ulianas. They were all exactly the same as that Uliana I saw this morning, with the same torn face and horribly distorted smile. And all of them made the same hellish sound, the chirping of grasshoppers, a diabolical noise that chilled my heart. We froze where we stood, unable to take even a single step away. All of a sudden, one of the Ulianas came forward from the crowd and pulled the severed head of Raut from behind her back. A grimace of horror was permanently frozen on his face. I almost fainted as she started to talk. "Hi there, Semyon! How are you doing?" Her voice felt like a bullet piercing right through my brain. I screamed and fled towards the old camp building, dragging the girls along. I must admit that back then I'd completely stopped thinking of Masha or Lena. Maybe they were also screaming, maybe were shackled by horror. I do not know. The most important thing now is to get as far away as possible from these monsters. We flew into the building, and immediately the ground disappeared under our feet, and I fell into the darkness. I awoke in complete darkness. My whole body ached, especially my legs, but somehow I still managed to get up, leaning against the wall. The sound of the Ulianas was nowhere to be heard, which calmed me down a little. I called out in a thin voice, "Masha! Lena!" I heard a movement nearby and felt someone gripping my leg. I instinctively jumped back, but at the same moment a faint voice came from below. Are we still alive? Seems like it. I helped Masha get up. Suddenly, a bright light fired a couple of meters away from me. I leaned against the wall, trembling, but immediately realized that it was Lena who had turned on a flashlight. Where did that come from? Where did you get that? Lena came closer, limping. I took it just in case. Yesterday. I took the flashlight from her and shone it around. We were in some kind of tunnel. The walls were lined with wires. Unlit lamps were hanging from the ceiling. Where are we? I don't know. Looks like some kind of bomb shelter. I looked up and saw a pretty formidable hall, beyond which one could barely make out the hallway of the old camp building. The floor had probably rotten with age, and we fell down here. At first glance, there was no way to climb back. Too high, and there is nothing to grab. So what is there? Go further? I asked, not really expecting an answer. I don't know, but we'll have to check. I shone the flashlight ahead of us and took a few uncertain steps. My whole body was covered in bruises and scratches, but I could still walk. Ouch! Lena cried out behind me. What is it? I think I sprained my ankle. I was honestly expecting the next line to be something cliched like, leave me behind, I'll only be a burden. But of course, she couldn't never say that. Okay, lean on me. I went over to Lena and offered her my shoulder. Soon enough, the stone walls gave way to wooden ones, and we ended up in some sort of a mine. Let's have a break, Masha begged. I carefully lowered Lena to the ground and sat down nearby. Well, at least those monsters are nowhere to be seen. But for how long? I sighed heavily and closed my eyes. What do you think is going on here? Masha's voice was trembling, but she still sounded more or less confident. Looks like she's so exhausted and devastated that there's just no strength left for fear. I don't know, and honestly, I don't want to know. But we are gonna get out. Definitely. I couldn't see her face, but I was sure that she's smiling. Suddenly, the flashlight blinked and went out. I hit it with my palm several times. The mine's wall lit up with the dim light once again, and I immediately realized that something was wrong. Lena was nowhere to be found. Lena disappeared, I whispered. What? Masha grabbed me by the sleeve and stared at the spot where Lena had been sitting a moment ago. How? But how? She started to cry quietly. We will die! We will definitely die! I also very much wanted to burst into tears. Darkness surrounded us all around, closing in. The flashlight was gradually dying, and with it, our chances of survival. Get up, time to go. The battery will die soon. A couple of minutes later, we came to a fork. What the hell? Is this some kind of labyrinth too? I hissed under my breath. Let's go back, maybe? No, no way. Masha pressed against me even harder. Where to then? I don't know, but we had to choose anyway, and I decided to go right. Soon we came to another fork. Where to now? Let's stick to the direction we chose before. We had been wandering for too long. We had neither strength nor will to move on. I was so terribly thirsty, I was ready to lick the moisture from off the walls. Let's sit, just a little, a bit. We can't, we must keep going. But just a minute, Masha begged in anguish. Fine. She lowered her head onto my shoulder. The flashlight was blinking more and more often, so I decided to turn it off for now, to save the battery. This is it. I don't know how much time passed. I desperately wanted to sleep. My eyes were closing by themselves. How did we first meet? That was so long way ago. Do you remember? I asked in a whisper. What? Masha's voice was trembling. How we met. Yes. She tried to laugh but immediately began to cough. I will sleep for a while, okay? Just for a while, or you will sleep through the whole day again. Well, but you will wake me up. Of course. I kissed her and closed my eyes. Oblivion was getting closer, but I didn't care. I was transported back in time to that very day. My whole body was aching. Perhaps my brain couldn't rest peacefully because it was distracted by thousands of signals from my nerve endings. Somehow I rose and woke up Masha. After all, we were planning to survive. How long have I been in this mine? Fork after fork, tunnel after tunnel. Masha was whispering something all the time. To the left, to the right, to the left, to the right. It seems that I won't be able to handle even one more turn. But suddenly the flashlight highlighted a tight passage in the darkness, and soon we found ourselves in an open chamber. Look! Masha was pointing somewhere into the darkness. I flashed the light there and saw a neckerchief lying on the ground. This is not... No, let's go! At last we got out of the labyrinth and found ourselves in a small room. There were broken bottles all over the floor, pipes stretched along the walls, and at the end of them were rusted valves. A mess of graffiti was scrawled all over the walls. At least it's a change of scenery, I sighed. The flashlight had almost died, and I had to shake it up every 10 seconds to slightly recover the battery. Exhausted, Masha dropped to the floor. We can't stop. I'm sure there's still exit somewhere here. How do you know? I looked at her. She obviously had no energy anymore. Masha was struggling with her exhaustion and could lose consciousness any second. I just know it. I smiled, trying to look encouraging. Well, if so... She leaned against the wall and stood up hardly. Sit here for now. I will see what's further on. I'm afraid... Masha trembled. I'm not going far. She raised her eyes to me, full of hope, and nodded almost imperceptibly. I looked around and noticed the heavy iron door. My attempts to open it came to nothing. It was completely rusted shut. Ugh, I wish that pipe was here now. But there was no other choice. I braced my leg on the wall and threw all my weight against the handle. My muscles bulged. My forehead was awash with sweat. My vision darkened. But the door didn't budge, just gave off a hollow rattle. It's all right, wait a second, I shouted over to Masha, gasping for breath. I need to find some kind of stick. I ran over to Masha, bent down and smiled. There's definitely an exit behind this door. Huh? She looked at me warily. I ran out of the room and began to scour the mine in search of something suitable. The flashlight was about to die, and, having blinked it last, it finally went out. I panicked and began to blunder around, trying to find the way back. However, I kept running into walls and couldn't remember at all how I got here. Masha! Masha! I screamed, hoping that she would hear me. Suddenly a sound came out from behind me. A light appeared and my shadow appeared on the ground, stretching far off into darkness. I was rooted to the spot by fear. I heard a seemingly familiar voice. What's wrong, Simeon? Got lost? I slowly turned around and saw Lena holding a flaming torch in her hand. Her face was disfigured by an inhuman grin. "I've come for you!" This was the same Lena that I saw at the square last evening. The same as in Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. That was Lena, and at the same time, not Lena. This creature was more like those Ulyanas. "I'm coming for you!" You... who are you?" I squeezed out. "It's Lena! Don't you recognize me?" She burst into devilish laughter. "You completely forgot about me while having fun with them." I... Words stuck in my throat. "It's alright. There is nobody left now. Just the two of us." "So you did everything?" "Bingo! Not everything, of course." For a second her face became guilty, but then she grinned again. "Slavia was first. She was always so annoying. She was Miss Reliability. Diligent, hard-working, always everywhere, agreeing with everyone. Yuck! Boy, did she scream when I was tearing off her arms, huh? It's a pity you didn't get to see it all." Her mouth began to tremble, her saliva dripped out of it, and her eyes rolled up. "And then Alyssa. Everybody is annoying me, I don't need anyone. Now she's hanging peacefully alone on a tree. However, it wasn't easy to lift her up there, but it had a much greater effect. How you all screamed, huh? Like pigs in a slaughterhouse." Lena's face was twisted by a grin of sick pleasure. "Alright, just that bitch Miku left to deal with, and then it's over." She produced a giant cleaver covered with blood from behind her back. "Well, actually..." It seemed to me that she was lost in thought. "I don't know what that crab in the form of Uliana was. Her and the other pioneers weren't killed by me. But does it really matter now?" She shook the torch and it flared out in a second. "Wait here, I will be quick!" Her devilish laughter came from behind me. That means she went after Masha. I must do something quickly. But I have absolutely no idea which way to run. The darkness completely disoriented me. Screw it! I ran the way I assumed Lena went. After only a short way, I painfully smashed into a wall. I turned around, trying to move slowly, but I stumbled over another obstacle, fell down and screamed in pain. Trying to rise, I realized that I couldn't put any weight on my left leg. Seems like I twisted it. I tried to crawl, but it worked out badly. The whole mine floor was covered with sharp stones, rusty rails, and broken boards. After only a short way, my arms were torn to bleed in pieces of meat, and my eyes couldn't be opened because of the dust and sand. I fumbled in my pockets and pulled out the matchbox. I tried to light the match with my shaking hands, but couldn't get them to light. Calm down, I muttered. At last, after the fifth try, the mine was lightened by a dim light. I quickly oriented myself and worked out which way I have to run. It seems to me that only few seconds passed before I found myself in the room where I led Masha. The last match went out, but I just had enough time to see Lena raising her cleaver above Masha. I rushed toward them, screaming, and dived forward. My hand suddenly collided with something. I fell to the ground and began smashing everything around me. Most of my punches didn't hit the mark, but then my hands met something soft. I heard a moan, and dead silence set in. I rolled onto my back and started breathing heavily, inhaling the dry air greedily. "Masha," I called. I heard quiet sobs. "Are you still alive?" "Yes," she whispered. "Did she get you?" "No." I began to fumble in the darkness and soon found the torch and a lighter. Shapeless shadows began to dance on the walls, and I saw Lena's body sprawled on the floor. She seemed to be alive. I was going to finish her. "Don't!" Masha crawled right over me and grabbed my leg. "But we can just... You don't need to." Of course, Lena wasn't to blame for everything, but she's the devil incarnate. There's no way we can let a human like her, if she can still be called a human, live. But when I looked at Masha, I realized that I can't. I just can't. I took up the cleaver from the floor, and twisting it in my hands, I decided that it would make a perfect crowbar. Going over to the door, I jammed it into the wheel and pulled on it as hard as I could. The door creaked and opened. Fresh air streamed into the room. "We're saved!" I returned to Masha, helped her to get up, and we left the room, leaving Lena lying unconscious. Beyond the door, there was a short corridor with a ladder at the end of it, which led up to a grating. I climbed up and pulled on it with all my strength. The grating fell down with a crash and we climbed out. I fell onto the grass, exhausted, and looked around. Again this square. Again this camp. The bright red dawn was breaking in the east, burning the tops of a distant forest. The last stars winked at me, unaware of everything that had happened here, in this hell. Masha rested her hand on my shoulder and pointed up to the sky with trembling hand. "I wish we were there. Though we got out of the dungeon, nothing is over. Crowds of zombie Ulianas are wandering through the camp. An insane Lena is lying underneath, and heaven knows how much more devilry we will encounter here. I really want to sleep." I didn't know how to answer her. "Because I don't know where to run, don't know where we can be safe. I don't know how to return to our world." "Sleep." I patted Masha's head. "Listen, this would make a great script for a film." She laughed out loud. I looked at her in horror. Masha was smiling, but her smile wasn't diabolical like that one of Lena's. It was pure, honest, maybe even childish. All her exhaustion had gone away and her eyes were shining with a cheerful spark. "What happened to you?" I could hardly speak. "Everything is fine." She lay down on my shoulder again. "That was the last scene." Suddenly I felt my strength leaving me. My vision darkened. My consciousness began to float away somewhere. I was lying in silence, and only the sound of Masha's breath could be heard. Not the grasshoppers chirping, like all of them had died at last, but only Masha's steady breathing, and her smile. I struggled to open my eyes. Bright moonlight reflected on the water, cheerfully skipping on the waves. A light night breeze was blowing, and somewhere far away an owl was hooting. I looked at Masha, who peacefully slept nearby, covered by my shirt. What a dream! My mobile phone dimly showed the time. 3 a.m. We'd better go to bed, or tomorrow Olga Dmitrievna will make us. I just decided to wake Masha up, but I suddenly noticed an open script and a pen next to her. I quickly went through the several pages and was horrified. It was completely identical to what happened in my dream. Bile rose in my throat and my eyes darkened. Masha rolled over, opening her eyes and looked at me. "You awake? Did you write this?" I asked, thick-tongued. "Yes, what's wrong?" I didn't know how to answer. I just couldn't understand what was going on. "You were sleeping so cutely that I didn't want to wake you up, and the grasshoppers were chirping so loudly, so She smiled. Wait, but we are here now. I mean, we are not pioneers. We are filming here and all that kind of stuff, aren't we? Yes, of course we are. Masha looked at me uncomprehendingly. Maybe I woke up, read what she wrote, and then fell asleep again. You're drenched with sweat. She fumbled in the pockets of the pioneer uniform lying next to her and gave me a handkerchief. A typical Russian handkerchief embroidered with colorful flowers. I took it and suddenly felt a surge of warmth. The same warmth you feel when someone dear to your heart gives you a present. Shall we go? Masha started getting dressed. Yes, let's go. I barely stood up and went down to the river. Cold water revived me and the dream stopped seeming so real. After all, it was just a dream, wasn't it? On our way back, Masha held my hand and chatted about everything non-stop. We came to the square. I hope those creatures will let me sleep at least tonight, she said thoughtfully. Who? The grasshoppers. Yes, that'd be great. Well, I'll go. She looked at me keenly, turned around and was about to leave. Wait! I grabbed her hand, pulled her towards me and kissed her hard. Because sometimes a dream is just a dream, and reality is reality. Every story has its beginning and its end. Every story has its own outline, synopsis, contents, key points, a prologue, and an epilogue. And there is no book which, if you read it again, would not reveal new details you didn't notice before. Every story has its beginning and its end. Almost every.